Chapter 1. The Dark Night Rises. A deafening thunderclap shattered the heavens, echoing above the cityscape. Boom! A pallid light illuminated every corner of the metropolis, reflecting off the ground, casting its glow throughout this urban expanse. This city bears many monikers. The city that never sleeps, the Big Apple, the Melting Pot, the Imperial Throne, Metropolis, Gotham City. The prototype for Metropolis is Gotham, thus. Americans refer to New York as Metropolis. The name Gotham has deeper roots, originating in the 17th edition of a magazine in 1807, where Washington Irving referred to New York City as Gotham, implying that its inhabitants were fools. Since then, Gotham has become a colloquial title for New York City. Yet, despite the myriad of elegant titles, none convey the truth as directly as one. The city of Sin, O outsiders. This city appears enchanting, much like a luscious apple, inviting all to take a bite, teeming with opportunities, a haven for fortune seekers. However, when hopeful souls leave their homes and venture into this land of promise, they soon discover that reality starkly contrasts their dreams. Within the city, robbery, drugs, exploitation of women, brawls, and murder seem omnipresent. Even if one possesses qualities beyond the reach of many noble character and integrity, there will inevitably arise various forces that compel and ensnare you, ultimately dragging you into its depths from which escape becomes impossible. This moment, in 2014, within a villa on Manhattan's peninsula, a robust man clutched a small vial of blue liquid. Abraham Erskine, an insurmountable figure in modern genetics and physics, shall today become a relic of the past. With that, he tilted his head back and consumed the entire contents of the vial. He then sat poised in a chair, attaching electrodes to monitor his heart's rhythm. The device displayed the name of its manufacturer, Wayek. Soon, the potent effects surged from his stomach, gradually absorbed throughout his body, ultimately reaching his heart and coursing through his bloodstream to every cell. Ugh! A searing pain radiated from the depths of his being. The man gritted his teeth, his body flushed, veins bulging on his forehead. FXX gay. The intensity of the agony prompted this typically composed man to utter an expletive. At last. Unable to withstand the torment, he struck a nearby stone pillar with a fist. A massive crater formed upon impact, and as the pillar crumbled, shards of stone scattered in all directions. The texture of these pebbles indicates that this stone pillar is not merely superficial, easily shattered upon contact. Last, the pain reached a threshold acceptable to the man, causing him to roll his eyes back and lose consciousness. This is the universe of WNU 2023707. A realm distinct from others dominated by Ultraman's power or the might of fairies. Bruce Wayne, a scion of immense wealth, poses a question. What enters on 6 legs and exits on 2? The answer, the Wayne family. Quite hellish, isn't it? As one of New York City's few eligible bachelors, he, much like Tony Stark, has become the focal point of rivalry among the city's high society, a battleground for beauty and prestige. This man, who possesses a significant portion of New York's wealth, is unlike Tony, who revels in the pleasures of life. He seems to disdain the openly flaunted attractions of Hollywood. When compared to other affluent individuals, such a quality is indeed rare. Yet, beneath the surface of this New York bachelor lies a profound secret. Long before his conception, an awareness, which should not have existed within the embryonic mind, quietly awakened. The intricacies of this phenomenon are such that even Bruce himself is unaware of his true nature. The wisdom of the ancients posits that mysteries abound, a truth that has persisted through the ages. Who can truly elucidate this? Upon his arrival in this world, Bruce Wayne utilized his prodigious intellect, fervently absorbing knowledge from all corners of existence, akin to a parched riverbed. Upon recognizing the perilous nature of his surroundings, he commenced a rigorous training regimen for his relatively frail physique. After all, in the early memories he awoke to, the names Bruce Wayne and Tony Stark were synonymous with realms that, to ordinary individuals, resembled hell. Let alone the burden of his seemingly cursed surname. Wayne, a curse of New York, or perhaps a surname cursed by New York itself. In summary, since the day Bruce Wayne lost his parents at the tender age of 8, the Wayne family has dwindled to a solitary heir. Driven by a profound disdain for the wretched living conditions of ordinary people in this sinful city, he began to refine his feeble human form, resolutely deciding to battle against the darkness. For in the memories he retained, he too was among the struggling masses. After years of relentless training, he finally attained the pinnacle of human physicality. 1.92 meters, 90 kilograms. His physique is powerful, with muscles sculpted to perfection, reminiscent of the deities in ancient Greek sculptures. This body, in the mouths of the dark beings he has terrorized, is described by a singular term: the ultimate limit of the human form. After nearly a decade, Bruce Wayne engaged in a relentless struggle against the criminals that plague this city. The blood on the bat signal had remained untouched for 17 years. At this point, the bat signal atop the NYPD rooftop lay dormant, as Sheriff George Stacy was promoted to the position of NYPD chief due to his successful capture of the criminal, known as the Joker, who he shot dead during a failed escape attempt, and for dismantling the notorious Falcone crime family, all orchestrated by the influence of his uncle. Yet, he still preferred to be addressed by his former title of Sheriff. 3 years prior, a shocking video surfaced online, only to be taken down within half an hour. It depicted two colossal monsters engaged in a fierce battle in Harlem, northern Manhattan. The violent tremors from their clash allowed Bruce Wayne to acutely sense the power contained within. In that moment, Bruce Wayne came to a profound realization. In this perilous world, the limitations of human strength and resilience were woefully inadequate to face the impending dangers. Furthermore, the world was becoming increasingly irresponsible, with beings possessing powers beyond human comprehension indifferent to the havoc they wreaked. Looking ahead, one could expect entities descending from the heavens and deities casting down their wrath, leading to the relentless loss of innocent lives. Such occurrences would drive good people to madness, engulfing them in anger and despair. With these thoughts in mind, Bruce Wayne accessed the Wayne Enterprise's top-secret documents, revealing comparative data titled Comparative Data on Super Soldier Serum and Radioactive Spider Venom. It is crucial to understand that in this world, achieving one's goals necessitates certain essential elements: unparalleled intellect, ample time, substantial wealth, unwavering determination, and formidable strength. Possessing any one of these traits enables an individual to overcome the most arduous challenges. Remarkably, Bruce Wayne possessed all 5 attributes. Thus, after retrieving a long-dormant uniform from nearly a decade ago, and with the aid of his cutting-edge inventions, Bruce infiltrated the Osborn Group, successfully acquiring a live spider. Once he confirmed the spider's gene-altering capabilities were targeted, Bruce abandoned the idea of allowing the spider to bite him and instead commenced his research on extracting the spider venom. This endeavor involved delving into nearly concealed, advanced technologies. The Super Soldier Serum, a ready-made but exceedingly challenging gene modification technology, had been the subject of Bruce's years of study. Undoubtedly, he unraveled its intricacies and, through comparison, developed his own techniques. Chapter 2. The Rise of the Night. 3 years ago, the shrill ring of a telephone jolted the Wayne Manor from slumber. Then came a violent tremor as the sole occupant of the house, clad in a blue waistcoat, hastened to the phone, lifting the sharply ringing receiver. Bruce spoke calmly. Bruce Wayne, a hurried voice echoed. Bruce, get out of Manhattan Island immediately. This voice jolted the usually composed Bruce into a state of panic. What? Bob, is that you? What are you talking about? Why leave Manhattan? On the other end of the line, explosions and sonic booms intermittently punctuated Bob's urgent words. There's a monster. It's wreaking havoc in Midtown Manhattan. Run. Bruce disregarded the warning to flee, instead shouting, Where are you? At the office? I'm coming to find you. The voice on the other end hastily interjected, Don't come. Beep. The sharp sound of a busy signal replaced Bob's anxious voice, and Bruce Wayne's eyes instantly reddened. FXX gay. Bruce immediately discarded the phone and dashed towards his basement. In a flash, he inserted the key into the ignition of his Lamborghini Murcielago LP640 and sped away from the mansion like an arrow released from a bow. As he approached his company, the chaos became palpable. Crowds surged wildly, with people fleeing in every direction. The nearer he got to Midtown Manhattan, the more pronounced the tremors beneath his feet became. Just as Bruce was on the brink of entering Midtown, a car soared through the air from a distance, engulfed in flames, and crashed into a building, blocking Bruce's path. With gritted teeth, Bruce swerved sharply, pressing the accelerator to the floor, swiftly redirecting his vehicle in another direction. Simultaneously, he pulled out his phone, glanced at it, and quickly dialed while maneuvering around another route obstructed by debris. Amidst the clamor, a voice answered, Hello? Sam, it's me, Bruce Wayne. I hear you, boss. What's going on? Sam, I need you to evacuate everyone at the office immediately. Can you manage that? We began the evacuation 5 minutes ago, but there are just too many people, over half still haven't gotten out. How could it take so long? The damned monster appeared, so suddenly we had no idea what was happening before the explosion started. Is it close? It wasn't at first, but when the military arrived, it seemed to provoke the creature, and now it's advancing rapidly towards us. Bruce cursed, "Damn it! Pick up the pace, and you need to leave too." Suddenly, a scream erupted from the phone. "FXX gay. Everyone run." Then came a deafening explosion, drowning out all sound. Bruce executed a drift, accelerating to evade a massive rock plummeting from the sky. Sam! Sam! Damn it! Bruce pressed the accelerator to its limit, speeding into midtown Manhattan. Suddenly, he found himself amidst a throng of people. There was no way out. Every path had been entirely obstructed. He had no choice but to abandon his vehicle and sprint against the tide of the crowd. "Make way. Let me pass, damn it. Can't you people stop standing around and watching?" After much effort, Bruce finally squeezed out of the crowd, only to behold a colossal figure, adorned with grotesque bone spikes, its entire body a sickly yellow, oozing in unidentified viscous substance. With a thunderous roar, it crashed into the building where he worked, Sam. Bob. With the resounding collapse of the structure, a massive cloud of dust engulfed the area. At that moment, another roar erupted from behind, as a green figure followed closely behind the yellow one, both barreling into the crumbling edifice. Bruce stood there, entranced by the scene before him. Hulk abomination. Moments later, military helicopters descended from above, unleashing a barrage of gunfire towards the two monstrous beings. Before long, surrounding buildings began to give way under the onslaught. Then, a formidable battle cry echoed as the two titans leapt from the ruins of Wayne Enterprises, grappling midair before gradually veering toward Harlem. At this point, Bruce could hear nothing that he began to experience a ringing in his ears, his mind buzzing with chaos. The shattered buildings, the anguished cries of the injured, the roars of the beasts. Structures blazed in a fierce inferno, emitting a cacophony that exploded in his mind. Dust and sweat melded together, obscuring his handsome visage in a darkened haze. The swirling heat and smoke coalesced above him. "Help! Save me!" As the dust began to settle, Bruce could finally discern his surroundings. Countless individuals, some bloodied and battered, others limping, leaned on one another as they staggered away. Who knew if those two monsters would return? A person lay trapped beneath the steel reinforcements, crying out in despair. "I can't feel my legs." Snapping back to reality, Bruce rushed towards the injured. "Oh my God, Mr. Wayne, help me. I can't feel my legs." Bruce instantly recognized the man as one of his employees, a forced smile creeping onto his lips as he reassured, "I remember you, Wallace. Everyone calls you Wally, right? Don't be afraid, it'll get you out." Wallace managed to calm himself, looking at Bruce and nodding earnestly. Bruce then called out to the crowd, "I need a few people. There's an injured person here. We need assistance." As a few individuals hurried over, Bruce lifted the steel beam by himself, allowing them to carry Wally to safety. Just as Bruce exhaled a sigh of relief, he spotted a little girl standing precariously amidst the crumbling debris. A peculiar tremor reverberated through the air, causing the stones atop the pillar to quiver and gradually shift towards a little girl clutching a grayish bear. Bruce hurriedly ran forward, seizing the girl's garment and drawing her into his protective embrace, then swiftly retreated. With a thunderous crash, the stones struck the ground, creating a deep crater, yet Bruce and the girl remained unscathed. Gently patting the child's back, Bruce inquired, "Are you all right?" "Do not fear, I shall certainly help you find your mother." "Where is she?" This little girl was known to Bruce. She was the daughter of Dulles, and an employee from Wayne Enterprises Development Department, who occasionally visited the daycare provided for married employees to play with other children. Overcome with fright, the girl could not muster a cry, merely trembling as she pointed toward the ruins of Wayne Enterprises. Taken aback, Bruce slowly enveloped the child in his arms, offering no further words, his gaze fixed intently on the intensifying battle that was the source of the tremors. Chapter 3. The Mystery of the Missing Boy. Time now returns to the present, within the newly reconstructed Wayne Enterprises building. In the banquet hall on the top floor, Bruce Wayne held a glass disguised as champagne, filled with ginger juice, navigating through the throngs of attendees. This gathering was held to commemorate those who perished 3 years prior during the fierce clash between Hulk and Abomination. Bruce had initially been reluctant to host such an event. To celebrate with festivity in honor of the deceased felt like an act of morbid revelry. However, as per the insistence of Eddie Ronald, the newly appointed CEO of Wayne Enterprises, some relatives of the fallen seemed to exhibit signs of emotional distress and wished to use this occasion to convene. Reluctantly, Bruce acquiesced to the invitation. Mr. Wayne, you appear considerably younger. Thank you, the same to you. Mr. Wayne, I have a project that promises substantial returns within the first half. Why not consult Eddie? I have entrusted the operations of Wayne Enterprises entirely to him. Bruce wore a facade of insincere cheerfulness, exchanging pleasantries while making his way to the rooftop, where he downed the ginger juice in one gulp and exhaled deeply. No one remembers those who have passed. He observed Eddie Ronald engaged in lively conversation with representatives from various companies, murmuring to himself, "At least you are a competent businessman." With that, Bruce decided to exit the banquet, for the atmosphere was decidedly unsuitable for him. Just as he was about to leave the hall, a piercing scream echoed through the air. "Wayne! Mr. Wayne!" It was the voice of a woman. Furrowing his brow, Bruce glanced toward the entrance. "Let me go. Allow me to enter." Justin Hammer took a sip of champagne and then scoffed. "It appears that the security level of Wayne Enterprises is not particularly impressive. I know a few professionals, Mr. Ronald. Would you like an introduction?" The commotion at the entrance captured the attention of most guests present. Upon hearing Justin Hammer's words, Eddie Ronald's face visibly darkened as he shouted, "Security! Security! What are you doing? Hurry and remove this madwoman." The uniformed bouncers felt quite aggrieved, wondering how on earth this disheveled woman possessed such strength. Upon hearing their boss command, they immediately exerted more force. "Apologies, madam, but you must leave." The woman cried out desperately. "My husband died 3 years ago in the Wayne Tower. My son has been kidnapped." "Mr. Wayne." Bruce, having overheard her words, immediately made his way toward her. "Make way! Stop!" he shouted. The crowd promptly parted for him. The bouncers, recognizing their esteemed boss' voice, ceased their actions. Bruce approached the woman, gently supporting her as she stumbled from being yanked about. "Madam, I am Bruce Wayne. Please tell me about your son." Her hair was disheveled, obscuring her eyes, yet through the strands, her weary gaze could be discerned. My son. My husband was an engineer in the Wayne Enterprises engineering department, named Norton." Bruce replied, "I remember Norton Adams, a man with curly hair. He was diligent and on the verge of being promoted to team leader. I know him. Please remain calm. The most important thing now is to discuss your son. Mrs. Adams, have there been any updates since his abduction? Have the kidnappers sent any ransom notes?" The woman took a deep breath before responding. 3 days ago, my son was taken by a group of unidentified individuals on his way home from school. There's been no news, no warnings. I do not understand why this has happened. Please, Mr. Wayne, after my husband's passing, my son is all I have left." Bruce inhaled deeply and said, "Eddie, contact the NYPD. I have some donation project to discuss with them." Eddie Ronald, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, dutifully replied, "Understood, Mr. Wayne." Then, Bruce gently placed his hand on the woman's shoulder and said, "I will also enlist some friends to help locate your son. For now, you must return home and try to get some rest." The woman, her emotions heightened, exclaimed, "I cannot sleep. Mr. Wayne, I cannot sleep. My son has been missing for 3 days. How can I possibly rest easy?" Bruce Wayne gazed into the woman's eyes and said, "Trust me, Mrs. Adams, I have a formidable friend, an exceptionally powerful ally. I assure you, your son will be back by tomorrow evening at the latest, I promise." The woman looked at Bruce Wayne, sobbing for a moment, then replied, "I believe you, Mr. Wayne." Bruce turned to the security guard beside him and instructed, "Joe, escort this lady home." The robust security guard nodded affirmatively, saying, "Understood, sir. I will ensure Mrs. Adams returns home safely." Bruce nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "Thank you, Joe." After uttering those words, Bruce slowly approached Eddie and Justin Hammer, stating, "Eddie." Eddie looked at Bruce and asked, "Is there a problem, Mr. Wayne?" Bruce cast a puzzled glance at Justin Hammer. I don't recall Wayne Enterprises having any collaboration with some third-rate company specializing in piracy. Do they even qualify to work with us?" Eddie exchanged knowing looks with Justin Hammer, even though there was a minor acquaintance. Wall Street's trust and connections was as scarce as in any other marketplace. The decision was made in an instant as he said, "Certainly not, sir." Justin Hammer's face turned a deep shade of red. Bruce remarked, "I know who you are, Hammer, a company specializing in the production of substandard products, living off the counterfeit labels of Stark Industries and Wayne Enterprises." Leaning closer to Justin Hammer's ear, Bruce warned, "I caution you, within a day, you will receive a subpoena from Wayne. I hope you're prepared. It would be wise to hire a top-tier lawyer. Of course, only if Hammer Industries can afford one after compensating Wayne Enterprises for its losses." As he spoke, Bruce glanced at the somewhat anxious Eddie Ronald. "I understand. Eddie, You are capable, so you have just taken the helm, and you possess ambition. You aspire to achieve great things. Eddie Ronald exhaled in relief, sensing that the true owner bore no resentment towards his actions. Bruce continued, however, you still lack certain experience, said he. The success of a flourishing company hinges on the qualifications of its partners. He then turned his gaze towards Justin Hammer. Clearly, Hammer Industries is the least qualified among them. Do me a favor, take charge of discussions with Sheriff Stacy. With that, Bruce strode towards the exit without looking back. Justin Hammer, in a flurry, hastily set down his champagne and rushed after Bruce, calling out, Mr. Wayne. Mr. Wayne, I believe there has been some misunderstanding. Mr. Wayne. Eddie Ronald downed the champagne in one gulp and instructed his secretary, clad in a deep V black outfit, summon the head of the NYPD. We need to discuss the sponsorship matters. For the second half of the year, she cast him a glance imbued with profound significance, uttering understood. Eddie Ronald exhaled heavily, recalibrating his aim, fully prepared for the task at hand. Chapter 4. A long-awaited stealth operation. Wayne Manor. Bruce adjusted the position of a book on the shelf, triggering a mechanism that revealed an elevator within. He stepped inside with measured strides. The flickering light illuminated the fiery intensity in his gaze. At that time, Sheriff George Stacy returned home, weary from the day's exertions. Setting down his bag, he called out, Hey, Helen, I'm back. His wife, Helen Stacy, approached, taking the bag from his hands and whispering, Shoo, the children are asleep. George lifted his gaze slightly, acknowledging her words, and inquired, Are there any leftovers at home? Helen shot him a disapproving look, retorting, Listen to Sheriff Stacy's tone. It sounds as if we are mistreating him. George chuckled. I know you would never treat me that way. What's for dinner? Suddenly, a phone, which had lain dormant for a decade, vibrated in George's pocket. He froze, muttering, Oh shit. Helen turned, her expression darkening as she asked, What did you just say? George quickly composed himself, replying, Nothing. No need to fuss. He'll eat out to avoid waking the kids. Standing in the kitchen with a spatula in hand, Helen shot him an exasperated glance. How wonderful. I hope you'll inform me sooner next time. Just then, the door swung open, and a girl with golden locks emerged from the room. Helen glanced at her daughter and pointed at George Stacy, saying, See, you've woken the children. George Stacy, looking bewildered, stammered I. Then with a resigned expression, he added, All right, I admit I woke them. How about I make it up with some bass? Lemon bass, perhaps? Helen Stacy nodded. Sounds good. What do you think, Gwen? Gwen Stacy observed her parents' playful banter and cheerfully responded, I suppose that's acceptable. George Stacy nodded in resignation, donned his shoes, and headed for the door. Helen Stacy teased, Remember to return, not too late, it's unsafe out there. George Stacy replied, somewhat exasperated, Hearing that tone, I understand, Mom. As if anyone would dare to rob a sheriff. George Stacy ascended to the rooftop, resting his hands on his hips, stating, I warn you, after not seeing you for over a decade, our first encounter has made me miss another warm family dinner. From above, a deep voice resonated. Apologies, Sheriff Stacy, but it is now well past midnight, outside the realm of dinner time. Please make do with this. George Stacy gazed at the Delmar sandwich before him, momentarily speechless, extending his hand yet uncertain of what to say. You must be aware that I am not from Queens. The so-called best sandwich in Queens holds no regional bias for me. Does it? I couldn't care less. Let us discuss the matter at hand. Stacy looked up, and before him stood the familiar figure cloaked in a bat-like mantle. Oh, it feels as though I have returned to the days of my 28th year. Is this a new look? Bruce leaped down from the platform and remarked, Times have changed. Ever since those two creatures clashed in Midtown Manhattan 3 years ago, I've begun to feel that the old ways may no longer suffice. Are you aware of this matter as well? I was present. Regarding the disappearance of James Adams, have you been following it? Sheriff Stacy responded with resignation. You know about it too? How peculiar he is, John Adams' son, isn't he? Why is everyone inquiring about him? Upon seeing Bruce's gaze, he waved his hand dismissively. I know he isn't. In merely venting a bit, the boy's disappearance is far more complex than mere abduction. It is not that we are not investigating, but rather that someone is obstructing us. Bruce's eyes flickered with curiosity. Who? Sheriff Stacy replied, Jimmy Allen, the newly appointed DA, has been hindering our efforts for quite some time. However, they managed to exploit the loopholes within the judicial system with remarkable finesse, leaving us powerless. The newly appointed DA? What's his background? Even you're conceding to him? He is affiliated with the mayor, though I am uncertain of his involvement in this case. Upon hearing Sheriff Stacy's words, Bruce instantly grasped the implication and inquired, Are there any other leads? Stacy pulled out his notebook and stated, "Firstly, according to regulations, I am not permitted to." Bruce interjected, exasperated. "Sheriff." Stacy raised his hand to halt him. "All right, I understand. Listen carefully. The disappearance of James Adams is not an isolated incident. There have been numerous cases of young males aged 11 to 24 missing, totaling 17 cases thus far." Bruce pondered for a moment before asking, "Do they share any common characteristics?" George Stacy shook his head in frustration. "They hail from different neighborhoods, attend different schools, vary in age, preferences, and personalities." "Oh, but one commonality does exist. They're all Caucasian males with type A blood." Bruce nodded thoughtfully. "Understood. I will conduct an investigation." "Sheriff, please look into the social security records of these 17 missing males. Examine their spending patterns for any commonalities that if you discover anything, do not hesitate to call me." Sheriff Stacy gazed at Bruce's dark mask and remarked, "I will look into it. Additionally, after all this time, I'm delighted to see you return to action, but you ought to refrain from breaking their legs again. In the past, every suspect delivered to the NYPD either had a leg or an arm shattered. Don't you feel any pressure about that?" Bruce remained silent for a moment before responding. "Just a few days ago, I had a wealthy friend make a donation of $1 million to the New York Disability Association in his name, so that I feel no pressure whatsoever." With that, Bruce unfurled his glider and leapt powerfully off the rooftop. The cape behind him spread wide, emitting a faint blue glow from its edges, lifting Bruce skyward. Simultaneously, an aircraft appeared overhead, drawing Bruce into its interior. Stacy observed this spectacle, clicking her tongue as she took a bite of the sandwich beside her. New gear. Wealthy people are truly bothersome. Ugh, too many pickles. Having parked the Batwing 15,000 feet above ground, Bruce was still clad in ordinary Kevlar armor. He opened his glider and soared toward the new Jimmy Allen's residence, as indicated on the radar. Why would a district attorney intervene in the NYPD's investigation of missing persons? Logically, someone in the position of New York City's DA should have outgrown such petty grade dealings. Are they preparing sacrifices for a vampire festival? That doesn't seem right. Vampires typically prefer the blood of young maidens, and there have been no recent reports of a mass disappearance. What could be the reason? Is there a connection to the mayor? As Bruce pondered this, he gradually approached the vicinity of the DA's home, finding a vantage point from which to silently observe the building structure. He then gently pressed a button near his ear, releasing inaudible sound waves from the tips of his bat ears, which gradually traversed a 4-kilometer radius before returning. Listening intently to the myriad of sounds relayed through his earpiece, Bruce adjusted the angle and direction of the sound waves. "Aha! Let me see what schemes you are concocting, Jimmy Allen." A transparent membrane descended over Bruce's eyes, penetrating the walls and revealing the interior of DA Jimmy Allen's home. I could see that moment. Jimmy Allen was engaged in a phone conversation. "Yes, sir, I have halted the NYPD's search efforts." "Yes, they have commenced their investigation, and furthermore, the Wayne Corporation is also getting involved." "I don't know, sir, but according to some attendees of the gathering, one is the child of a deceased Wayne Corporation employee." "Understood, sir. I will look into it right away. Of course, I will ensure this matter remains confidential. I stake my life on it." "Thank you, sir. Have a pleasant day." Bruce observed every move of Jimmy Allen. He murmured, "His demeanor is excessively deferential, indicating that the other party holds a superior position. It appears. It must be the mayor." Suddenly, Bruce noticed him dashing out of his house. "Follow him." With arms outstretched, Bruce allowed his cloak to billow in the wind, while a specially crafted cable, made from unique fibers, guided him in pursuit of Jimmy Allen's vehicle. "Let me see where you are headed, Jimmy Allen." Chapter 5. I am revenge. I am darkness. I am the Dark Knight. Bruce trailed behind Jimmy Allen's vehicle, observing the newly appointed officer as he took an elongated route. There was indeed something suspicious about it. Who would drive alone to such a remote location at this late hour? Suddenly, a thunderclap echoed, startling a raven into flight. Its inky feathers fell to the ground, crushed into the dirt by the approaching car. A foreboding edifice emerged before Bruce, the Elizabeth Arkham Comprehensive Hospital. An uninviting name for a hospital. Bruce landed atop the hospital, watching as Jimmy Allen exited his vehicle, glancing back frequently, as if he wished to bury his head in the folds of his dark scarf. It seemed that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the truth of this matter lay within these very walls. Bruce stealthily entered the hospital. This establishment, steeped in a long history, boasted surprisingly commendable medical techniques and fees, thus earning the favor of New Yorkers. However, it was not as pristine as one might imagine. Bruce had previously investigated it. After all, the name was far too notorious, warranting his vigilance. The hospital had been obliterated in a fierce battle, only to be rebuilt, now standing as the Elizabeth Arkham Comprehensive Hospital. He stepped through the door from the rooftop into the dimly lit corridor. A quick scan of the surroundings prompted him to pull a few bat-shaped projectiles from his side, severing the surveillance lines. The drowsy guard remained oblivious to the disruption in the monitors. Proceeding cautiously, Bruce scanned the area with keen eyes. Suddenly, he spotted Jimmy Allen. "Where are you headed?" he thought, noticing Allen descend into the basement. What lay within? Were they employing materials that interfered with sound waves? Bruce hastened into the hospital's stairwell. It was a nearly spiraling descent with a vast void in the center. Perfect. He ascended the handrail, peering down below, then took a step off the edge. His cape unfurled. Gliding wings extended to reduce his descent's kinetic energy, while his shock-absorbing boots allowed him to land silently. Only the guard directly facing him witnessed his descent from above. "Bat." Bruce's expression darkened as he confronted a robust figure clad in black. "Open the door and let me in," or, three guards, startled, reacted simultaneously, two lunging toward Bruce. He seized the fist aimed at him, pulling it toward himself and using his body to shield against another swinging punch. With a powerful strike, he landed a blow on the assailant's arm, a sickening crack echoing through the air. With a swift motion, he forcefully swung around the individual whose arm had been broken, then delivered a powerful kick that shattered three ribs of another person, followed by a strike that fractured the last one's calf. The trio, now crumpled on the ground in agony from their broken limbs, lamented their fate. From the moment they attacked to the instant Bruce subdued them, a mere 6 seconds had elapsed. Bruce kicked open the door, declaring, "You have chosen the second option." Behind the door lay a staircase that descended deep and wide, the commotion above having no impact on the silence below. Before his feet even touched the ground, Bruce had already obliterated all surveillance with electromagnetic waves. At his current pace, Bruce had surpassed human limits, reaching the base of the stairs in less than half a second. Still, could they not hear the three individuals on alert behind him? Bruce glanced back and placed a piece of clay at the weakest point of the wall. He then pressed the switch with force. The clay bomb, receiving the signal, erupted instantaneously, blasting a hole in the wall. The three men immediately approached the opening with heightened vigilance. Seizing the opportunity, Bruce dashed inside, rapidly closing in on the lagging individual, delivering a powerful blow to his back, swiftly covering his mouth, and then striking his neck with a precise chop. The man's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. After laying him down, Bruce swiftly hurled 2 tranquilizer batarangs into the necks of the other 2 men. Once he had them all tied together, he approached the final room with deliberate steps. It appeared this was indeed the ultimate destination. Observing his surroundings, he mimicked the actions he had seen previously and activated the listening device. Jimmy Allen stood cautiously before a rather portly man, bowing his head as he spoke. "They have begun to take notice of us." The man, without restraint, pointed an accusatory finger at Jimmy Allen, berating him. "You fool, when will you stop that pack of black dogs? Did you buy your diploma with money from selling fried chicken? You redneck from Kentucky." "I apologize, sir. I merely wish to assist you in resolving some issues." "Oh, really? Should I then thank you?" "No, sir, it was my mistake. I'll give you one last chance to eliminate all those useless individuals. Not a word of what should not be said must escape. Do you understand? If anything goes awry with my re-election next year." Bruce observed the scene, instantly comprehending the situation. This man was the mayor. What sort of business would summon the mayor of New York City here? A matter grave enough to tarnish his reputation. Contemplating the identity of the individual and his attitude towards the kidnapped persons, Bruce conceived a brilliant plan. Bang! With a resounding crash, the door was kicked open. Bruce strode out confidently, startling both the mayor and Jimmy Allen, who were taken aback. Mayor Bothenharo twisted his rotund frame, feeling a sense of familiarity with the jester-like figure clad in a cloak before him. Exercising the caution characteristic of a politician, he refrained from his usual outburst of anger, instead casting a watchful gaze upon Bruce. In contrast, Jimmy Allen displayed a lack of political acumen. At that moment, he resembled a dog eager to please its master. "Who the hell are you? Where are the guards? Are they all dead?" Bruce's voice, altered in its timbre, resonated with formidable intensity. "Not yet. But if assistance is not rendered promptly, I apologize in advance." With a swift motion, Bruce deflected an object hurled at him by Jimmy Allen and advanced, seizing him by the collar. As Bruce's fist connected with Jimmy Allen's mouth, blood streamed from the corner of his lips, and Bruce locked eyes with him, declaring with gravitas, "Tell me, where are the people you abducted?" At that moment, the door swung open once more, and a multitude of armed guards surged in, their eyes fixed upon the sight of Bruce holding Jimmy Allen. "Don't move." Bruce remained silent, allowing his actions to speak. Darkness was his ally. The lights extinguished abruptly, plunging the basement into utter blackness. Chapter 6. Gentle Coercion. He is here. Jimmy Allen yearned to flee, yet his superior, the mayor who had appointed him to this position, remained present. His corpulent figure and pampered status precluded him from escaping like an ordinary individual. Thus, in this moment, he was escorted to a relatively secure corner by Jimmy Allen, who was himself tarnished by this association. Upon realizing their firearms had been compromised, some guards immediately opened fire, tragically striking their own comrades. Soon after, a powerful arm seized one guard's weapon, yanking it upward, followed by a crushing blow to the abdomen. No words escaped his lips. Only a muffled groan betrayed his fate. Others fared similarly. As one was about to activate night vision goggles, a swift kick shattered his shin, and his arm was twisted, ultimately leaving him to crash to the ground, writhing in agony. The sparks from the pistols, the anguished cries of the guards, and the trembling of Jimmy Allen and Mayor Botherharo harmonized into a dissonant symphony within the darkened basement. With a decisive punch, Bruce sent a Kevlar helmet flying, concluding the battle with the last guard suffering a severe concussion. Bruce forcefully released the guard whose shoulder he had gripped, deactivated the jamming device, and restored the lights, illuminating the basement once more. Relieved, Jimmy Allen and Botherharo discovered they were alone, but upon turning around, they were confronted by the cloaked figure of the Bat, whose armor bore the stains of blood. The ground was littered with the shattered bones of the guards, with blood oozing from the corners of their mouths. Bruce hoisted Botherharo to his feet, asserting, "It appears that this time, you are the mastermind behind it all. Tell me, what purpose did you have in abducting so many people, including children?" Botherharo remained unfazed, merely inquiring, "Why do you delve into these murky waters?" He gently leaned his back against the wall, seeking a semblance of support to mask his trepidation. "Let me go," Bolent said, gazing into Bruce's eyes hidden beneath the mask. "If you allow me my freedom, I can offer you a fortune, or if wealth does not entice you, I can arrange for you to ascend to George Stacy's position in no time." He regarded Bruce, attempting to persuade him. "There is no need for you to confront a titan like me over trifles." Bruce surveyed the imposing figure before him, a giant whose very stomp could rattle New York. Bolent sneered at Bruce's dismissal. "Social vigilantes? They too must heed my commands as mayor of New York. A mere word from me could easily bring them to heel." In response, Bruce smirked, releasing Bolent and lightly patting his shoulder. "Mr. Harrow, I am pleased to inform you that every word you just uttered has been recorded, along with your video." He observed the growing pallor on Bolent's face and continued, "I cannot ascertain whether your confidence stems from your formidable connections or your faith in your public support, yet I suspect Sheriff Stacy would be quite intrigued by your remarks." Indeed, George Stacy, though referred to as sheriff, was not to be underestimated. He had officially assumed the role of chief of the New York City Police Department 3 years prior. During his earlier days as Batman, Bruce had often relied on Sheriff Stacy's support, leading to Stacy earning numerous accolades, 4 combat medals, 2 honor medals, and 4 courage medals. Of course, these achievements were bolstered by the influence of his powerful allies and the extensive resources of Wayne Enterprises. At 34 years of age, the chief stood as a formidable figure in the American political landscape. It would be naive to assume that one could ascend to such a pivotal role in a major city's law enforcement solely through personal merit. Thus, the backing behind George Stacy would undoubtedly have a keen interest in the position of mayor of New York. Bruce's pursuit of the individuals wrongfully detained by the mayor for unknown reasons could lead to a conviction for the rotund mayor. Moreover, even the slightest hint of evidence could embolden those individuals to strike back fiercely against Botherharo and his supporters. To speak candidly, should Bruce Wayne express his dissatisfaction with one Botherharo, I can assure you that Harlow would find himself out of a job within 6 months at most. Unless, of course, his patron can withstand the immense pressure exerted by a conglomerate that excels in various industries including military, biotechnology, pharmaceuticals, construction, and technology, each standing at the pinnacle in the United States and indeed the world. This exemplifies the status of American capitalists. Bruce Wayne seized Harlow by the throat, constricting it to the point of asphyxiation, causing his face to redden, before dispersing a special mist around his mouth and nose, and subsequently releasing his grip. Harlow inhaled deeply the greenish vapor. "Where's the child?" he gasped. At that moment, the visage of Bruce transformed in Harlow's eyes, beneath the black mask. His wide jaw, once adorned with stubble, now appeared terrifying. From his gaping maw, a viscous crimson fluid trickled forth as he emitted a guttural roar, the horrific stench ruffling Harlow's hair. Overwhelmed by this dread-inducing spectacle, Harlow's mouth watered, and he felt a warmth spreading below as he stammered, In the hospital? Bruce, perplexed, queried. This hospital? Harlow, in a daze, affirmed, yes, here. Bruce tightened his grip, demanding, why? Harlow replied, because of my father. After uttering this, he succumbed to the overwhelming stimuli in his brain and fainted. Turning back, Bruce Wayne found Jimmy Allen immediately raising his hand, stating his father fell while fishing, impaling himself on a protruding tree root by the lake. By the time he was discovered, he was bleeding profusely and required a significant transfusion. Furthermore, multiple organ failures were reported, and someone suggested that using a child's blood as a conduit could restore his father to his former state. Bruce regarded the man kneeling before him and inquired, who? Jimmy Allen pointed to Harlow, saying, I do not know. He never revealed this to me. I am merely a pawn tasked with obstructing police investigations. Bruce cast a glance at the man, delivering a swift kick to his chin, rendering him unconscious before turning to leave. Chapter 7. Catman and technology emerging from the basement, Bruce Wayne remarked, with so many children involved, the necessary capacity cannot be insignificant. Furthermore, the fact that Brolin Harlow's father requires a blood transfusion indicates that a considerable amount is needed here. Suddenly, Bruce's bat-like ears seemed to detect something. Damn it. Those fellows are back again. I truly wish to cease this line of work. My conscience is tormented, Harry. Same here, but we are left with no choice, Kane. We are but two inconsequential pawns. No one cares for our opinions. Those children. A thought struck Bruce, prompting him to hasten towards the two guards engaged in conversation. Two guards leaned against the gate of the booth, smoking. They appeared to be quite young, likely between the ages of 27 and 28. The glow of their cigarette butts flickered intermittently. I don't know how much longer I can endure this, Kane. I cannot bear such condemnation. He took a deep drag. These damned officials treat lives as if they are expendable, using children to extend their own lives. Damn it, they are just children. He glanced back at his partner. I plan to resign the day after tomorrow and sell sandwiches. Even someone starting from a deli can create the finest sandwiches in Queens. There's no reason I can't do the same. He tossed the cigarette butt onto the ground and ground it with force. I will quit tomorrow and then report them to the police. The young man named Kane immediately counseled, have you lost your mind? Harry, if you report them, you are merely walking into their trap, announcing to them, I have seen all your crimes. Come and arrest me. Please, think of your family before you act. Suddenly, the lights behind them extinguished, startling them. Who is there? Bruce emerged from the shadows, clad in a black cloak. Tell me what you just said. The two exchanged glances, confusion evident in their eyes. 10 minutes later, Bruce Wayne once again found himself on the hospital rooftop. According to the two guards, while smoking, they had seen several black cars enter the hospital, and the individuals who exited had all headed toward a passage leading directly to the rooftop, bypassing the main entrance entirely. He surveyed the rooftop, which appeared almost entirely devoid of anything unusual. But wait, Bruce mused, glancing at the exit below the rooftop. The dimensions here seemed off. Upon his estimation, the exit appeared rather narrow, barely accommodating a single person. He drew his grappling gun and secured it to the railing atop the rooftop, then propelled himself forward. About 40 meters from where he swung, he spotted a concealed staircase extending from the rooftop, seemingly camouflaged with specialized materials. So this is where it leads. Bruce maneuvered his body to the end of the staircase, which led to an old elevator. Just as he landed, he heard a voice above him. Wow, where did this antique come from? Bruce looked up to see a woman clad in a black bodysuit perched on the wall above him. Hello there, little kitty. Are you here to hunt? Who are you? The woman gracefully arched her body, exuding an alluring presence. Like you, I am a creature that hunts in the night. With that, she stretched languidly and leaped down from the railing, her tall and poised figure moving with a light and elegant grace. Her face concealed by a mask and her silver hair cascading down to her shoulders. She slowly approached Bruce, leaning closer, and said, it seems we share a common goal. Shall we collaborate? Bruce replied in a low tone. How do you propose we collaborate? With a hint of regret, she remarked, you truly lack charm. How about we charge in together? I doubt you can handle multiple adversaries alone. Before she could finish her sentence, the elevator emitted a sharp chime, and the door slid open, revealing two men clad in black suits. Upon seeing Bruce and the mysterious woman at the entrance, one of them inquired, you are? Bruce swiftly delivered a punch to one man's jaw, causing him to collapse in agony. Meanwhile, the woman had already darted past him, taking down the other assailant. As he fell, Bruce's potent anesthetic bat dart was deftly caught by her. What a sophisticated device, Bruce observed, scrutinizing her. Your physical prowess is beyond human capability. She shot him a sideways glance, retorting, aren't you the same? Let's not cast stones. With that, She boldly stepped into the elevator. Bruce reluctantly followed, shutting the doors behind them. "Do you realize," the woman said, "that we might open the door to find dozens of fully armed guards waiting? Are you prepared for that?" Bruce remained silent, gazing at the closed elevator doors, but the occasional blue light seeping through the cracks indicated they were descending. After half a minute, the elevator had yet to reach its destination. Bruce remarked, "They've likely discovered us." The woman, tense, replied, "So what?" Bruce warned, "So you need to be vigilant and ready." Just as he finished speaking, the elevator suddenly accelerated and crashed open. Bruce shot out like a streak of black lightning, delivering a kick that sent one guard flying and toppled a line of armed sentinels. He dodged a hail of bullets, landing a punch squarely in a guard's chest, while his bat dart flew out, striking several guards as they attempted to draw their weapons. The woman, equally undeterred, navigated through the chaos, evading attacks and using her long legs to dispatch several encroaching guards. Suddenly, Bruce pressed a button forcefully, causing a surge of electricity to erupt from the remaining standing guards, incapacitating them all. The woman paused, astonished. "How did you do that?" Bruce replied, "Technology." One guard slowly began to rise, muttering, "Your technology can't touch me." Bruce pressed the button again, unleashing a jolt of electricity twice the normal capacity, which caused the guard to tremble violently before collapsing, lifeless and silent. As she watched the guards fall unconscious, the woman laughed and exclaimed, "I adore technology." Chapter 8. The HYDRA's illusion. Delving further inside, the woman boldly advanced, coming face to face with a guard at the corner. "Good evening," she exclaimed, then executed a swift kick, catching the guard off guard as if he were a boiled shrimp, his complexion turning a vivid shade of red as his body bent in response. Shortly thereafter, Bruce approached from behind, delivering a punch to the guard's face, causing him to collapse in blissful unconsciousness. Bruce, known for his kindness and unable to bear the sight of others in pain, resorted to this method to temporarily alleviate the guard's suffering. Casting a glance at the incapacitated guard lying on the ground, Bruce remarked after a moment of contemplation, "These individuals are not mere guards." The woman, surveying her surroundings, replied dismissively, "Of course they aren't ordinary. They were assigned by the mayor." Bruce countered, "No, it is not merely that." He crouched down, retrieving the fallen guard's equipment. After a brief pause, he noted, "This is a Model 2012 short assault rifle, with ammunition nearly the size of submachine gun caliber, yet far surpassing the accuracy of the 18, coupled with a more compact design and greater firepower, rendering this equipment nearly flawless in application." The woman, puzzled, inquired nearly, "Are you implying it has flaws?" Bruce responded, "Its sole drawback is its cost. This is equipment newly developed by Wayne Enterprises, and it is currently only in service in a select few departments, as most cannot afford such gear." The woman, not fully grasping the situation, asked, "So what? Isn't it normal for the mayor to afford it?" Bruce shook his head, saying, "Throughout New York, aside from those sponsored by Wayne Enterprises, only the military and elite squads in a handful of departments are authorized to possess the 2012 model, certainly excluding the mayor and his guards." The woman, intrigued, questioned, "How do you know this? Isn't it meant to be confidential?" Bruce turned and ventured deeper into the shadows. "I have a very wealthy friend." The woman shrugged. "Ah, capitalists are truly remarkable." She quickened her pace to catch up with Bruce, asking, "How does someone like you end up here?" Bruce offered no response, instead retrieving several small items from his belt and scattering them along the walls as they progressed. Eventually, Bruce halted at a specific wall, and the woman, caught off guard, bumped into his back, expressing her displeasure. "A man of few words isn't exactly appealing to women." "I do not concern myself with your preferences," he replied, leaning against the wall and applying a piece of clay to its surface. The woman, resting her hands beneath her prominent headlights, remarked, "How utterly unromantic." Bruce remained silent, merely pressing a button. "If I were you, I would step aside quickly to avoid." Boom. Before he could finish, a deafening explosion erupted, obliterating the wall before them. The woman had managed to evade the blast just in time, escaping unscathed. Instead, a deluge of bullets rained down upon the very spot where the woman had just stood. At that moment, Bruce's words were uttered, and the small device he had thrown moments prior was activated, unleashing a formidable magnetic force that drew all the firearms from the hands of the guards clad in black uniforms across from him. Bruce and the woman in black swiftly maneuvered to eliminate the nearest wave of adversaries. Subsequently, Bruce scanned his surroundings, raising his hand to shoot a steel cable, propelling himself into the air. Evading a punch from a man opposite him, Bruce soared upward. The woman in black appeared suddenly, delivering a kick that rendered him unconscious. Bruce then hurled several bat-shaped projectiles from his elevated position, Repeating his previous tactic, the succession of explosions caused all standing guards to collapse to the ground. Following this, Bruce leaped from the beam to the elevated platform opposite him, clearly the ultimate destination. The woman in black hastened to catch up with Bruce. Her expression troubled as she inquired, "Did you just kill them in that explosion?" Bruce, maintaining a stoic demeanor, replied, "Not yet." He and the woman proceeded through the narrow corridor, explaining, the bat-shaped projectiles were designed to utilize electrical currents, directing the electromagnetic waves emitted from the electronic devices carried by the guards, thereby destroying them from the outside and generating shockwaves upon detonation. The sheer volume of electricity was sufficient to create an unquantifiable electromagnetic impact. "If we delay assistance even for a minute," Bruce ceased speaking, bending down to warn, "be cautious. The guards behind us are no longer the playful kind we encountered earlier." The woman rolled her eyes in response. Yes, they've deployed those so-called 12-style assault rifles. By the time she regained her focus, Bruce had vanished without a trace. Alarmed, she lowered her voice and called out, "Wait, where did you go, Catman?" Suddenly, a chilling scream pierced the air, prompting her to cautiously approach the source of the cry. On a restrained bed lay an elderly man, naked and with his eyes tightly shut. Beside him stood a woman clad in green, strikingly alluring, inciting an irresistible urge in those who beheld her. In her hand, she clutched a syringe. Through the active blood of so many children diluted over generations of super soldier serum, combined with various special materials, I have managed to extract this minuscule vial of unique toxin. I truly hesitate to use it on you, old man, she murmured, her gaze entranced by the green liquid within the syringe. Let me see what kind of gift you shall receive. With that, she forcefully plunged the syringe into the man's body, emptying its contents without a trace. As the green liquid coursed through the elder's veins, his previously atrophied muscles began to swell uncontrollably. The tearing and rebirth of muscles suddenly awakened the elderly man, who had long enjoyed a life of luxury. Green veins crept across his eyes, and within half a minute, the veins on his body bulged, and patches of green scales sprouted forth. Before long, the man transformed into a terrifyingly tall serpent-like creature, his eyes devoid of any glimmer of intelligence, filled only with brutality and madness. The woman in black was taken aback by the horrifying transformation. "What is this ghastly situation?" Bruce's voice resonated in her ear. "Genetic experimentation. It seems some have not abandoned the endeavor to replicate Dr. Erskine's super soldier serum." The woman, clutching her prominent assets, remarked, "You truly could scare someone to death." Bruce turned and replied, "My objective has been achieved. It is time to depart." Chapter 9. The battle against the serpent-human. Depart? Bruce said nonchalantly, "My goal has been accomplished. There is no need to continue taking risks." The woman in black gazed at Bruce. "Hey, we cannot allow such a monster to roam freely in the city." Bruce approached her, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. "Since when did the infamous thief Black Cat start caring about the safety of the city?" He looked at her and inquired, "Do you have any intelligence on this creature? Are you aware of the mechanisms behind its genetic alterations? Do you know its physical capabilities and weaknesses?" Then, turning away, Bruce stated, "My target is the kidnapped child. This creature does not fall within my scope this time, so it must be dealt with last. Without adequate preparation, I will not act recklessly." With that, Bruce proceeded towards the location he had just discovered. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed, and Bruce swiftly turned around to see a crimson tongue appearing between him and Black Cat. Bruce sighed, "We cannot escape now." Black Cat, puzzled, asked, "What do you mean?" "Serpents typically utilize heat sensing to locate their targets. My gear completely insulates against thermal leakage, making it nearly undetectable by any heat sensors. It is highly probable that your alluring battle attire has exposed us. Furthermore, serpents also track their prey through pheromones. And that tongue we just witnessed is the organ it uses to seek out its quarry." A sultry voice emerged from below. "Oh, it appears those two little mice have stumbled upon us. My darling has already detected them." Black Cat leaped back a step, resembling a genuine cat as she crouched low. "Are we being targeted?" Bruce confirmed, "Yes." A tremendous crash ensued, and Bruce was hurled by a crimson entity, crashing through a large hole. With a roar of fury, Bruce confronted the red figure before him. He drew a batarang, plunging it into the creature's flesh, yet there was no response. Due to alterations at the genetic level, has the mind been utterly obliterated? Bruce meticulously analyzed the characteristics of this individual. Then, with a powerful thrust of his legs, he rooted himself to the ground. 6 sharp spikes emerging from the soles of his feet, piercing into the earth and carving out 12 long trenches within the ventilation duct. In the final moment, Bruce was propelled out of the duct. He unfurled the cloak on his back, which opened countless small apertures. releasing scintillating sparks from within to provide Bruce with momentum in the air. The guards in the room, upon catching sight of Bruce, immediately turned their focus towards him. However, Bruce remained unfazed, expertly maneuvering his glider to trace a perfect arc in the low sky. He counted softly, 3, 2, 1. A few small spheres rolled out from the ventilation duct, followed by a cable entangling itself around a beam suspended from the ceiling. The black cat darted out of the duct like a shadow, pursued by the figure of the red serpent. Quickly, Bruce hurled 3 bat-shaped shurikens with all his might. Electricity surged through them, activating the steel balls thrown by the black cat. A sharp, buzzing sound pierced the air as an electric net unfurled, incapacitating everyone except for the woman in the green dress and the red serpent. Bruce hung upside down in the air, releasing his glider and plummeting towards the ground. As he fell, Bruce pressed a button, and suddenly, a plethora of pheromones emanated from his body, instantly attracting the serpent that exuded crimson tendrils. Drawn by the pheromones Bruce had actively released, the serpent lunged towards him. Bruce swiftly scanned several directions, raising his hand to fire his grappling gun once more. This time, he wielded not one, but 2 grappling guns simultaneously. He pulled forcefully, drawing 2 wooden crates, which had been pierced by the arrows of the grappling guns, towards him. They collided with the guards surrounding the black cat, toppling them over as they barreled towards Bruce. Meanwhile, Bruce's cloak trembled violently behind him, propelling his body upward by more than a meter. The 2 wooden crates were about to overlap. Bruce discarded the grappling guns and pressed another button. With another buzz, he activated the gravity generator on his belt, drastically increasing his weight as he plummeted towards the ground. Simultaneously, he swiftly launched the bat-shaped shurikens from his hand. As the scene returned to normal perspective, Bruce had already pinned the serpent beneath his foot, driving it into the solid earth, with several shurikens continuously embedding themselves into the serpent's heart. Helplessly pinned down by Bruce, the serpent could do nothing but howl in agony. Subsequently, Bruce delivered a powerful punch to the bat-shaped dart lodged within the solid muscle of its heart. The dart penetrated the organ, activated by Bruce's electrified fist, causing electricity to radiate from the heart throughout the entirety of its body. The serpent-like creature trembled and struggled on the ground, reverting to its original form, a frail old man strikingly resembling Mayor Born Harrow. Blood trickled from the corners of his mouth. His muscles became grotesquely contorted and swollen. Black Cat adjusted her attire and approached Bruce, inquiring, "What do you think of that move against this old fool? He has been irrevocably damaged at the genetic level." "The muscle dissolution is beyond salvation," Bruce replied. "What about you?" After a moment of contemplation, Bruce responded, "I see no reason to save him." He then asked, "And what of the woman?" Black Cat shrugged helplessly, saying, "Well, while you were showcasing your prowess, she managed to escape. Her techniques are rather peculiar. I couldn't intercept her." Bruce glanced around, remarking, "I never anticipated such a hidden place within Arkham Hospital. I must depart. I shall leave the remainder to the police." With that, Bruce approached the computer within the concealed laboratory. "Let me see," he murmured, his fingers deftly dancing across the keyboard. However, it appeared that the opposition had anticipated Bruce's pursuit of the data, as they were in the midst of deleting files and information. Bruce's technical skills were commendable, and he began to race against his unseen adversary. Approximately 10 minutes later, he cursed under his breath. Black Cat had moved beside him, casually resting her hand on his shoulder, asking, "What's wrong?" Bruce surveyed the screen, which displayed a solitary remaining file. "There is but one usable document left, though it is of little value." Today was far too rushed, granting them time to react. Black Cat, intrigued, queried, "Oh, what does this document entail?" Bruce cast a glance at her before responding, "You would not find it of interest. Consider it for your own good not to delve further." With this, Bruce scrutinized the document left on the screen, noting the title, Ophelia Sarkeesian. "Is it about the Hydra's queen, Viper?" Black Cat regarded him with a discontented look, retorting, "Did you find those children?" Bruce stepped away from the console, asserting, "Certainly. That is the very purpose of my mission." 10 minutes later, Bruce stood atop Arkham's rooftop, observing as officers escorted the children back. George approached Bruce, exclaiming, "Impressive work. Your first encore delivers such a tremendous surprise. Genetic modification, the mayor as the mastermind. Remarkable. Truly befitting of you." Bruce replied to George, "The mayor is not the true architect of this scheme. The real culprit lies elsewhere." George waved his hand and said, "I understand. It is evident that even the mayor's father has been transformed into a monster. The mayor cannot possibly be the mastermind behind this. I will keep you informed of any developments." He cast a glance at the Black Cat leaning against the wall by the rooftop entrance. The young lady appeared quite familiar. Observing the current circumstances, he remarked, "Well, tonight is not suitable for further pursuits. Our vehicle lacks the capacity." Bruce pressed the control panel on his arm and replied, "I will not be taking the mayor's father's remains. His genes have completely deteriorated and hold no further value for tracking. I will continue my investigation into the woman named Ophelia Salke. You might find a group called HYDRA at the World War II Museum, specifically in Captain America's section." George Stacy raised his hand, momentarily at a loss for words. After a prolonged pause, he finally uttered, "Damn it. So now the mafia no longer satisfies your thirst? Nazis. You know, since 2000, when I was 21, after a few years of collaboration, I began to think that perhaps I had grown accustomed to everything that transpired around you. Only now do I realize how naive I was." Bruce, unfazed by his old friend of 17 years, turned to the black cat and said, "Come, I shall take you home." The black cat, maintaining an upright posture, approached Bruce but replied, "My mother always advised me not to get into a man's car." Bruce replied nonchalantly, "That's splendid. Mine is an aircraft." As he spoke, a uniquely designed plane broke through the clouds, silently arriving above Arkham and opening its doors. "Let us go, unless you prefer to enjoy the breeze on the rooftop." Judging by the black cat's expression, she appeared unsettled. George Stacy shook his head and turned to descend the corridor. Chapter 10. The peculiar mansion of the affluent Bruce's batplane navigated through the clouds. The black cat suddenly exclaimed, "I've arrived." Bruce responded coolly, "Below is an artificial lake within a natural park. Are you implying that you are a stray cat?" The black cat stretched languidly and replied, "Indeed, and a stray cat who has committed misdeeds. Do you think a cat would reveal the location of its den to humans?" Bruce reduced the aircraft's speed, performed a circle, and gradually descended, saying, "Suit yourself. I am not particularly concerned." The black cat stood up, exited her seat, and remarked, "TSK, TSK, TSK. I cannot count how many times I have told you what a hopeless romantic you are." With that, she leapt from the open door of the plane. Bruce disregarded her, piloting the aircraft toward the estate. Upon landing, she swiftly returned home to change into an unremarkable denim jacket and set off in her intended direction. Bruce's aircraft glided into the estate, and with an untroubled demeanor, he removed his armor and placed the bat helmet on a nearby rack. He reached for the gauze and tweezers that rested beside the equipment stand. Skillfully, he stuffed the gauze into his mouth, raised his right arm, and with his left hand gripping the tweezers, he delved into the wound on his right side, extracting bullets as he walked. Upon reaching the control table, Bruce laid down the curved tray from his waist and used the tweezers to extract 4 bullets, placing them on the analysis station before discarding the tweezers and gauze into the now empty tray. He then retrieved a row of test tubes from the shelf beside the analysis table. The gunshot wound had been located. He removed the stopper from one and poured its contents into a nebulizer, subsequently spraying it onto his injury. At that moment, Bruce seemed to hear a voice that had vanished over a decade ago. "Master Wayne, I hope you remember that the reason the clotting spray lacks analgesic effects is that you wish to remind yourself through this pain not to return with wounds time and again. Alfred, must you utter such cold remarks?" Bruce's mouth opened to call out that name, yet no one responded. Silence enveloped him as several bats fluttered through the vastness of the cave, the pallid bulbs casting a stifling white light. Days later, early one morning, a blonde girl appeared at Wayne Manor, accompanied by a young boy with naturally curly hair. "I fail to understand why I must accompany you to this wealthy man's home to assist in tending to his family graveyard. I am but a standard patient." The blonde girl remarked at the boy, "Some individuals gallivant about, only to be captured by villains and subjected to experiments, having drawn so much blood. To ensure his nutritional needs are met, we must undertake some odd jobs to supplement our household income." The boy paused, then retorted, "I did it to protect the children who were taken." The blonde girl regarded the little tyke, saying, "Huh? You are just a child too." Continuing, she added, "All right, Bob. Do you comprehend how difficult it is to secure this job?" The lad known as Bob rolled his eyes, exclaiming, "Felicia Hardy. How would I know how hard it is to find work? I'm only 11. Felicia frowned, seemingly reminiscing as she explained to Bob, "The owner of this estate is Bruce Wayne, a tycoon of such wealth that you are already aware of his reputation. It is said that every year he hires someone to tend to the cemetery. The pay is generous, and the work is minimal, for he is rarely seen at his family's gravesite." Bob gasped, "How extravagant and rather callous. He hasn't appeared at his family's grave for a decade. So, why are we here so early?" Felicia shot him a glare, saying, "You have a second job to attend to. Arriving early allows us to finish our work sooner." Bob's eyes widened in surprise. "What? A job? At merely 11 years of age, I am expected to earn a living for my family?" Suddenly, He pointed to the side and exclaimed, "What is that?" "A large, dark object that resembles a bat." Felicia glanced back but saw nothing, then turned to Bob, saying, "Enough. I abandoned such childish tricks a decade ago. You should focus on mowing the grass." Bob grumbled as he and Felicia walked to the cemetery in the northwest corner of the estate. How delightful. Only 4 graves. Thomas Wayne, Martha Wayne, Alfred Pennyworth, and Natalia Petrova. Bob inquired, puzzled. "Honestly, I recognized the first 2. After all, their story was quite sensational, being from the previous generation of the Wayne family. But I have never heard of the last 2. Felicia shot him an exasperated glance. "Must I report every matter concerning the Wayne family to you?" Bob fell into contemplation. "Well, evidently, that is unnecessary. Now hurry up and trim." I got it. On the rooftop, Bruce removed his helmet. The gardener had arrived far too early this time. After uttering that remark, he turned and entered the hollow house, swiftly slipping into the bat cave that offered him a semblance of respite. The time for analyzing the tracker on the bullet should have been sufficient. Even HYDRA should have been nearly decrypted by now. The next step was to delve into the documents at hand. Emil Bronsky, a lieutenant of the British Royal Marine Corps raised in Russia, had been summoned by the Americans to participate in the hunt for the Hulk, otherwise known as Bruce Banner. He had engaged in 2 direct confrontations with the Hulk. The first had remained within the realm of normal human responses, while the second had been a deliberate provocation. During the third encounter, he was fully aware of Banner's potential transformation into the Hulk and the creature's formidable strength, yet he still dared to challenge Bruce Banner, even managing to knock him unconscious. This indicated that since their initial meeting, he must have undergone at least 2 injections of super soldier serum. But where did he acquire the super soldier serum? Curse it, why wasn't he a Marvel enthusiast back then? Was Ross the mastermind behind this operation? Thus, these super soldier serums must have been inferior products developed by that old coot. No wonder the hospital treatment records showed cases of bone fractures healing only to result in spinal deformities. This also elucidates how that wretch could possess such a spine after transforming into the Abomination. But who granted him the opportunity to become the Abomination? Further investigation is required. Chapter 11. The Nepalese guide monkey. As Bruce had anticipated, the bullet indeed contained some minor clues, yet it lacked the tracker he had hoped for. Nevertheless, the information embedded within was sufficient for him to uncover a multitude of leads. The residue of gunpowder and the rifling marks on the bullet should be analyzed first. The caliber of these bullets was quite peculiar, entirely inconsistent with any standard used by current military forces worldwide. In other words, they were not conventional active-duty calibers. I recall that during the moment of impact, I experienced a peculiar discomfort in my heart, as if the bullet were tainted with a toxin, potentially derived from the cardiac glycosides of foxglove. Bruce was uncertain. It seemed he had not encountered the practice of applying poison to bullets in quite some time. However, given his enhanced physique, the lethal dosage that would ordinarily bring about death in a typical individual appeared to have been metabolized before it could take effect. After a brief interval, a screen materialized on the computer, accompanied by a voice that announced, "Toxin confirmed. The substance is a glycoside derived from foxglove. Excessive use may lead to severe arrhythmia and subsequent death." Bruce fell into a momentary silence as he retrieved the specifics of the toxin. This particular variety of foxglove seemed rather rare. Soon, through his diligent search, he discovered a unique species that thrived solely in Innsbruck, Austria. After contemplating for a while, Bruce ultimately resolved to temporarily abandon his pursuit of HYDRA. He cast a glance over his shoulder at the profound void behind him. "I have more pressing matters to attend to." With that, he swept all the books from his study, sending them crashing to the floor, and slammed a hefty stack of documents onto the broad desk. He unfurled a meticulously detailed world map across the table and, grasping a marker, bent down to encircle a location on the map. First, New Mexico, then Austria, followed by Brazil. Bruce crossed his arms over his chest. How long did I remain in Brazil? He pondered, before returning directly to New York. Gently, he pinched his robust chin, contemplating. Suddenly, his eyes sparkled with realization, because in New York, there are individuals who can resolve my predicament. Yet, Bruce's thoughts quickly shifted to the terrifying power at hand. What other challenges could this individual possibly face? He reflected, the Hulk's strength is uncontrollable, which has transformed him from a leading scientist into a fugitive. Thus, he too must yearn to rectify this situation. Bruce summoned a computer. What led him to believe that he could find a solution in New York? Suddenly, he stumbled upon a particular entry in Banner's records. What is this? An encrypted chat channel? Regrettably, although Bruce had discovered Banner's communication pathway, he was unable to decrypt it. It appeared that the messages within this channel represented a pivotal turning point in the matter. With that thought, Bruce rose and swiftly made his way toward the entrance of the Batcave. Let me think. Upon entering, he approached the control panel. First, he adjusted the satellite parameters, beginning with the exposure levels of gamma radiation, then synchronizing and calibrating the settings to the gamma radiation values corresponding to locations where Banner had previously been. 11 satellites began to operate in unison, scanning every corner of the Earth. Has he ventured to Asia? Nepal, Kathmandu? One day later, Kathmandu. Bruce held a finely crafted smartphone in his hand, adorned in a black double-breasted trench coat, his feet clad in gray tactical boots, and a massive travel bag slung over his back. He glanced at the unpretentious custom-made watch on his wrist, and then looked up at the sun, which, while not dazzling, still cast its light upon him. He squeezed into the bustling crowd. As the city of light, Kathmandu enjoys a perpetual spring, serving as the capital of Nepal and its largest city. An ancient city with a history spanning over a millennium, it stands as a symbol of Nepal's rich cultural heritage, renowned for its exquisite architectural artistry and intricate wood and stone carvings. Thus, it attracts numerous tourists each year. Bruce surveyed his surroundings, a plethora of brick and wooden structures that, if ignited, could quickly become a conflagration. Suddenly, he realized he had unwittingly wandered into a narrow alley, likely pushed there by the throng of people. Just as he was about to turn and leave, a group of men clad in drab clothing encircled him, speaking in a somewhat unrefined Nepali dialect. This man appears quite affluent. Brother, lend me some money. Bruce assessed the number of individuals present and replied in impeccable Nepali. Well, I was just looking to inquire about local matters. This elicited laughter from the group of Nepali men who pointed at him, mocking his attempt at their language. This foolish fellow thinks we are here to guide him. Bruce chuckled lightly in response. Do you think I am here as a tourist? One of the Nepali men pointed at Bruce and cursed. Damn it, let's go. Bruce swiftly approached the man, delivering a punch to his face, followed by a kick to his calf. Ah, he cried out. Bruce then seized his wrist and hurled him around, scattering the onlookers. He forcefully tossed his backpack, striking one would-be catcher and sending him crashing into a wall, creating a sizable dent. Within 3 minutes, the 10 or so individuals surrounding Bruce lay sprawled on the ground. Moaning, Bruce lifted the writhing leader of the group. A bat-shaped dart lodged itself in the man's shoulder, eliciting a howl of pain. Has there been any doctor or similar personnel appearing recently? No medical license, yet proficient in skills. Speak. Yes. Nearby? I'll take you there. In the distance, atop a high-rise building, a team observed the scene through binoculars. Where did this tough character come from? Who knows? Don't focus on that. Keep an eye on the target. If his heart rate spikes above 200, we are finished. Through his earpiece, Bruce overheard this exchange and realized that his intended target, Bruce Banner, was indeed present in this very place. He found you, Banner. Under the guidance of a few monkeys, Bruce arrived before a rather humble abode. Is this the place? Yes, indeed. Bruce released his grip and withdrew the bat-shaped shuriken that was lodged in his shoulder. Off you go. Thank you, big brother. With that, the Nepalese monkey scurried away. Bruce gazed at the structure before him, pressed a button in his hand, and stepped inside. This fellow is heading towards his objective. Caution. Before the second individual could finish his warning, a tremendous explosion erupted nearby, plunging both of them into unconsciousness. Chapter 12. The Shield's operations within a clandestine base. A striking female agent clad in a form-fitting suit strode in briskly, exclaiming, "The Hulk observation team has encountered an issue. They lost contact half a minute ago." The one-eyed agent in a black leather jacket turned to his capable assistant. "Calm down, Agent Hill." Hill flipped her tablet around to face Nick. "This is the last recorded footage from their device. How on earth did Bruce Wayne end up in such a wretched place? And this?" Hill manipulated the tablet to play a video of Bruce single-handedly confronting 17 adversaries. "Oh, look at this charming little rascal. He shouldn't be just a debonair playboy." Nick rolled his eyes. "Come on. I've known this guy has been that impressive for over a decade. Assemble a team. We're moving out." Bruce Banner, currently a wanted fugitive in the United States, holds 7 doctoral degrees in fields such as nuclear physics, radiophysics, biochemistry, engineering, robotics, computer science, and mathematics. He was commissioned by General Thaddeus Ross to replicate the super soldier serum from World War II as part of the Army's biochemical enhancement project. A grizzled man observed Bruce Wayne from the shadows, nervously adjusting his ears, and inquired, "Who are you, and how did you find me?" Bruce emerged from the shadows. "My identity is of little consequence. What matters is who you are. I am well aware of you. I wish to know who assisted you in suppressing your abilities back in New York." Banner's expression remained unperturbed as he approached the apothecary table, selecting herbs while stating, Once he divulged that information, you might as well give up. Bruce stepped closer to Banner. What? Someone like you actually cares about this? Without flinching, Banner continued grinding the herbs with his rudimentary medical tools. For your sake, it would be best not to speak to me in that manner, or else. Or else what? Are you going to kill me as you did the thousands of residents in Manhattan's Midtown and Harlem? Banner paused momentarily, then replied. Whether I kill you or not is not mine to decide, since you know everything about me. You should also be aware that there is another version of me sleeping here. He gently tapped his chest and remarked, you know, generally speaking, a cancer patient's own words about their condition hold little weight. Bruce gazed at Banner and stated, I have no interest in your Hulk theory regarding cancer. Now, either you tell me who assisted you in overcoming your transformation issue, or a flicker of green glimmered in Banner's eyes. Or what? Bruce swiftly approached Banner, raising his hand to inject a vial of green liquid directly into the vicinity of Banner's heart. If that fellow shows his face again within 3 days, I will change my surname to Banner. He tightened his grip around Banner's neck. By the way, your 7 degrees mean nothing to me. Now, tell me where that person is. As Bruce choked Banner, lifting him off the ground, Banner stammered, he's innocent. Bruce laughed. Innocent? Do you honestly believe that an individual with powers identical to yours would just appear out of nowhere in a crowded area and engage you in a fight? Did that individual miraculously acquire such abilities after a random altercation? He continued, it was Blonsky, with a gun pointed at his head, without raw materials. Even if I aimed a gun at his entire family, I could never create a monster like you. Tell me, where is he? Bruce roared. Suddenly, a voice echoed from outside. Without turning his head, Bruce spun around and hurled a bat-shaped projectile. The door was kicked open, and Nick Fury strode in, accompanied by a squad of HYDRA agents, clutching the bat-shaped projectile that Bruce had thrown. It's best not to throw such dangerous items around. If you happen to kill him, and your technology fails, releasing that hulking creature would complicate matters considerably. Bruce did not glance at Fury but instead held on to a bat-shaped projectile, loudly questioning. The emergence of a Blonsky only indicates that this world cannot have just one Blonsky. Bruce Banner, you have 30 seconds. With that, he thrust a bat-shaped projectile into Bruce Banner's thigh. The excruciating pain jolted Banner's mind into sharp clarity. This time, just as the man had said, the Hulk remained eerily quiet, showing no signs of awakening. The blood streaming from his thigh made Banner acutely aware that this billionaire was indeed willing to kill him. All right. I call him Mr. Blue. His name is Samuel Stearns, a scientist. Bruce released Banner, gently straightening his disheveled clothing before retrieving a syringe containing an antidote, spraying it onto Banner's thigh. Then, he pulled out a thick stack of cash from his wallet and tossed it to Banner. This is $30,000. To cover the cost of your pants and the table. With that, Bruce picked up his backpack from the floor and walked out. The door was not damaged by my kick. Let them compensate for it themselves. Fury whistled. Hey, how much is this spray? We could purchase it in bulk. Bruce replied coldly, not for sale. He then exited Banner's cabin. Nick Fury glanced at Bruce's retreating figure, cursing under his breath. Bruce turned back, casting a sharp glare at Fury. Fury extended a hand, nodding in resignation. All right, my fault. Initially displeased, Banner's mood inexplicably lifted upon receiving $30,000. He then fixed his gaze on Nick Fury. Although he was elevated by the boss's mention, he was acutely aware of who had truly broken the door. Fury watched Bruce leave, muttering in frustration. Turning back, he encountered Banner's intense gaze and, with a sigh of exasperation, retrieved his wallet, extracting 5 crisp $100 bills. $500, that's all I've got. Banner looked at the $30,000 in his hand and the $500 in Fury's. At that moment, he remained silent. Yet his thoughts were laced with profanities. Fury, noticing Banner's hesitation to take the money, exclaimed, What? You expect me to pay you thousands for a rickety old door? I'm not some damn billionaire. Just because he is foolishly wealthy doesn't mean I am. With a hint of regret, Banner accepted the $500. Fury, growing familiar, draped an arm around Banner, saying, Of course, I hope you can understand. That guy has some very close friends and a large number of employees who were caught up in the Harlem battle. So it's quite natural for him to be a bit agitated. I trust you can appreciate that, right? Banner, somewhat dazed, replied, I suppose. Fury continued, Excellent. The military has been stalling for you, as you know. Banner shot Fury a look of skepticism, but chose silence. Fury, reading his expression, understood his disbelief. Please, do you think it takes months for the military to track you down without us? Without our help, they could find out what you eat, where, and which girl you're rolling around with in just 2 days. Banner, momentarily stunned, nodded, I haven't rolled in a while, but thank you nonetheless. Chapter 13. The Birth of 400 Ants. Tribhuvan International Airport, Kathmandu, at the boarding gate. It remains a mystery how Fury managed to negotiate, but evidently, the issues with Banner had been resolved. He strolled over to Bruce's side, unabashedly stating, "You might consider being a tad less abrasive with that fellow. After all, he did help to thwart the abomination." Bruce remarked, "That is precisely why he is able to stand there and converse with me." Every second of hesitation before his arrival meant dozens, if not hundreds, were injured. So, enlighten me, aside from that fool Ross, who is the true instigator of this situation? Fury shrugged. "Come on, it couldn't possibly be me." Bruce gazed at the dark, ominous figure beside him. "I am well aware of your kind. Those who have lurked in the shadows for decades, seemingly accustomed to a life of rodents. Under the guise of saving the world, you shamelessly amass extraterrestrial resources and weaponry. Believe me," Bruce fixed his gaze upon Nick Fury, "to toy with that which you cannot comprehend ultimately renders you a mere plaything. And that fate awaits you, Nick Fury." Nick Fury remained silent for a prolonged moment before finally responding. "Your words are indeed piercing." Bruce let out a cold laugh. "You understand my meaning. The truth is often painful." With that, he stepped aboard his private jet. Nick Fury shoved his hands into the pockets of his trench coat, muttering to himself, "What a heartless bastard." He then turned to Agent Hill. "You heard what this guy just said, didn't you?" A monotone voice crackled through the earpiece. "Yes. Then I would appreciate it if you could investigate the implications of his words. You know what I mean." "Understood." Nick Fury rubbed his solitary eye, exclaiming, "Damn it. I have to make another trip to the Middle East. There's a genuine playboy I need to rescue. Why can't this Tony Stark learn from Bruce Wayne?" Suddenly, he paused in contemplation. "Oh well, perhaps being a playboy is the less troublesome path for me." With that thought, he boarded the Quinjet parked nearby. "Let us head home." "Agents." Received. Meanwhile, in Oscorp Tower, within Kurt Connor's office, an aggressive man of Indian descent approached the one-armed scientist. "You are aware that we recently cracked that case." Behind his glasses, Kurt Connor's eyes blazed with fury. "You orchestrated that case." The Indian man waved dismissively. "How can you say that? We merely provided a modicum of assistance, such as your algorithm." Kurt Connors interrupted angrily. "I told you the algorithm is not mature enough." The Indian man remained unfazed. "Do you think we spared your life instead of Benjamin Parker's for no reason? You possess far less of a scientist's conscience, don't you? Otherwise, decades ago, it wouldn't have been you collaborating with us." Kurt Connors inhaled deeply. Even he could only tolerate so much indignation before snapping back. Just as he was about to retort, the man continued, "Enough. We cannot afford to wait any longer. You know Norman-esque condition. He is nearing his end. I need you to produce results swiftly." Kurt Connors took another deep breath, declaring, "I will expedite the next phase of experimentation." However, the Indian man raised a hand, halting Connors' movements. "No, we require you to commence human trials. That would be the quickest method, would it not?" Connors, filled with trepidation, exclaimed, "Are you not aware of that monstrous serpent creature?" Suddenly, the phone in Connors' office rang. "Connors," he replied, exasperated. "Dr. Connors, all the radioactive spiders have been exterminated." "What?" Connors gazed in shock at the man of Indian descent before him. The man, however, appeared utterly indifferent as he continued, "You know, these spiders offer no benefit to our research. Their offspring will inherit the same undesirable traits, which cannot be accepted, inherited, or improved upon in terms of their unique internal factors. They are utterly useless to us, and we spend a considerable sum each year to maintain them. You always speak of opportunities, but we can no longer afford to wait for yours." With that, Connors turned away, leaving no room for rebuttal. As he reached the door, he glanced back at Connors, who stood alone in the shadows, and said, "Remember, tomorrow we commence human trials, starting with the Veterans Hospital. Also, have someone adjust the lighting in your office. It's too dim." With that, he departed. Connors watched the Indian man leave, silently toying with a desk ornament in his hand. At that moment, he felt akin to that ornament, manipulated by the formidable hand known as Osborn, languishing in the shadows for over 20 years. It was also on this night that the gears of fate began to turn for a young man named Peter Parker. Sullenly, Peter sat on the subway heading home, having been spotted by a goddess as he stealthily infiltrated Osborn's internship program. After a sharp pain shot through his neck, he found his mind engulfed in a fog. For reasons unknown, he had fallen into a deep slumber on the New York subway at just past 8 in the evening, his mind replaying the astonishing scenes he had witnessed earlier that day at Osborn Industries. Structurally, the machine that resembled a loom produced threads that appeared to be a form of biologically engineered cabling, presumably modified spider silk. However, given that spider silk itself is a naturally occurring material with extraordinary tensile strength, This application was not entirely unreasonable. At that moment, he sensed something peculiar approaching him. Suddenly, a chilling draft prickled his skin, jolting him awake. To his astonishment, a bottle of ice-cold beer rested atop his head. He sprang up abruptly, pressing himself against the upper section of the subway car. Gazing down at the frightened young delinquents below, Peter Parker momentarily found himself at a loss for what was happening. It was only when he instinctively sensed that his current state was far from ideal that he gradually lowered his legs from the top of the subway car. Then, he released his grip and landed steadily on the ground. The nearby ruffian observed Peter's vigor and felt his pride wounded, prompting him to seek retribution. Chapter 14. Stacy's Embarrassment. There is no need to elaborate on the subsequent events. As a boy endowed with fated powers, Peter Parker found himself effortlessly overcoming several small-time thugs. Thus, after a comical yet chaotic skirmish, Peter, bewildered and apprehensive about his current predicament, meandered homeward. Upon entering, he found his uncle anxiously tapping his shoes against the floor. He hastily made his way to his desired destination, Aunt May's sacred domain, the kitchen. While Peter prepared for his self-reflection, Bruce returned to New York once more. Wayne Manor. Mr. Blue, Mr. Blue, Mr. Blue. Bruce contemplated the information obtained from Banner, a mysterious scientist from an unknown laboratory. Well, this news was nearly devoid of substance, yet not entirely fruitless. Bruce's fingers danced swiftly over the keyboard, unlocking a sequence of codes that led him to a chat room. There it was, Bruce Banner's chat room. And damn, I regret not watching more films. Found you, Mr. Blue. Samuel Stern, a self-taught scientist of dubious origins? Bruce was uncertain, but at that moment, he lifted his gaze to behold a beam of white light piercing through the dark clouds above, illuminating a visible pathway that revealed a symbol, the bat signal. On the rooftop, Sheriff Stacy stood with arms crossed, gently tapping her bicep. Moments later, Bruce appeared behind her. What's the matter, Sheriff? Stacy rolled her eyes and replied. You think I wanted to seek you out? This is the information you requested. At my level, I only know that several former HYDRA scientists were secretly recruited, but I'm unaware of their current departments. Bruce nodded, responding, that will suffice, Sheriff. I'll handle the rest. Additionally, I need you to look into this. Stacy merely glanced at the name and remarked, Samuel Stern, a fellow from a few years back. He used to work at a factory, but for some unknown reason, he abruptly quit and vanished. When he reappeared, he exhibited signs of radioactive contamination and was imprisoned by the military. He mysteriously disappeared from prison last year, and the police are currently investigating. Do you have information on this individual? Bruce nodded again, saying, one of the two monsters from the Harlem battle 3 years ago was his creation. Suddenly, the rooftop door swung open. Sheriff, Bruce quickly pulled up his cloak and pressed himself against the wall. Stacy remained unperturbed, asking, what is going on? Yesterday, our personnel received an emergency call reporting a shooting. The assailant hastily fled the scene, and the search efforts persisted until this morning. We discovered that the perpetrator was likely the individual we have been pursuing for quite some time, known as Starscar. It seems he intended to enter a shop to procure some beer, but encountered an obstructive elderly gentleman upon exiting, which led to a fatal altercation. Stacy, looking exasperated, remarked, you all need to prepare yourselves. I will be descending shortly to notify the search team. Furthermore, do we have any information regarding the victim? Yes, there is. The victim is Ben Parker, a member of the Wayne Group's driver team. His familial relations include his wife, May Parker, and a nephew named Peter Parker, who attends Midtown High School, among other details. Stacy cast a glance towards Bruce's location, followed by a piercing stare directed at the clumsy individual. What do you mean by among other details, officer? May I inquire as to what such a vague phrase signifies when uttered by one of the nation's most esteemed officers? The unfortunate soul seemed oblivious to the sheriff's current sentiments and merely responded, you know, Stacy interjected with a loud reprimand. Is this your level of diligence in the face of a homicide? Among other details? Perhaps his nephew offended someone at school, leading to the involvement of Starscar? Or maybe his wife crossed paths with Starscar, provoking this attack? Stacy was acutely aware that such possibilities were nearly non-existent. Yet this did not deter him from chastising the officer, especially since he had just confidently assured that his team was actively pursuing leads, only to be met with such vague responses. Sheriff Stacy's face reddened with anger. Now, return to the office and thoroughly investigate any potential grievances between Starscar and Ben Parker. Look into whether his nephew has had any conflicts at school and whether his wife has encountered any issues at work. Do you understand? The officer immediately straightened and saluted Stacy before pivoting and hastily descending the rooftop, his expression tinged with bitterness. Once the sound of his footsteps faded completely, Bruce emerged. The investigation is ongoing. Stacy shot him a glare and replied, enough. If you have nothing pressing, depart swiftly. I have matters to attend to. Bruce tossed a small disc towards him. This contains a portion of the information regarding the organization that appeared at the hospital the other day. Given your standing, it would be prudent to avoid direct confrontation with them for the time being. However, exercise caution. Their reach is extensive, and they operate covertly. Stacy grasped the disc, nodding in acknowledgement. I will remain vigilant. Upon lifting his gaze once more, he noticed that Bruce had vanished without a trace. Damn it. That guy always evades my opportunity to retaliate. Stacy scanned the area but found no sign of him, begrudgingly making his way downstairs. Meanwhile, Bruce unfurled his gliding wings, soaring through the skies of New York City. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the air. He turned, making his way towards the source of the cry, which emanated from a low building nearby. From his elevated vantage point, he observed a scene unfolding below. A young man clad in a hooded cloak approached a figure who exuded a menacing aura. Bruce gently gathered his cape, crouching in the corner of the rooftop. The youth shouted, "What? Do you only prey on the elderly and women?" With a forceful shove, he slammed the man against the wall. Bruce immediately straightened his posture. Such strength. This lad was no ordinary individual. After delivering a series of one-sided blows, the young man finally pulled back the assailant's left sleeve, revealing a pale wrist. He released his grip, only to realize he was now surrounded. He took off running. Chapter 15. The Art of Vertical Space Traversal. Bruce's gaze was fixed upon Peter Parker, who was swiftly leaping across the rooftops. At that moment, a sharp sensation pierced Peter's mind, akin to a resounding bell, causing every hair on his body to stand on end, as if he were being watched. Turning instinctively, he spotted a man clad in a black bat cloak standing directly across from him. Suddenly, a commotion erupted behind him. The pursuers had caught up, leaving the inexperienced Peter Parker feeling flustered. At that instant, Bruce hurled a specially designed bat-shaped projectile. The edges were dulled, yet the unique material granted it remarkable elasticity, allowing it to ricochet off several assailants before returning to Bruce's grasp. The thugs that had lunged at Peter Parker collapsed to the ground. Peter turned to regard Bruce, who was shrouded in shadow. Through his superhuman senses, he discerned every minute detail of Bruce's figure. Bruce addressed Peter, "Hey, kid." Peter, feeling somewhat sullen, replied, "What? Do you have some advice?" After a brief silence, Bruce responded, "If you wish to become a creature of the night, don a mask." Peter glanced at the scattered thugs, declaring, "I'm not afraid of them." Bruce studied Peter's expression. Heh. Peter, still grappling with the grief of losing his uncle and the overwhelming swell of his newfound powers, felt discomfort at Bruce's demeanor. "What is so funny?" Bruce spoke gently. "The purpose of a mask is not to shield you. It is to protect those you cherish. They may not be your adversaries beneath the mask, but believe me, child, there will be times you cannot manage alone." With that, Bruce unfurled his gliding wings and soared into the distance. Peter watched Bruce's retreating figure. Hey. However, not a single response was received. At that moment, the wooden structure beneath Peter gave way, causing the ceiling to collapse and plunging him into an underground fighting club. It appeared distinctly unsanctioned. Yet, due to recent crackdowns, these clandestine establishments were either closing their doors or suspending operations. Only the most reckless dared to provoke danger in such times. Aside from the military, it was one of the most formidable factions in New York, especially given the recent acquisition of advanced weaponry and equipment from the Wayne Group. Peter gazed at the gladiatorial masks adorning the walls, as if something within him had ignited, resonating with the essence of that imagery. Upon returning home, he powered on his makeshift computer, cobbled together from discarded parts. He hastily typed a few words: "A man in a bat suit in New York City at night." The search engine yielded results. Is Batman back? A decade has passed. Does he truly exist? Reality or illusion? The enigma of the vigilante, fighting valiantly in the shadows? The Dark Knight, a guardian in the darkness, selflessly devoted. I have seen Batman with my own eyes. Astonishing. A man in a bat suit committing such acts at night. New York's top urban legends, extraterrestrial specters, the truth behind the Dark Knight's rise. Peter Parker sifted through a plethora of news articles. Historical events. The decline of New York's most notorious mafia in 2004. The fall of the Falcone family, marked by the tragic incident at the clock tower involving Ukrainian pianist Natalia Petrovna. This case undeniably heralded the downfall of the Falcone family, leading to numerous charges, including murder, being levied against the new head of the notorious New York crime syndicate. Allegedly, the legend of Batman intertwined with this narrative, as Natalia Petrovna met her demise atop a spotlight emblazoned with the bat symbol. Peter Parker reflected on the information he had gathered, resting his chin on his hand, lost in thought. After parting ways with Peter, Bruce suddenly sensed an unsettling aura and quickly turned around, only to find a bullet hurtling towards him. Instantly, Bruce reacted, deploying his gliding wings, albeit somewhat unsteadily, as he descended toward the ground. A specially designed bullet, damn it, could be discerned from the explosion's dust. Suddenly, Bruce clutched his neck. Neurotoxin? No. My mask is equipped with multiple filtration systems. Even without sealing my mouth and nose, it should have absorbed everything before the dust could reach me, discharging it from the distal end. How could it have infiltrated my airways? Damn it, the toxin is affecting me. My mind is already growing sluggish. And I didn't even register that the mask's filtration system had been compromised by the bullet's explosion. Abruptly, Bruce looked up to see a squad emerging around him. Indeed, it is a trap. The small team comprises 10 individuals, among whom one stands out significantly in both physique and movement, clearly the leader. He approached Bruce, his voice deep and resonant. I apologize, this is not a matter of personal vendetta. He then struck Bruce in the abdomen with a powerful punch. Instantly, Bruce bent backward, deftly kicking away the electric baton that had been thrust towards him from behind, before pivoting to seize the assailant by the neck. Gritting his teeth as he exerted every ounce of strength to restrain him, then forcefully slammed him down. Simultaneously, an elbow strike followed swiftly, the edge of his forearm slicing through the muscle of another adversary. He then raised his leg and delivered a kick that shattered another's calf. After laboriously clearing a space for himself, Bruce retrieved a small capsule from the nano-storage belt at his waist and hurled it to the ground. A massive cloud of smoke erupted, and the team's leader, in exasperation, fanned the obscuring mist away, revealing a smooth, white surface beneath. He forcefully lifted his mask, gritting his teeth, and adjusted his earpiece. He has escaped. The intelligence you provided was utterly flawed. You said he was merely someone with partial super-soldier abilities, didn't you? How can a so-called partial super-soldier dispatch 5 of us while under the influence of a neurotoxin? I suspect his metabolic capacity is alarming, yet this reaction is beyond expectation. All right, we shall return. Ensure you verify the information before deploying us next time. He ended the call, gesturing to his team members, who swiftly closed in to regroup. Damn it. I recall they began researching Steve Rogers' serum, didn't they? He turned towards his vehicle, muttering, "Curse it. Next time I will capture you." Bruce fought against his overwhelming desire to succumb to sleep, remotely piloting the Batwing to retrieve himself. The vertical spatial transfer technology was not yet perfected, but given the current predicament, if he could not swiftly return for a simple remedy, he risked succumbing to the toxin along the way. The only recourse was to attempt this imperfect technology. However, should it fail and he end up in an unknown location, his return would require time. And Bruce Wayne could not afford to be absent from the public eye without reason, lest he raise suspicion. I distinctly remember being prepared for such an eventuality. Damn. What should I do? Bruce injected a composite vitamin solution into his body, which included a detoxifying agent. He swallowed a mixture of saline and a complex antidote. Shaking his head vigorously, he sought to regain a semblance of alertness. I believe I recorded a video in advance. I must send it to Ronald. 10 minutes later, Eddie Ronald was engaging in some beneficial office games with the former secretary, Shun, when suddenly, the sound of a notification echoed from his computer. Eddie lifted his head and gently patted Shun's golden hair, saying, "Jeannie, hold on a moment. My boss has messaged me." He rolled his eyes, shook himself slightly, and hastily approached the computer to open Bruce's chat window. "Hey, Eddie. I haven't been feeling too cheerful lately, so I'm taking a little break." On the video, Bruce adorned his neck with a large, vibrant floral lei. He wore an orange beach t-shirt and sported sunglasses. Bowing slightly towards the camera, he continued, "You know, I'm off to Asia. Please don't bother me. I'll be back in a few months, so the decision-making for the company will rest with you during this time. Promise me, don't let things fall apart before I return, all right?" Eddie Ronald raised an eyebrow, lightly patted his fitted skirt, and murmured, "Hey, darling. I'm about to take off." Chapter 16. Parallel Universe. Bruce fought to keep himself awake. After repeatedly confirming that he could not return to the Batcave at a normal speed, he clenched his teeth and pressed the button on the Batplane. "Are you sure you want to utilize vertical space traversal technology?" Bruce gritted his teeth as his consciousness began to blur. "Yes, vertical space traversal, initiate." As the technology engaged, Bruce felt the Batplane shake violently. His head slammed against the seat, and then everything went black. Within Wayne Manor, a light abruptly flickered on in one of the rooms. Alfred, with his hair now grizzled, swiftly sat up in bed. As a seasoned veteran, he was often disturbed by the slightest sounds in the night. He quickly retrieved his well-polished Beretta 92 from the drawer. A traditionalist at heart, Alfred preferred this firearm for its precision, sensible design, and lack of ostentation. He often pondered the utility of a pistol that was excessively flashy. He pulled back the slide of the 92 and cautiously approached the front door. After listening intently for a moment and confirming that there was merely a subdued breathing outside, he stealthily maneuvered to the rear window, gently opened it, and eased his feet down onto the lawn. In a swift motion, Alfred emerged, aiming the 92 at the anticipated location, and shouted, "Freeze." There, he beheld a man cloaked in black, sprawled on the steps of the front door, with the Batplane's hatch wide open behind him. The iconic attire invoked a sense of absurdity within Alfred's heart. "You must be jesting with me." Alfred cautiously approached Bruce, who lay prostrate on the ground, pressing a firearm against his lower back. As he turned him over, he ensured the gun remained firmly trained on Bruce's form. Yet, the lower half of Bruce's face revealed his identity to Alfred at a glance. Though his eyes were tightly shut, it was still evident that this man was Bruce Wayne, the very individual whom Alfred had devoted his life to serving. "Master Wayne," he murmured, lifting the unconscious Bruce, and with a determined kick, he forced open the grand door. Swiftly, he entered the master bedroom, gently placing Bruce upon the bed. With a careful hand, he lifted Bruce's eyelid. The pupils showed no sign of dilation, yet a slight cyanosis was evident on his lips and nail beds, accompanied by abnormal muscular tremors. Was it a neurotoxin? Alfred drew a vial of blood from Bruce's arm and hurried to the long-abandoned Batcave, activating the power with a nostalgic glance at the armor nearby. He then placed the blood into the analyzer. Grabbing the toxin inhibitor, a technology sourced from Mr. Freeze, Victor Fries, one of Bruce Wayne's many trophies, Alfred prepared the serum. The purpose was to temporarily reduce Bruce's bodily functions to a near-comatose state. After analyzing the components of the toxin that had afflicted Bruce, Alfred meticulously concocted the antidote and administered it to him. Approximately half a minute passed before the anomalies in Bruce's body began to fade. Alfred let out a gentle sigh of relief as he approached Bruce's bedside, pulling the covers over him. He then extinguished the room's light and retired to his own quarters. As Bruce opened his eyes, he was greeted by the familiar sight of a white silk comforter atop an opulent European-style bed. A lavish chandelier hung silently from the ceiling, while an outdated bedside lamp and an expensive custom Persian rug adorned the floor. Opposite the bed, a large oil painting commanded attention, alongside a grand vanity mirror tucked in the corner and a floor crafted from natural teak, embellished with hand-painted patterns. Bruce pressed his palm against his forehead, the after-effects of the neurotoxin weighing heavily upon him. This nostalgic yet outdated decor still emanated warmth. It must be the style of the Wayne Manor before it was consumed by flames. A treasure passed down since my grandfather's era. With this thought, Bruce suddenly sprung upright. He hastened to the fireplace and retrieved a poker. Just as he was about to exit, he heard the sound of steady footsteps, as if someone were carrying something. The footsteps grew nearer. With the poker in hand, Bruce stealthily approached the door. As it swung open, an elderly man clad in butler attire stepped into the room. And in that instant, Bruce seized him by the throat. The Wayne Manor has long been consumed by flames. How is it that this place bears an identical decor to the master bedroom of Wayne Manor? Who are you? What is this place? Even the battle-hardened Alfred, taken by surprise, struggled to react as Bruce swiftly subdued him. Coughing, Bruce's first instinct upon hearing a familiar voice was to tremble, causing the tool he held to clatter to the ground with a metallic thud. "Alfred, how could you?" Alfred set down the bread and ham omelet he was holding. Observing Bruce's demeanor, taking note of the graying hair that had almost entirely turned black due to the serum's alteration. "You must have endured much over the years," Bruce murmured. "This cannot be." Alfred, observing Bruce's state, replied lightly, "You once told me here, everything is possible." Bruce paused, realization dawning upon him. "Here? So, a parallel universe? I thought it would take me years to achieve this." Alfred retrieved the tool from the ground and returned it to the fireplace, addressing Bruce with a tone of concern. "From your words just now, I can discern the nature of life in Wayne Manor under your stewardship. However, I hope you will show compassion towards this historic building that has stood for nearly a century." After a prolonged silence, Bruce finally mustered the courage to ask, "Where am I?" Alfred gazed at him for a moment before responding, "You are right here, sir." Bruce stepped forward, looking at the elderly man now adorned with white hair, and inquired, "You understand what I am asking, Alfred? Where is the version of me in this world?" Alfred met Bruce's gaze and replied, "As I said, you are right here." Chapter 17. What should I do? Alfred guided Bruce slowly to a grave, neatly aligned with the tombstones of Martha Wayne and Thomas Wayne. Apart from the two principal words inscribed, Bruce could perceive nothing else. Bruce Wayne, He murmured after a moment of silence. How could this be? Alfred gently caressed the gravestone, revealing that he often visited, keeping the site impeccably clean. He softly uttered a single word, cancer. Closing his eyes, Alfred continued, even Batman is not immune to all ailments. Yet, with the resources of the Wayne family, he had countless opportunities to cure his terminal illness, but ultimately he chose to refuse. Bruce gazed at the version of himself now resting beneath the earth, filled with unanswered questions, and asked, why does this city no longer need Batman? He looked at Alfred in astonishment. As a creature that can only traverse the night, Batman persistently battles the criminals of New York City. Yet the darkness enveloping this metropolis remains unvanquished. Alfred bears a sorrowful expression, pondering time and again whether his actions truly hold significance. Bruce, with deliberate steps, arrives at the tomb of another version of himself, gently caressing the stone, lost in thought. He muses, in the past. I too entertained similar notions until I paid a price so profound it etched itself into my memory. Time and again, my confrontations were mere trivial pursuits in the eyes of those adversaries. Thus, after that fateful encounter, I resolved to achieve a conclusive victory. Alfred regards Bruce, refraining from further inquiries, and simply asks, what compels you to don that cursed cape once more? Bruce falls silent, gazing upwards at the brooding sky, before finally responding, responsibility. Alfred, responsibility. Upon returning to Wayne Manor, Bruce settles onto the sofa, awaiting the completion of the Batmobile's self-diagnostics. He needs to uncover the root of the issues to enhance the vertical leap technology and effect repairs, enabling his return home. Suddenly, his attention is drawn to a news segment on the television. Spider-Man strikes again, thwarting the Green Goblin's nefarious plot. Bruce rises, observing the peculiar red and blue figure on the screen, instinctively sensing something amiss. He calls Alfred. Alfred. The ever-diligent Alfred, commanding the servants and chefs in the kitchen, promptly emerges. Yes, Master Wayne. I'm here. Bruce does not turn but instead fixates on the television Spider-Man, inquiring, who is this individual? Alfred glances at the screen before replying. Spider-Man, a new hero emerging in New York City, appearing several years ago, elusive like yourself, as you well know. With that, he returns to the kitchen to continue overseeing the meal preparations. Bruce, cocooned in the depths of the sofa, appears almost engulfed by it. Alfred calls out, Master, it's time for lunch. Bruce hesitates momentarily before rising and looking at Alfred, softly uttering, all right, Alfred. He casts one last glance at the agile Spider-Man on the screen, deftly evading a barrage of gunfire, and then follows Alfred into the dining room. The long table is adorned with a splendid array of dishes. Bruce accompanies Alfred to the head of the table, taking up his knife and fork. With a self-deprecating smile, he remarks, to be honest, it has been quite some time since I last dined here. Alfred, with a fork, selects the finest piece of meat and gently places it on Bruce's plate. Well, I suppose you must be reminiscing, Bruce remarked with a faint smile. After enjoying a delightful lunch, Alfred lingered nearby, gazing toward the master bedroom, aware that the occupant within was likely in turmoil. With a sigh, he resumed his tasks. Bruce observed the agile figure clad in red and blue, making no move but simply watching as they skillfully maneuvered their body with delicate precision. Suddenly, Peter Parker felt a surge of alarm, glancing back and finding a rooftop to steady himself while scanning the surroundings. Noticing Peter's heightened vigilance, Bruce chose silence and turned to ascend into the invisible Batwing, returning to Wayne Manor. Upon entering, Bruce was greeted by Alfred's characteristic voice. Sometimes, I truly wish you could rest properly up there. After all, your biological clock is utterly disrupted, much like the persona you embody, active by night and dormant by day. Yet now, it seems you aspire to become a tireless machine. Bruce raised his gaze slightly, observing Alfred's snowy hair, and replied, I will, Alfred, I will. Alfred regarded Bruce for a moment before adding, just in case you wish to don that cape again tonight and relive old memories, here. He produced an item that Bruce recognized all too well. Bruce, somewhat perplexed, remarked, I haven't had a high-protein energy bar in ages. Alfred, slightly bemused, shrugged, ages? Very well, I'll leave it here. Take it if you wish. Thank you, Alfred, Bruce responded. Alfred met Bruce's gaze and stated, there's no need for thanks between us. You know I'm your butler. Bruce remained silent, accepting the composite product that Alfred had prepared, designed to stimulate muscle recovery and swiftly replenish his dwindling energy. It resembled protein bars, hence the mutual nomenclature between Alfred and Bruce. However, for 17 years, no one had prepared such items for Bruce. In the dark confines of the Batcave, Bruce leaned back in his chair, eyes shut. On one side, He could hear the anguished cries and wails of the people as Wayne Tower fell in Midtown Manhattan. On the other side was Alfred, holding the specially crafted protein bar and recognizing him at a glance. Bruce tugged at his hair in frustration. Chapter 18. From his own data analysis, thunder rumbled as a bolt of lightning struck, casting the already oppressive weather into deeper shadows. Soon, torrential rain began to pour. Bruce stood alone before the graves of the Waynes, letting the downpour drench him. Alfred opened the window and gazed at Bruce, who stood motionless before the cemetery. Letting out a sigh, he retrieved an umbrella from the cabinet. "Master Wayne," he called. Bruce remained silent, his gaze fixed on the cold gravestone. Alfred gently embraced Bruce, saying, "I do not know what troubles you, Bruce, but why not explore his memoirs before tormenting yourself? Perhaps they will provide the answers you seek." Bruce did not respond but hoarsely inquired, "Alfred, my mother Martha, is she in this world too?" Alfred tenderly cradled Bruce's head and replied, "I'm sorry, my child. She too cannot emerge from that alley." Bruce took a deep breath and said, "Let us go back, Alfred. I wish to reflect alone for a while." This time, however, Alfred did not heed Bruce's words. Just as he had 17 years prior, Alfred would never allow Master Wayne to face danger alone. Regardless of what kind of warrior or symbol of strength Master Wayne was at that moment, in Alfred's eyes, he remained the orphan of the Wayne family who had survived the crime-ridden alley. The moment Alfred had seen Master Wayne at the police station, he knew that the boy had left his soul there, alongside a couple named Thomas and Martha, lying in the blood-soaked mud, buried by a monster called Rage. Yet, God had granted him a second chance. After Master Wayne's demise, another version of him from a different world arrived, filled with confusion and uncertainty. As always, Alfred was unaware of the nature of Master Wayne's bewilderment. He would not share his troubles with Alfred. However, Alfred understood that only he could provide solace and peace to Master Wayne. He also recognized that the root of all his troubles lay in that dark cloak. Without it, many of Master Wayne's burdens could be alleviated. Yet, Alfred also knew that the cloak was the sole reason Bruce Wayne could persist in this city after the gunshots echoed from the alley. Alfred truly wished to set fire to the bat cave of that beach boy. Bruce, observing Alfred's robust figure, sensed determination in his silence. Alfred's strength, gentleness, and concern for him remained unwavering, irrespective of the universe or time, even if the cosmos were to reverse and repeat itself. The two towering men stood in silence before the gravestones. Finally, Bruce spoke, "You old coot." With that, he turned and walked toward Wayne Manor. Alfred shrugged and remarked, "I am but the eternal presence by your side, an unyielding specter of immortality." The two walked side by side through the rain-soaked, muddy grounds of Wayne Manor. With a forceful step, Alfred sent a splash of mud onto Bruce's back. Turning his head, Bruce swiftly reached out, and a clump of mud materialized in his hand, which he promptly flung, leaving a dark brown stain on Alfred's white shirt. "Ah, how swiftly retribution arrives," Bruce exclaimed. "Alfred, you shall select my attire for tomorrow. And as for today's garments, only you are fit to cleanse them." "Hey, is this a deliberate act of vengeance against me?" Bruce did not respond immediately, but pondered for a moment before saying, "Is it not evident?" Alfred smiled knowingly, and the two resumed their stroll, their shoulders brushing against one another. Bruce wiped his hair with a towel, carelessly tossing it onto a nearby chair. Gazing at the piles of documents before him, Bruce inhaled deeply and mused, "How did I not realize I possessed such a penchant for writing? What is this? A diary?" As he picked up a notebook, he discovered it contained not the expected entries of personal reflection, but rather a meticulously handwritten research log. Upon opening the first page, he was met with a striking line. "This is crucial information. Upon achieving success in my research, I promptly deleted all electronic records to safeguard against the day when someone might breach my firewall through digital means. Hence, I have opted for a completely handwritten record." Following this was an additional note penned with a different pen. "It appears my life is drawing to a close, yet what regrets do I harbor? This information shall forever reside in the Batcave, to be entrusted to Alfred, who will determine the right individual to share portions of it with, though perhaps, in the distant future, it may be but one person." As Bruce perused the document, he quickly scanned its contents, which left him momentarily speechless. He hastily checked the timestamps, realizing this was detailed data on parallel dimension travel 10 years prior. The revelation left Bruce astounded. He had dedicated 3 years to achieve his current accomplishments, initially embarking on research for time travel, only to unexpectedly attain the ability for interdimensional traversal. To think that such technology could have been developed a decade ago. While this world's Bruce had also maintained stability in his endeavors, albeit with a slightly longer timeline of 4 years and 8 months to reach present results. October 12th, Wednesday. Clear skies, Since the day I began studying physics, I have endeavored to mend the traumas of my childhood. A Smith Wesson 686 has been my constant companion since that day, until Alfred discovered it. My research has never ceased, yet the decay of New York continues to hinder my ability to dedicate time to systematic study. Fragmented progress yields no benefit to my investigations, but I must persist in my struggle. On Saturday, January 25th, under an overcast sky, despite the uninviting weather, I found a source of inspiration, a high school student from a disadvantaged background, yet rich in kindness. More importantly, he possesses an extraordinary ability akin to that of a spider, a power that is rare among the general populace. I must continue my examination, for I dream of a day in the future when I will have ample time to delve into my desired research. Bruce meticulously perused his research records, which were documented on days marked by significant technological or data advancements. Each entry began with personal reflections, followed by detailed data analysis. It appeared that both aspects were intertwined. In pursuit of time travel capabilities, he unexpectedly stumbled upon the ability to traverse parallel universes. As Bruce flipped through the pages, a disc quietly slipped from the stack. Puzzled, he wondered, what is this? Chapter 19. The last words of Bruce Wayne. Bruce picked up the disc, which bore no markings. He examined it closely before locating the disc reader on the control panel within the Batcave. He pressed the button and inserted the disc into the drive. The monitor gradually illuminated, revealing a face on the screen that bore a striking resemblance to his own. However, as it was his visage, Bruce immediately discerned the differences. His own eyes appeared slightly droopy, casting a shadow of melancholy upon his expression, while the figure on the video exuded a more vibrant demeanor. "Hello, it's me, well, the parallel universe version of myself," the figure greeted. Bruce jolted upright, his body instinctively leaning forward as he grasped a sharpened bat-shaped projectile nearby. The figure continued, "Do not be alarmed. I am already deceased. The blade of the bat-shaped projectile is coated with a potent tenfold equine tranquilizer, so be cautious not to cut yourself." Bruce inhaled deeply, then set the projectile aside. The video version of Bruce went on. "You must be wondering how I knew that another version of myself from a parallel universe would appear in my home. This is an emergency contingency plan, albeit one that strays from scientific ethics." With a wave of his hand, a row of petri dishes appeared behind him. "There are 71 petri dishes cultivating my cells, currently in a state of complete dormancy. Since discovering the existence of parallel universes, I have been preparing for this eventuality. Should an entity unlike you or me arrive in our world and obtain my manuscript, he would undoubtedly be compelled to peruse my research notes. There exist two versions, one discovered by myself and another provided by Alfred. I place my trust in Alfred, confident that he will accurately identify those worthy of reliance and subsequently hand them over. The version I unearthed lacks the essential core algorithms, and within it, the disks function as peculiar sensors, activating one by one to implant my memories into the petri dishes before the other party realizes, serving as my means of return and resistance. Conversely, the notes bestowed by Alfred function as sensors, verifying the correctness of your fingerprint the moment your finger grazes the disk reader switch, thereby activating the destruction system of the petri dishes, annihilating all unformed cells within. In truth, as I preserve this video segment, I possess an ominous premonition. There will inevitably come a day when an individual arrives, bearing a fate akin to mine. As a shadow that threatens this city, I find myself unable to extricate from this place. I have woven a vast net named fear, ensnaring not only those individuals, but also binding myself within it, akin to a vigilant watchdog, ensuring they do not betray even the most rudimentary of their conscience. At this juncture, his gaze abruptly shifted towards Bruce. From the video, it appeared as though their eyes locked onto one another. In this parallel universe, only my fingerprint could execute the aforementioned operations. I am aware you harbor numerous questions, such as why, with our grasp of biomedical technology, resolving the trivial matter of cancer is child's play, yet I chose to accept this fate. He glanced at a small emblem beside him, a black spider icon. In truth, I have always scoffed at notions of destiny, yet the moment my examination report emerged, I encountered this young man. The Bruce Wayne within the video waved the spider emblem in his hand. Peter Parker was originally an ordinary high school student, born and raised in New York City, residing in the Forest Hills of Queens, attending Midtown High School, often branded a bookworm by his peers. Orphaned, he was raised by Uncle Ben and Aunt May, distinct from the typical American white youth, passionate about learning but lacking prowess in sports. Consequently, while he was a high-achieving student favored by teachers, he was largely scorned by his classmates, frequently muttering that one day those who looked down upon him would come to regret their disdain. During a visit to a science exhibition, He was bitten by a mutated spider that had absorbed a significant amount of radiation, subsequently discovering that he could scale walls like a spider, with enhanced strength and speed. And possessing a spider sense to evade danger and ambushes, he showcased these advantages during a wrestling match, motivated by jealousy to earn money for a used car. Subsequently, utilizing his scientific intellect, he devised a web-shooting apparatus capable of launching an abundance of webbing, adorning himself in a tight-fitting suit of red and blue, and assumed the moniker of Spider-Man. However, during a televised performance, intoxicated by the adulation he received, he began to cultivate an inflated sense of self-worth. Unbeknownst to him, this arrogance led to the indirect demise of his Uncle Ben, who imparted the vital lesson that with great power comes great responsibility just before his passing. Thus commenced his nocturnal escapades. Throughout my extensive 3-year observation, he was the sole individual capable of passing my rigorous tests. After all, even when one's negative emotions are deliberately amplified, the gravest misdeeds amounted to merely purchasing a discounted suit from a thrift store, lightly bumping into someone at a bar, requesting a raise, and awkwardly dancing. How much worse could one truly be? In the video, Bruce from the parallel universe exhibited a faint glimmer in his eyes. Consequently, I began to ponder. Bruce, the protagonist, remained silent, lost in thought. At that juncture, Bruce from the parallel universe spoke. Why not consider entrusting significant responsibilities to the new generation? I conjectured that every Bruce Wayne ought to exist as a shadow looming over New York in his respective world. Why not adopt a different perspective? An entity capable of thriving in the sunlight, symbolizing new hope for the people of New York. I aspire to a day when a criminal is no longer necessary to suppress the evils of this place, but rather, individuals inherently embrace goodness, free from the coercion of violence. Thus, I chose to sponsor this young man. Wayne Enterprises shall support him in his educational pursuits. I envision a beautiful city, with countless souls emerging from the darkness. I see those for whom I sacrificed my life, living in tranquility and happiness. I do not demand much. I merely wish to hold a sacred place in their hearts and the hearts of their countless descendants. I hope they will forget the days ruled by the darkness of Batman, and instead cherish the new hope that is soon to dawn. What I have now accomplished far surpasses anything I have done before. The rest I shall obtain will be infinitely sweeter than all that I have known. Chapter 20. The dreamt life is about to begin. As Alfred entered, he noticed a distinct shift in the aura surrounding Bruce. Tentatively, he inquired, "Master Wayne?" Bruce suddenly exclaimed, "Alfred, what do you think of Argentina?" Alfred, taken aback by this unexpected question, replied, "What about Argentina?" Bruce gazed at Alfred earnestly and said, "El Caliphate. When I just returned to New York, you mentioned it. You adore the glaciers there. The Moreno Glacier, you know, in Argentina's National Glacier Park. We could also row on Lake Argentina and go fishing." Alfred was initially taken aback, then replied, "Indeed, that is the case, but regarding Wayne Enterprises." After contemplating Alfred's words for a moment, Bruce pondered the subsequent operations of Wayne Enterprises. Half a month passed, and Bruce's fingers danced rapidly across the keyboard. At last, he struck the final line of code. Done. He then rubbed his weary eyes. Alfred entered the room. "I thought you might prefer a workspace with better lighting," he remarked. Bruce glanced at the progress bar on his computer screen, chuckling. "I've occupied this space for nearly 2 decades. I still feel as though this is merely a dream." "It is truly wonderful to have you here, Alfred." Alfred set down a specially crafted beverage, designed to invigorate Bruce's weary body. "Honestly, I strongly advise you to get some rest. At this rate, I genuinely doubt you will make it to next month." Bruce drained the drink in one gulp, replying, "A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, Alfred. This is the pivotal moment. Trust me, I will manage swiftly." Suddenly, a cheerful notification chimed. Bruce exclaimed, "Look, it's finished." Alfred observed the numbers flashing on the screen, contemplating for a moment before asking, "I don't quite understand. What is this?" With a smile, Bruce explained, "It is a specialized program for frequency adjustment. I have modified the parameters of the 4th satellite. Do you recall the satellite I had Wayne Enterprises launch earlier?" Alfred nodded. "I do. Moreover, the satellite currently in question is one that I had Wayne Enterprises launch. To be precise, Wayne Enterprises is now my enterprise." Bruce hesitated slightly. Yes. I appreciate Mr. Pennyworth's substantial support. This satellite is equipped with a remote operating system, allowing me to adjust the equipment of the 4th satellite from Earth. After a slight modification, it, along with the 4th and 5th satellites, forms a communication matrix." A look of understanding illuminated Alfred's face as he asked, "Could you perhaps express that in simpler terms that an Englishman might comprehend?" "In essence, I have modified one satellite and launched another. thereby creating a communicator capable of facilitating dialogue with parallel worlds. Alfred, satisfied, replied, "Thank you." Bruce proceeded to transfer data to the study, meticulously selecting various items. Then patted Alfred on the shoulder, saying, "All right, Alfred, let us be off. Mr. Wayne, we have now established a connection with Mr. Stark from Stark Industries. And we have jointly launched a brand new completion series. Dressed in a black shirt and dark gray trousers, holding a cup of brewed goji berries, Bruce nodded intermittently. Finally, he added, "Apologies, Eddie, I must interrupt you for a moment. There is something I need to convey." As Eddie Ronald prepared to present his fervor to his boss, he was momentarily taken aback and inquired, "Is something wrong, Mr. Wayne?" Bruce, shaking the goji berries in his hand, replied, "Do you see this? It embodies the mystical powers of the ancient East. During my travels, a highly skilled traditional Chinese medicine practitioner informed me of my waning vitality. You understand? I intend to recuperate here for a while, and thus, I shall grant you complete autonomy." Eddie, taken aback by Bruce's words, struggled to believe them. After swallowing hard, he asked, "Complete autonomy, you say?" Bruce nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed. I shall provide you with $1 billion to manage at your discretion, and you will oversee all investments within the Wayne Group's billion-dollar realm." Eddie Ronald inhaled deeply, his face flushing with emotion. "Yes, sir, I will not disappoint you." Bruce gently raised his goji berry water and remarked, "Of course, you won't. I am well aware of your capabilities, Eddie. No need for formalities, just call me Bruce." He continued, "I also wish for you to understand that every Monday will be your designated time to report to me. After all, you do not hold any shares. However, if you can present me with the results I desire, I believe a 15 stake in the Wayne Group would be a fitting reward." Upon hearing this, Eddie, who had previously appeared somewhat hunched, instantly straightened. "Mr. Bruce, I swear I shall not let your expectations down." "Of course, I have always believed in you," Bruce replied, observing Eddie's newfound zeal. "Then it is settled, Eddie." Eddie Ronald nodded earnestly, responding, "Very well, Bruce." Bruce opened his mouth, hesitating for a moment before saying, I noticed your secretary's hair peeking out from under the desk. Do remember to exercise restraint, Eddie." With that, Bruce ended the call. Observing Alfred's shocked expression, Bruce finally managed to utter a few words. This fellow is quite the character." Embracing Alfred tightly, he exclaimed, "Hey, we need to thoughtfully plan our upcoming journey. Should we head directly to Argentina or take a leisurely route? I've heard Mexico has little to offer beyond burritos, but Guatemala boasts beautiful scenery. Perhaps we should first visit New Mexico to see if it truly is the paradise people claim. Oh, I just remembered. The famous waterfall in Nicaragua, though its name should be Niagara Falls, does not even reside in Nicaragua. The country is not known for waterfalls. Niagara Falls actually originates in Canada." As Bruce engaged in this rare discussion with Alfred about events that previously seemed improbable, a hollow, strangely luminous void appeared in an unknown corner of New York. A girl, clad in a battle attire fashioned from a ballet costume, emerged, gazing in bewilderment at this seemingly paradoxical world. In a supplementary chapter, 2 letters lay quietly on the sunlit desk in the main study of Wayne Manor, a place that had remained vacant for some time, neglected and unwelcoming. The letters contained heartfelt words from 2 dying elders, meant for those who still lived. Amidst the interplay of darkness and light, as night descends, the day's labors finally cease, marking what is known as children's time. I can hear the sounds from the rooms above, the patter of small feet and the gentle creak of a door opening, a melody that is soft and sweet. From my study, illuminated by the glow of the lamp, I descended the grand staircase of the hall. There stood the serious Alice, the laughing Eliga, and the golden-haired Edith. They exchanged whispers, followed by a hush, yet I could discern from their joyful gazes that they were conspiring together. To my astonishment, a sudden commotion erupted from the staircase, an onslaught in the hall as 3 unguarded doors swung open. They invaded my castle, scaling my towers, encroaching upon my arms and chair backs. Should I attempt to flee, they would encircle me, omnipresent. They nearly engulfed me in a flurry of kisses, embracing me until I recalled the Bishop of Bingen in his mouse tower by the Rhine. You might think, "Oh, blue-eyed bandit," as you clamber over the walls, "that an old fellow like me is no match for you all. You fast in my fortress, I shall not let you depart. Imprisoning you in the dungeon of my heart's circular tower, I shall guard you forever, indeed, every day until the walls crumble and decay in the dust." My dear Bruce, this was the poem I recited to your father upon your mother's discovery of your existence. This verse ever reminds me of the most cherished moments of the past, echoing words I could scarcely dare to utter. You and I, a little boy and an old steward, as if this all happened not long ago. My heavens, do you remember? The game of cops and robbers we once played together. where you relished the role of the hero, until that fateful day you chose to be the robber. In a moment of domesticity, as I tidied the manor, someone, I know not who, poked me sharply from behind with a twig, whispering with a subtle voice, "Hands up, head down, it's all over." Had I not immediately surrendered, who knows what fate awaited me? It is worth noting that during my tenure as a guard for Her Majesty in the United Kingdom, had anyone dared to act in such a manner, I could have effortlessly disarmed them. Yet you have always been a clever young man, eluding my grasp with remarkable agility. We would engage in a playful chase throughout the estate, halting only to resume the delightful game for hours on end. At that time, we were unprepared to confront our inevitable fate. Nevertheless, I firmly believe that this time, you possess the capability to rescue this frenzied city. That individual who escaped from the circus shall not be able to vanquish you. My affection for you endures even beyond death. My dear little one. The subsequent contents have become obscured by water stains, rendering them illegible. Alfred Pennyworth, here lies the boundary. This is the last will and testament of the deceased Thomas Wayne. I hereby declare that upon my demise, all my worldly possessions are to be inherited by my son, Bruce Wayne. Bruce, I implore you to honor the legacy of the Wayne family and dedicate yourself to improving the conditions of New York City, both in terms of its systems and the lives of its citizens. You must remain steadfast. Though you are still young, you are destined for greatness. Seize your opportunities and use them to give back to the city that has been so gracious to us, transforming the lives of millions. Remember, do not squander this wealth. Avoid dissipating it entirely on sports cars, extravagant attire, and self-destructive lifestyles. Invest in New York, treat its people as family, care for them, and utilize this fortune to shield them from the ravages of unchecked power. My greatest regret lies in knowing that you would grow into a good person, yet being unable to witness it firsthand. Lastly, my son, I beseech you never to allow this city to languish in neglect. We have endured dark times, and undoubtedly, such days will become more frequent in the future. Yet, it is precisely when others flee that the good and the great remain steadfast in this city. Even in death, my love for you will endure. The remaining content has been obscured by water stains, rendering it unreadable. Your father. Thomas Chapter 21. The shattering of hope. Half a year has swiftly passed. Santiago del Estero. Bruce held 2 olives in his hand, his mind adrift as he gazed at the flowing waters of the Dulce River. Alfred, clad in a light khaki trench coat over a red wool sweater with a khaki lining, navigated through the crowd with 2 cold beverages in hand, eventually reaching Bruce. He set the drinks before Bruce and remarked, "Are you in the process of extracting olive oil?" Bruce finally noticed that the olive he was holding had been crushed. He glanced at Alfred and remarked, "I can't quite fathom why, but since this morning, I have felt an unsettling sense of foreboding. You know my instincts have always been remarkably accurate." Alfred placed a reassuring hand on Bruce's shoulder and inquired, "In that case, should we return?" Bruce exhaled deeply and replied, "I am uncertain. Perhaps it is nothing of great consequence." Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the distance. People began to rush in one direction, shouting something incoherent. Bruce rose and asked, "Did you catch what they were saying, Alfred?" "It's too far. I can't hear," Alfred responded. Bruce hurriedly approached the edge of the balcony. "Quick, turn on the television," he blurted out. What did they say about turning on the television? Bang! The door of the beverage shop swung open, and a breathless individual shouted, "Turn on the television. They say Spider-Man is dead." In an instant, Bruce sprang to his feet, hastening to the television, snatching the remote, and turning it on. Breaking news. Our beloved superhero, Spider-Man, tragically perished in the earthquake that struck New York City at midnight yesterday. Bruce felt a deep buzzing in his head, the surrounding noise fading into oblivion. Spider-Man, that young hero, had died? The robust Alfred pushed aside several sobbing children blocking their path and urged Bruce, "Master, we must leave." Meanwhile, a young boy named N.I., dressed in traditional hippie attire, sat on his bed in sheer terror, gasping for breath. Even now, he struggled to comprehend what he had witnessed. The very Spider-Man who had saved the world countless times had, in the blink of an eye, been slain by villains such as Green Goblin. He, too, had been pursued by a glowing figure clad in purple armor, had it not been for his erratic spider abilities. He might have believed he was destined to be captured by Washington and skinned alive for boots. What was the story of that Asian boy? Ah, yes. He recalled seeing Washington charge forward, casting a length of rope that danced in the air before transforming into a beam of golden light, ensnaring the old chief, who cried out in despair before being taken back and skinned for a pair of boots. In retrospect, it appeared somewhat plausible. He envisioned the figure in purple launching forward, hurling a wire that now shimmered in the air, morphing into a violet beam directed at young N.I. Miles Morales, realizing his doom, was captured and bound, destined to become a cotton-picking harvester. At this thought, he glanced out the window, startled by the fleeting purple neon lights, which compelled him to retreat and conceal himself. After a prolonged moment, he regained his composure, only to realize that his idol, Spider-Man, was indeed likely dead. This inevitably plunged him into sorrow, and suddenly he was struck by a realization. His presence there was the reason Spider-Man had perished. Thus, the death of Spider-Man was entirely my fault. I am the only one left with Spider-Man's abilities. Therefore, I am the sole Spider-Man. I am, indeed, the only savior of this world. The sense of justice inherited from his mentor compelled him to rise. With this thought, Miles withdrew all the pocket money from his drawer. He gathered the money into a bundle, having resolved to act by dawn. People throughout the streets emerged from their homes in unison, mourning the loss of Peter Parker, a mere 26-year-old graduate student and photographer who had protected them for years. Young Miles, with crumpled bills in hand, placed them on the counter. The elderly man, resembling a seasoned figure, habitually remarked, "I knew him once. I will always remember him." However, Miles, seemingly oblivious to the old man's sentiment, anxiously inquired, "What if it doesn't fit? Can I return it?" The cashier, an older white gentleman, raised his eyebrows momentarily but then lowered his voice, saying, "It will fit. Want to see it?" He managed a slight smile. The glaring red letters behind him proclaimed, "All sales final." Miles held the limited edition Spider-Man suit produced by Fisk Industries, now nearly ubiquitous in New York, and regrettably donned it. Judging by the noticeably short limbs of the suit, it appeared he had purchased something slightly ill-fitting. Nevertheless, when he adjusted the white eye sections of the mask, he exuded an air of valor. Yet, there was still one more matter at hand. Attending the press conference where Mary Jane Watson, the not-so-famous former Broadway actress, model, and dancer, would speak on the death of Spider-Man, Miles absorbed much but only caught the crucial phrase, "We need you." This revelation sent the fledgling hero into a frenzy of determination. Yes, they need me. At that moment, young Miles felt an undeniable urge to contribute to this world in desperate need. Meanwhile, Bruce headed straight for the Batcave, casually ending a call from Eddie Ronat. His fingers danced swiftly across the control panel, activating all of Wayne's satellites in an instant, initiating supercomputing mode. Utilizing the power of the satellites, Bruce hacked into the city's surveillance from the previous day, forcefully copying footage from even the most technologically advanced facilities, as long as they were connected to the network. As he watched the surveillance feeds flickering on the monitor, a mixture of anger and sorrow was palpable on Bruce's face. Alfred emerged slowly from behind him. "You need not be so disheartened," Bruce murmured. "In the past, I had high hopes for a child, believing he could flawlessly inherit my legacy and become a guardian of this sorrowful city. Yet, due to my indulgence and errors, that child met a tragic demise at the hands of my enemies." Bruce gestured towards the monitor displaying a gravestone. This child, aged 26, was intelligent, talented, and came from a blissful family. He gazed at the screen where Peter Benjamin Parker's grave was inscribed. In a somber tone, he remarked, "Another child has perished because of my selfishness, and Alfred, I have cast the burden upon another damned soul in my world." With a forceful thud, Bruce struck the table. "The Spider-Man of my world has only just acquired his powers." Chapter 22. Infiltrating Fisk Tower. Alfred, hearing Bruce's certainty, inquired, "How do you know that child has only recently gained his abilities?" Bruce glanced back at Alfred and replied, "Because I once witnessed him, a novice. His methods were quite naive and reckless. In hindsight, I realize how foolish I was." Alfred observed Bruce's expression. Decades of companionship allowed him to perceive Wayne's thoughts, even if they resided in different realms. "So, do you intend to reemerge?" Bruce remained silent, gazing at Alfred, and said, "I apologize, Alfred, but I fear I cannot accompany you any longer." Alfred waved his hand dismissively, saying, I know. Ever since you began consuming those unknown pills a few weeks ago, I anticipated this day would come. In truth, even if you had not confided in me, I would have been able to see it. The sensation of your body tearing apart must be quite unbearable. Am I correct?" Bruce's eyes widened in surprise, and he blurted, "How did you?" Alfred chuckled resignedly. "You still excel at revealing your true self, do you not? I am, after all, a former Special Forces operative. Remember? Even the faintest hints are apparent to me." Bruce sighed, conceding, "You are right. My body has begun to be rejected by this world. However, trust me, I will soon be able to." Alfred interjected, "I have already commenced my investigation into that lad named Peter Parker. However, recently, all those around him have come under close scrutiny, which I believe you can understand." As they walked, Alfred shared the information he had gathered. The two swiftly arrived at the Batcave. So, Spider-Man's last appearance in this world was near Fisk Tower? Alfred confirmed, indeed. Wilson Fisk has recently gained notoriety as a philanthropist and entrepreneur. However, the information I have gathered indicates that his true lucrative enterprises are anything but reputable. Continuing, Alfred turned a page and remarked, "Of course, I believe that in any realm, such a character would remain unknown to Bruce Wayne. Yet, some refer to him as the Underground Emperor of America. Naturally, after you eliminated Falcone, the legacy of the Falcone family has been seized by this rotund white man. Or more accurately, it has been usurped." Bruce gazed at the content displayed on the monitor and murmured, "A crime syndicate can brazenly inhabit the towers of New York, indulging in a life of opulence that ordinary people can scarcely fathom. Frankly, I am not surprised in the slightest." Alfred's expression remained unchanged as he replied, "After all these years, we should have grown accustomed to it, shouldn't we?" Bruce responded, "You are correct. We might as well investigate tonight." "What?" Alfred inquired. "Fisk Tower. I believe it may yield some clues." "That is a constructive suggestion, yet I surmise that a formidable criminal organization, after committing their misdeeds, is unlikely to leave behind any evidence detrimental to themselves." Bruce fell silent for a moment before saying, "Thank you for the reminder, Alfred. However, what I mean is that Peter Parker, as a living individual, will inevitably leave traces of his presence or absence, especially someone who, upon departure, tends to leave a considerable amount of spider silk." Bruce paused and added, "Even if his webs decompose after a period." Alfred asked, "What preparations are necessary?" Bruce, with arms crossed, studied the terrain map of Fisk Tower. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "Look here, the spatial dimensions are incorrect." Alfred leaned in closer. "What do you mean? What's wrong?" After scrutinizing for a while, Alfred responded, "Indeed, the underground depth is not as it should be, given the height of Fisk Tower. If the underground foundation is merely this shallow, it defies logic that it could support such elevation." Bruce approached the Batwing and instructed, "Assist me in preparing the loading of Wayne 1. Load in the latest strike armor. I may need to switch at any moment. Additionally, convert all bat darts to elastic darts, adjusting the blade angle to 114 degrees. Bruce caressed the bat helmet and declared, "Tonight, I shall probe into the affairs of this crime lord." That night, the sky was once again shrouded in ominous clouds, presenting a view that had long since grown tiresome. No one noticed, nor could anyone perceive, a colossal, shadowy figure slicing through the clouds, looming above Fisk Tower. After observing for a while, Bruce concluded, "Their defenses are quite stringent. It seems we must hasten our actions." He activated the Batwing, extending his glider, and glided down from the air. Simultaneously, his grappling guns swiftly fired, ensnaring several guards who had their backs turned, suspending them in midair. The high-voltage current within the grappling gun instantaneously sent them into a dreamland to seek their mothers. As the remaining individuals landed, they were swiftly approached by Bruce, who quickly incapacitated them. The large dogs, previously tethered, had already succumbed to Bruce's specialized gas, following in the footsteps of their master. Bruce opened the door and entered the Fisk Tower. "I have arrived," he announced. Alfred remarked, "No matter how many times I witness it, your unparalleled infiltration skills never cease to amaze me. Have you ensured that everyone has been subdued?" Bruce turned back and delivered a punch to the last guard, who had narrowly escaped earlier due to stepping out for a smoke. "Yes, they are all down," he confirmed. "Your infiltration skills are truly remarkable." Bruce chose to disregard Alfred's almost classic tone of sarcasm and simply stated, "The sonar generator has been deployed. Alfred, I require feedback." Alfred's fingers danced across the keyboard. "All right. I have good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear?" Suddenly, Bruce turned sharply, hearing the faint sound of footsteps and conversation. In a swift motion, he leaped to the ceiling, pulling his cloak over himself, securing it with his feet and one hand using a grappling hook. The cloak rapidly scanned the patterned structure behind Bruce, providing him with an impeccable disguise. Chapter 23. A conversation with Kim. A few guards, wielding flashlights, were boasting as they walked past Bruce's hiding spot. He silently descended from the ceiling. Alfred commented, "So, Master Wayne, your so-called investigation consists of strolling boldly within the surveillance range?" Bruce replied in a hushed tone, "Certainly not. A few years ago, I developed a small device that can disrupt the magnetic field around me and alter the refractive index of light, creating a layer." Alfred took a deep breath and interjected, "Please, speak in English." "A layer that can only disrupt electronic devices forms on my surface, eliminating the possibility of being captured by surveillance cameras. Only cameras with extremely high resolution could detect my presence, and this is merely an office building. They are unlikely to possess the capability to upgrade their surveillance equipment to my level." "Thank you. Crouching at the stairwell door, Bruce shielded himself with the cloak. As a patrolling guard exited the stairwell and opened the door, Bruce swiftly controlled the door and knocked the guard unconscious. "I'm heading into the stairwell." Alfred's hands flew over the keyboard as he said, "I'll give you 10 minutes to navigate the stairwell and access the basement." Bruce replied, "Understood." With that, he retrieved a small device from his multifunctional utility belt and casually tossed it towards the bottom of the stairs. A sound wave imperceptible to the human ear began to transmit. What sound? After half a minute, those downstairs began to sense something amiss. What creature's call was that? So loud. Suddenly, an explosion erupted, shattering the ceiling of Fisk Tower, and countless bats surged forth through the breach, descending rapidly. Bruce remained motionless, quietly observing the swarm of dark bats fluttering through the gaping hole into the building. He extended one foot, and the cloak behind him unfurled at an angle, providing him with resistance. The bats clashed against the guards, while Bruce, enveloped by the flurry of bats, descended into the depths below. With a barely audible thud, he landed gracefully. The nozzle of a tranquilizer gas spray opened from the palm of Bruce's armored glove, enveloping a hapless individual who had yet to be disturbed by the swarm. The commotion in the stairwell finally captured the attention of the entire building. "Everyone, to the stairwell. There is something amiss." At that moment, the orchestrator of it all, Bruce Wayne, strolled into a secret base hidden many meters underground, accessible only to a select few. Upon entering, Bruce sensed an unsettling presence, reminiscent of a prior experience during a vertical space traversal. "Investigate," he thought, activating a device on the control panel with his right hand. "In 3 minutes, we shall have results," Bruce mused, watching the progress bar on his device. Quickly, he sighed. "We need backup." Just then, Bruce heard shouts from behind him. "They've discovered me." Alfred, having overheard Bruce's musing, remarked, "It's quite remarkable. Considering your exceptional infiltration skills, isn't it?" After a moment of silence, Bruce replied softly, "This isn't mere infiltration, Alfred. In fact, investigation isn't my sole purpose." Alfred rolled his eyes, saying, "I'm hardly surprised. Each investigation inevitably gives rise to ulterior motives. So what is the purpose this time?" Bruce scanned the room, his gaze landing on a particular spot on the ceiling that piqued his interest before lowering his eyes to the guards streaming in through the entrance. If it is confirmed that Wilson Fisk is connected to this affair, then this investigation will evolve into something much more significant. As he contemplated, an assailant lunged at him. Bruce swiftly sidestepped the attacker and delivered a powerful blow to the person behind him. Then, he drew his grappling gun, hooking it onto a ceiling beam, propelling himself outward and casting off those who had pounced upon him. A warning before the final judgment. As the words faded, a burst of intense sparks erupted from the body of a man flung to the ground by Bruce. Electricity surged forth, incapacitating those nearby. Bruce then propelled himself off a beam, his glider unfurling behind him as he descended upon the crowd. After more than 5 minutes, Bruce remained the sole figure standing amidst the fallen black-clad guards, surveying the scene as he spoke. "Alfred, send over the new equipment." Without question, Alfred understood the rationale behind Bruce's actions and simply set about his task. "The Fisk Tower position is secured." Just as Alfred released the equipment bay, a voice emerged from behind Bruce. "Well done, Bad Oddity." Turning to face the speaker, Bruce encountered a rotund man clad in a white suit. His expression grim as he addressed Bruce. "Everyone has their flaws, much like an apple bitten by God. Some bear greater imperfections, precisely because God is particularly fond of their fragrance. Now, I merely wish to reclaim what is dear to me from the hands of God. Why must you all impede me?" Bruce observed the man's frenzied demeanor. "Do you recall War and Peace?" he queried. "You remind me of someone, equally corpulent, adorned in a facade of sophistication while being a habitual petty criminal." He too enjoyed embellishing himself with quotes from the greats, attempting to mask his frailty, albeit favoring Shakespeare. At that moment, a special device in Bruce's hand, unattended, emitted an alarm. He raised his arm. "Have you previously opened a parallel space?" Just as Jean was about to respond, a deafening crash resonated as the ceiling collapsed, and Bruce's equipment bay landed heavily. Bruce approached the entrance of the equipment bay, retrieving the new armor and donning it. He glanced at Jean and remarked, "I hope you don't mind the damage to your ceiling." Bruce regarded the rotund figure above him, while Jean shot Bruce a glance, his murderous intent unmistakable. "Eliminate him." Chapter 24. Batman 14. As Jean's words faded, Bruce had already begun to encase himself in armor. From either side of Bruce, 4 figures lunged forth. His gaze swept the surroundings. A man clad in shimmering purple armor, a madwoman wielding 8 octopus tentacles, A colossal creature radiating green, yet evidently not Bruce Banner, and a bald man adorned in scorpion armor. In an instant, Bruce identified his target. You. As the mechanical claws of the octopus woman lunged towards Bruce, he transformed into a blur, instantly launching himself towards the scorpion man. With a slight tremor of his right hand, a specially crafted mechanical blade materialized in Bruce's grasp. He executed a swift slide, penetrating the vast gap of the scorpion man, seizing him firmly by the back. With a decisive thrust, he struck at the spine, eliciting a piercing scream. Bruce propelled himself away, sending the scorpion man crashing against the wall, his fate uncertain. He discarded the blade from his hand, pondering the purpose of his existence while clad in such equipment. Devoid of any armor. Unbeknownst to Bruce, the scorpion man was, in fact, a private investigator named MacDonald MacGargan, secretly hired by Kingpin to investigate Peter Parker and study his abilities. Ultimately, he donned the scorpion suit crafted by Kingpin's personnel, which granted him these powers. Despite his own lackluster attributes, after swiftly neutralizing the scorpion man, Bruce lowered his head just in time to evade an attack from the armored figure. He delivered a powerful kick that struck the armored man's abdomen. A faint glow ignited from his fist as he unleashed a punch. Empowered by his own abilities that surpassed those of radioactive spiders and super soldier serum, augmented by mechanical thrust, Bruce witnessed the enemy's back bulge slightly as the abdominal armor crumpled and cracked under the impact. Next, he seized one of the advancing octopus appendages and, with a vigorous motion, wielded it as a weapon against the other tentacles. Simultaneously, he hurled a batarang toward the hulking green adversary. Just as the foe caught the batarang and prepared to mock him, Bruce forcefully swung the octopus appendage, sending the tentacled woman, her hair swirling wildly, crashing into the green giant. Bruce then deployed his grappling gun, ensnaring the glass of the room where Kingpin resided, leaving behind the 4 fallen members of the zoo. He arrived at Kingpin's window to find the man observing him coolly through the specially designed glass. Kingpin smirked slightly. "Do you know, sir, that you are not the first to regard me in this manner? I suspect someone close to you has perished by my hand, either directly or indirectly." Noticing Bruce's silence, Kingpin chuckled and added, "Rest assured, as I mentioned, you are neither the first nor will you be the last. In this society, many young individuals, upon rising to power, often choose to crush those they deem lesser, using them as stepping stones to fame." He gazed at Bruce, inquiring, "I have risen from the depths. When I made my name, I chose to reduce that inept individual above me to mere pulp. Now, do you wish to make me the first casualty in your heroic endeavors?" At last, Bruce spoke. "No, Kingpin," he replied, addressing the imposing figure before him. "Do you truly believe I am a superhero? You are gravely mistaken, utterly so. I assure you, Kingpin, I shall be far more terrifying than any adversary you have ever encountered. Indeed, I will eliminate you without a trace of mercy." Bruce's fist struck a material impervious to temporal fluctuations, leaving behind a faint white imprint. "You and your criminal empire are not but a congregation of superstitious and cowardly souls. Mark my words, Kingpin, the bat will become the shadow that haunts your every step, an indelible specter throughout your life." Bruce raised his hand, launching a missile that created a gaping hole above Kingpin's testing grounds. With a pull of his grappling gun, Bruce ascended high into the sky, soaring into the Batmobile. Observing Bruce's departure, Kingpin felt a wave of relief. From the moment he laid eyes on Bruce, something within him sensed that this man was unlike Spider-Man. His instincts had, once again, proven to be his salvation. Contemplating this, he deactivated the super particle collider he was about to activate, a prudent choice for self-preservation. Nevertheless, the matter of this Batman demanded swift investigation. With this thought, Kingpin sprang into action, instructing those around him, heal them swiftly, and have the Wanderer investigate the origins of this sudden Batman. Subsequently, Kingpin, with his barrel-like physique, entered the elevator. He inquired of his secretary, by the way, "What of that woman?" The secretary readily responded that the price was merely half of what they had anticipated. Kingpin, taken aback, remarked, "So inexpensive? I had expected her to demand a far greater sum, considering that with Peter Parker's demise, she is now the closest woman to Spider-Man." The secretary chuckled. "We simply mentioned we were from the Fisk Group, and she let us right in, agreeing to the price before we even finished negotiating." Kingpin scoffed. "How pitiful, Peter Parker, that a man of your stature would choose such a woman as a partner." He dismissed the matter, deciding that since she desired this, they would arrange for her to have a moment in the spotlight. The rest of the time would be devoted to holding a press conference and a fundraising gala, under the guise of establishing a welfare fund for Spider-Man, rallying New York's affluent to contribute as operational funding for the latter half of the year. You know how to launder the money. Indeed. Then hurry along. Understood. Meanwhile, aboard the Batmobile, Bruce experienced a violent convulsion as particles within him visibly oscillated. Damn it. A rejection response had manifested again. Communication was activated. Your body's reaction is intensifying, Master Wayne. I believe your immediate priority should be to return to your world. Bruce addressed Alfred, saying, No, my body can still endure. The occurrence of this situation is simply due to your rare interruption. Master, I believe you should take a look at this, Alfred replied. Chapter 25. Two fools. Upon hearing Alfred's words, Bruce inquired with confusion, What has happened, Alfred? A data panel materialized before Bruce, revealing, Look, since you transmitted the data back, I have initiated scans with all satellites as you instructed. This is the result, and I sincerely hope I am mistaken. Bruce glanced at the panel and promptly responded, I shall return at once. In the Batcave, Alfred pointed at the data on the panel, stating, These anomalous readings have been present for several months, the earliest originating from you, Master. Bruce scrutinized the 7 distinct points on the screen and remarked, So, there are a total of 6 individuals who have entered this realm besides myself? As he spoke, Alfred rose and added, Additionally, there is this, a segment captured by the surveillance of the Spider-Man monument. I have retained it and did not forward it to the terminal. Bruce pulled up a chair and seated himself, expressing gratitude. Thank you, Alfred. Alfred cautioned Bruce. I need you to brace yourself. The nature of this situation is rather peculiar. With a look of puzzlement, Bruce opened the video. What do you mean by peculiar? A man descended from the sky, approaching an oddly dressed individual. Suddenly, Bruce observed as the man flew away, illuminated in the light, revealing his Spider-Man suit and face, along with a malfunctioning web shooter that had short-circuited due to an electric shock, releasing 2 long strands of webbing, one of which adhered to the nearby individual. Bruce was momentarily astonished before he processed the details, realizing, no, something is amiss. The age is incorrect. This individual appears too old. Here, Peter Parker is still quite young. It seems he is one of those 5. Next, Bruce witnessed a young figure carrying a lifeless Peter Parker, bouncing off the walls like a pinball. Bruce remarked, and Alfred nodded understandingly, patting Bruce on the shoulder. I had the same expression the first time I witnessed it. After a prolonged silence, Bruce finally uttered, This is the first time in many years that I have seen an old warrior defeated by a novice, one who hasn't even begun to find his footing. I am beginning to question my choices. Bruce then inquired, Is it possible to trace their current whereabouts? Alfred replied, Yes, they are just 16 blocks away. Do you wish to pursue them? Bruce surveyed the scene in the surveillance footage before lifting his gaze to meet Alfred's eyes. Alfred nodded and remarked, These 2 fellows might as well have possess superpowers emblazoned on their foreheads. By the way, should we bring along some atomic rebound resistance agents? In case our adversaries hail from an alternate universe? Bruce rose and made his way toward the Batmobile, stating, There are some on the aircraft. As Bruce approached the neighborhood where the 2 comedic protagonists resided, he faintly discerned what seemed to be an argument below. With a furrowed brow, he gazed down at the scene. These 2 imbeciles were bellowing as if they had just entered the workforce, their voices ringing through the air with a clarity that bordered on foolishness. Bruce opened the hatch and gracefully leaped down through the opening, landing silently on the rooftop terrace. The soles of Bruce's shoes were crafted from a portion of vibranium alloy. Though this material appeared rare, Bruce had discovered a vibranium mine in Antarctica over a decade ago. The vibranium from Antarctica possessed qualities entirely distinct from the small quantities circulating in the market. It could emit a vibrational field capable of liquefying nearby metals. However, through his research, Bruce uncovered a profound connection between the vibranium found in Antarctica and that which was commercially available. By retrieving the unique wave frequencies released by the Antarctic vibranium and systematically disrupting and reversing them, he could produce wave frequencies nearly identical to those of Wakandan vibranium. At that time, he was unaware that this exceptional metal was monopolized by an African tribe. Nevertheless, this did not deter Bruce from venturing to Wakanda and personally extracting a substantial piece from beneath the surface. Coincidentally, Wakanda's research and application of vibranium were significantly limited, resulting in minimal exploration and extraction of subterranean vibranium. Bruce's acquisition of such a sizable piece went entirely unnoticed by the inhabitants. In Ultron's words, it was the most versatile metal in the world, yet these fools used it to craft frisbees. Thank the heavens Bruce had not ventured into Wakanda, otherwise, he would have undoubtedly shared a similar sentiment. At this moment, a large figure and a smaller one were locked in a staring contest, almost oblivious to Bruce's presence. Bruce raised an eyebrow, spotting a notably smaller and distinctly darker version of Spider-Man crouched beside a window, frightening the occupants within to the point of immobility. Before long, the middle-aged crisis version of Peter Parker turned to inquire about the child when he suddenly felt a tingling sensation. The same feeling was triggered in the spider sense of the Spider-Man below. The two leapt high into the air, united on the same front. Bruce quietly observed these two. The seasoned middle-aged Peter Parker, drawing on his experience, inquired in a voice he believed to be low and grave, "Hey, what's this guy's deal? Do you know him?" Upon hearing this, the younger Spider-Man immediately bristled, responding, "Hey, I just gained this superpower yesterday. Do you think there's a chance I might know such a fellow?" Bruce had no interest in listening to the two fools continue their banter and swiftly approached them. "Are you two under the impression that there are no living souls in this vicinity?" His sudden appearance startled both individuals. "Oh, how terrifying. My spider sense didn't react at all." "Mine neither." Bruce swiftly retrieved a small chip from Nick's possession. "If you could focus on exercising instead of wallowing under the blankets and sobbing, or lounging in a fish tank, perhaps you would have sensed my presence the moment I appeared. I speak from experience." Indeed, Bruce had observed Peter Parker from his universe react instantaneously when he was fixated on him, swiftly pinpointing his source. It seemed that during that moment, he was already in the developmental phase of his spider abilities. Chapter 26. Nick's adventures as a youth. At this moment, young Nick, upon hearing this, deliberately came over to mock them. Listen, your failure is acknowledged by everyone." Just as he reveled in their misfortune, he suddenly heard a low voice, suppressed with anger. "Did you break this thing?" Young Nick awkwardly replied. No. Maybe it was already broken to begin with?" Come on." Bruce seized young Nick. "Peter Parker trusts you so much, and you turn around and damage his legacy? Do you have any idea how crucial the contents within are?" Middle-aged crisis Parker immediately leaned in. "What? Let me see. What the hell is this? A backdoor? A key? A decryption program? Regardless, you managed to ruin it." Bruce forcefully tossed young Nick aside and handed the test tube to Peter Parker. "This will effectively alleviate your disintegration problem. Regarding Kingpin, I will handle it. Just await news of your return home." At that moment, young Nick once again showcased his remarkable ability, one that transcended his heritage, sheer ignorance. "Wait, maybe I can assist you." Bruce flung a bat-shaped projectile directly at his calf. "You can either stay here or return home. Or perhaps head back to school until I resolve this matter." A surge of electricity coursed through Miles' entire being, seemingly activating a special switch within him. Peter Parker did not retaliate against Bruce, but merely inquired, "Even if you're dressed as a bat, you don't expect a Spider-Man to remain subdued, do you?" Bruce glanced at him and replied, "Suit yourself. That suppressor will only last for 17 hours. It's up to you to manage." With that, Bruce turned and walked away. Peter Parker sighed, crouched down, and tucked his hands into his thighs. "Hey, kid, get up. That guy has left." Miles slowly rose, pulling the bat-shaped shuriken from his leg and holding it in his hand. "If it were the old me, I would have cried out in pain by now." Peter chuckled softly, injecting himself with the inhibitor Bruce had given him, and remarked, "This is the benefit of our profession, albeit just this one. We have developed a remarkable tolerance to pain, strikes, and piercing injuries, and our recovery abilities have enhanced nearly 1,000-fold." Suddenly, Peter stood up and said to Miles, "Kid, if you truly wish to learn something, then follow me. We cannot allow a bat to fulfill the duties of our spider." Miles hesitated for a moment before asking, "Is it because bats eat spiders?" Peter paused, taken aback. "What? No, of course not. Our tasks are ours to undertake. Besides, I wish to understand what this world's Green Goblin is truly about and why he can kill the version of me from this reality." Hearing Peter's confusion regarding the middle-aged goblin, Miles inquired, "What does that mean? The Green Goblin of this world can kill you. Does that imply he is weak?" Peter sighed deeply and replied, "You still have much to learn, kid. Let us go to a better place." Miles propped his chin on his hand, eyeing the man before him, who was heartily enjoying a meal and claiming to be his mentor, with a face full of skepticism. "Hey, is this what you call a good place?" Middle-aged Peter took a hearty bite of his oversized, specially made cheeseburger and exclaimed, "Oh, that familiar taste, that delightful cheese. Indeed, the Spider-Man diner that hasn't closed down is exceptional." Miles, oblivious to anything amiss, chimed in, "Right? I love their double cheese beef burger too." "Wait, what? Closed down?" Suddenly, Miles sensed a murderous gaze from the second floor, belonging to an elderly gentleman wearing glasses, who bore an uncanny resemblance to the man who had sold him the non-returnable spider suit. After a couple of awkward chuckles, he realized that his burger had been devoured by old Parker. "Hey, that was my burger." Feeling satisfied, old Parker patted his belly and nodded toward his newly acquired disciple. "Go on, pay the bill." "What? You ate my burger and expect me to pay for it?" "Of course. I never carry my wallet while working. Hurry." You wouldn't want Spider-Man to be tarnished with the reputation of being a freeloader, would you? Damn it. In the astonished gaze of the shopkeeper, he experienced his first instance of being treated to fried chicken burgers by a black man, and it was not a free meal. Damn it. Bruce returned to the Batcave. Alfred, puzzled, asked what happened. He had just gone to the kitchen to prepare a midnight snack for Bruce, hence he was oblivious to the happenings here. Setting down the plate in his hand, he approached Bruce and inquired, "Is there a problem?" Bruce tossed the completely broken backdoor key onto the table, his expression one of exasperation, and remarked, "That kid has ruined the last relic left by Peter Parker. This is precisely why I despise children, reckless, impulsive, and utterly thoughtless of the consequences." Bruce fell silent, his gaze fixed on the shattered key. After a moment, Alfred spoke up. "I've received word that another individual resembling Spider-Man has appeared in the city." Bruce furrowed his brow and took the item from Alfred, revealing an image of a girl clad in a ballet outfit, agile and graceful, performing acrobatics in midair. "I currently lack the time to deal with children. I believe I can replicate what that child left behind in 3 days, and that will be the moment I confront Kingpin." Alfred cautioned, "Kingpin is not an easy target. He cannot be struck at your leisure." Bruce's fingers flew across the keyboard as he encoded the reconstruction of the backdoor key. "I am not foolish enough to allow him to escape my surveillance." Just as Alfred was about to interject, Bruce continued, "Given Kingpin's technological prowess, he can at most locate the backdoor. He cannot close it. This is a flaw in his own data, a vulnerability I left when I provided it to Peter Parker. Once this flaw is sealed, his entire system will cease to function." Alfred was momentarily taken aback, then remarked, "You should be thankful that the midnight snack I prepared for you is a gourmet potato stew with foie gras, rather than a starry sky pie." That concludes my statement. Chapter 27. The Batman Under Surveillance. Bounty Hunter. At the very moment Bruce finished speaking, a small explosion erupted, and the surveillance bat drone he had left with Kingpin had gone silent, providing no information whatsoever. Alfred blinked in surprise and commented, "It seems that after such a long hiatus, you have misjudged the capabilities of modern technology." However, Bruce sensed something amiss. Logically, the technology employed by this drone was not merely the best in the world, but undoubtedly among the elite, especially considering the materials I utilized, an alloy of vibranium and other metals, which should be impervious to ordinary bullets. Alfred inquired, "So, what are you suggesting?" After a moment of contemplation, Bruce replied, "There must be a third party involved who does not wish for US to defeat that Kingpin fellow. But what could their motive be? Does Kingpin have any powerful allies in this world?" Alfred replied, "Powerful allies? Kingpin, in his quest for ascendance, would only seek to bring down those who stand in his way. Most powerful individuals have enmity with him." Bruce rose from his seat and declared, "Then we cannot remain idle here, Alfred." He made his way towards the parked Batcycle. It has been quite some time since warfare in the alleys was last engaged. Pong. With a thunderous roar akin to a crashing waterfall, Bruce surged forth on his ebony motorcycle, emerging triumphantly from the cascade. Alfred, trailing behind, remarked with a hint of sarcasm. In truth, he could have relied on the Batmobile. What rationale do these individuals have for their retreat? With the tenacity of a golden eagle, he must not presume me to be an impediment to his maneuvers, and such a colossal collider cannot be simply relocated at whim. So why proceed in this manner? As Bruce pondered these thoughts en route to the convoy, he mused, "Who, pray tell, has sabotaged my surveillance drone?" Suddenly, a look of realization dawned upon Bruce. He had reached the convoy. With his previous contemplations in mind, he decided to act without delay. Twisting the throttle, he surged past the other vehicles in the convoy, charging directly toward the lead truck. Behind Bruce, a squadron of riders appeared, well-trained and armed. They wore helmets that concealed their faces, riding black motorcycles that were evidently modified for speed, allowing them to keep pace with Bruce. They swiftly closed in on him, swinging a baton with force toward the back of his head. Bruce, with a slight dip of his head, pressed a button on the left handle of his motorcycle, releasing steel cables that ensnared the approaching motorcycle's crossbar. Seizing the pipe with conviction, Bruce delivered a powerful elbow strike, landing squarely on the assailant's face shield, causing it to fracture like a spider's web. With a swift motion, Bruce extended his right hand, grasped the assailant by the collar, and hurled him away, causing him to collide with the rider behind him, both sent sprawling by Bruce's force. The motorcycles were left impaled by the steel cables. Bruce then accelerated sharply, utilizing inertia to propel the two motorcycles like arrows, driving them forcefully into the cargo hold of the lead truck. This impact altered the truck's trajectory, resulting in an explosion that sent it toppling onto the road, effectively obstructing the thoroughfare. The vehicles behind were compelled to divert their paths. Bruce executed a remarkable maneuver, flipping his seat to transform the front wheel into the rear. In that fleeting moment, when the squad of black motorcycles was caught off guard, he broke through their encirclement and pursued the departing convoy. Among the masked riders, one struck his helmet forcefully and shouted, "Everyone, immediately pursue that individual." With that, he took the lead, charging after Bruce. The convoy's shift in direction was timely, yet their ultimate destination remained a mystery. As Bruce chased the trucks, his arm shuddered, revealing a blade from his arm guard. He accelerated, positioning himself alongside a cargo truck, and drove his arm with ferocity into the cargo hold, tearing it open with a powerful pull, creating a gaping breach. Apart from a few wooden crates, ammunition, and scattered chemical reagents, there was nothing else within. Bruce felt as though his mind had exploded in an instant. The truck was transporting gold and base materials, and the news of the base's relocation was nothing but a ruse. Their sole objective was clear: it was me. With this realization, Bruce immediately lowered his body. A grappling hook whizzed past his head and pierced the truck. Who could it be? Bruce pondered, lifting his gaze to see a figure adorned with a distinctive mask charging forth from a group of hooded individuals. The driver exhibited remarkable skills, reaching Bruce in mere breaths. "Your drone seems impressive, though its effectiveness is rather mediocre. What is the matter? No living allies to assist you? I've always believed that living beings make the finest wingmen. Wouldn't you agree?" Bruce refrained from responding to his taunts and instead inquired, "What is your purpose in luring me out?" "Ah, as expected of you. So quick to deduce my intentions. How shall I put it? You see, the resurgence of an old relic from the previous era, Batman, is a significant event for us. After all, your bounty has consistently loomed large on the Bounty Association's list." He smacked his lips and continued, $1 billion, a hefty sum pulled together by the largest gangs in New York's history, directly deposited into the Bounty Association's account. The moment Batman clocks out, all the money will be transferred. No one would refuse. Bruce furrowed his brow. "You are a bounty hunter?" Upon uttering this, the man twisted his motorcycle, rapidly closing the distance to Bruce, drawing a dagger from his thigh and lunging towards Bruce's head. Bruce switched his Batcycle to autopilot, freeing his hands. He blocked the dagger with his left hand while delivering a powerful strike to the bounty hunter's joint with his right. The bounty hunter was compelled to shift his stance, retaliating with his other hand. However, Bruce seized his arm and hurled him off the motorcycle. Just as Bruce turned to leave, a steel wire ensnared his Batcycle. "What?" The self-proclaimed bounty hunter stood on a thick steel plate, wielding a grappling gun, trailing Bruce closely. "Hey, did you see that? You can't shake me off." Bruce twisted the throttle, turning to detonate the remaining vehicles in the convoy and accelerated towards a specific destination. "Let us see you try." Chapter 28, The Joker and Jason. The Joker's triumph in a desolate shipyard, Bruce halted the vehicle, exploiting the fact that his pursuer was sliding along the steel plate, using inertia to force the foe to collide face-first into him. However, to Bruce's astonishment, this self-proclaimed bounty hunter swiftly entwined around Bruce's arm to regain his balance. But that was of little consequence. Bruce swiftly pivoted and delivered a punch squarely to the hunter's face. The mask is crafted from a specially designed carbon fiber material. After Bruce struck him squarely in the face, the adversary did not immediately succumb to his combat capabilities. Rather, he rose to his feet and continued to engage Bruce in battle. Bruce was not particularly surprised. After all, anyone capable of reacting swiftly the moment he decelerated and immediately ensnaring his arm was evidently no ordinary foe. Thus, Bruce resolved to press his advantage. The bounty hunter, flipping over, delivered a powerful punch to the side of Bruce's chest. The blow caused Bruce to lean slightly to the left. As the opponent launched a second punch towards him, Bruce swiftly countered, seizing the fist and executing a shoulder throw, flinging the young assailant away. "Your physical prowess stems from genetic enhancement, does it not?" The opponent patted his chest, grinning with bared teeth. "You are no different. You have changed, Bruce. The you of the past would never have been so open-minded." Bruce furrowed his brow. "I do not comprehend what you are insinuating." The bounty hunter scoffed. "You had better genuinely be oblivious to my meaning. You have profoundly disappointed me. After all this time, you still fail to discern my true identity." Bruce remained silent. The bounty hunter cracked his neck. "Whatever, the warm-up is over. It's time to get serious." With that, he lunged towards Bruce, throwing a punch. Bruce raised his hand to deflect it. In that instant, the foe suddenly crouched low, swiftly maneuvering to Bruce's left side, delivering a heavy blow that struck Bruce's left chest. Then, he unleashed a rapid series of alternating punches. This is the feeling." Bruce flicked the cloak behind him, sharpening its edges to slash towards the bounty hunter, who adeptly evaded Bruce's assault and charged forward. Bruce grasped the opponent's fist, his expression turning icy. He first delivered a punch to the crook of the bounty hunter's elbow, then released his hand and stepped in swiftly, gripping the hair at the back of his head and landing a punch to his chest. Following this, he lifted his knee, driving it into the adversary's face. Seizing the collar, he executed a forceful shoulder throw. The bounty hunter attempted to retaliate, kicking at Bruce's armored abdomen, creating distance to launch another strike. Bruce responded with a spinning side kick, landing a powerful blow to the bounty hunter's side. This forceful kick hurled the bounty hunter across the room, and Bruce quickly grasped his head, forcefully driving it into the wall shattered by the impact of his own kick. Dazed from the blow, the bounty hunter struggled to rise when Bruce seized his clothing, delivering a slap to his face that knocked off his mask. "Have I not taught you anything, Jason?" Bruce's face bore the frost of resolve. Before ascertaining whether he was indeed confronting an adversary, he must refrain from uttering any provocation. With a fierce motion, Bruce hurled Jason Todd to the ground. "What are you doing? What in the hell are you doing? If you are still alive, why not return?" The immense force shattered an unused bathtub. "Look at you. Have you fallen so low as to ally with the likes of a scoundrel like Gene?" At that moment, Bruce's relentless assault had drawn blood from the corner of Jason's mouth, leaving his visage marred with bruises. Yet, even in such a state, Jason remained unperturbed by Bruce's intimidation. With a sardonic chuckle, he retorted, "What am I doing? I am enacting my vengeance. I thought you had forgotten who I am." Bruce's hand trembled as he released Jason onto the ground. Jason pointed at his tattered clothes, remnants of the beating he endured, and addressed Bruce. "Do you see this? The wounds beneath. Before my genetic modifications, these scars enveloped every part of me except my face. Who is to blame for that? Speak up." "Huh, Bruce." With that, he landed a punch to Bruce's abdomen, followed by another strike to his cheek. "You wonder why I would collaborate with Gene? You are mistaken. It is Gene who works for me." He swung his fists, engaging Bruce in combat. "I was well prepared, Bruce. Knowing your habits, you would inevitably seek an abandoned locale to battle me. Behold, this is the execution ground I have chosen." Bruce's expression shifted, and he spoke somberly. "An execution ground? Prepared for me? You are right to harbor resentment. It was my fault that you—" With that, Bruce delivered a forceful blow that sent Jason staggering back, colliding with the wall behind him. "But you should never have involved Peter Parker in this matter." Jason's face bore a hint of grievance and indignation. "So, he is your new Robin. When I perished, did you ever consider avenging me, allowing that madman to roam free?" The moment that spider-themed fool met his end, you could no longer contain your urge to unleash havoc. A sarcastic smile graced his lips as he added, "It seems my significance in your heart is even less than that of this newcomer." The smile was ambiguous, perhaps mocking himself or Bruce. Then, Jason's fist collided with the adjacent wall, revealing a man with a pallid complexion, green hair, and a grotesque smile adorned with crimson. It was the Joker. Jason seized the Joker by the neck, declaring, "Do you know, even now, I have never blamed you for nearly getting me blown to bits back then. Never. I only feel wronged, wondering why, even in my death, you never contemplated eliminating this fiend." He seized the Joker with a firm grip. "Now, I present you with two choices, Bruce. Kill me or slay the Joker." The excitement in the Joker's eyes reached a fever pitch. This sensation was exhilarating. This foolish bat had finally arrived at this day of betrayal. Bruce approached Jason and the Joker, addressing the latter, "You have won." In the next moment, a dart pierced the Joker's neck, followed by two forceful thrusts. A glimmer of surprise, mingled with disbelief, quickly faded from the Joker's gaze. Chapter 29, Birthday Gift, Part 1. The Joker's lifeless body slipped from Jason's grasp, leaving him momentarily disoriented by this sudden shift. Why? Why is this happening? This isn't right. Bruce bore traces of the Joker's crimson blood on his face as he spoke softly. "I am not the Bruce Wayne you once knew." Jason Todd, unable to comprehend, stammered, What?" Bruce seized Jason by the throat, stating, "Even in this world, I believe Bruce Wayne should have taught you to think rationally before acting, to contemplate your choices." Casting a silent glance at Jason Todd and reflecting on his own reality, Bruce let out a deep sigh before saying, "Come with me, Jason." After uttering these words, he activated a control panel on his forearm. With a few casual presses, the Batplane was activated and soared out of the Batcave. Jason picked up the shattered mask from the ground. Noticing the eye holes still usable, he donned it without hesitation. "You've reached an age where," Bruce suddenly remarked softly. "What?" Jason Todd failed to catch Bruce's words clearly. Bruce had no desire to repeat himself. "The plane has arrived. It's time to go home." Upon hearing Bruce's words, Jason murmured, "Home?" The two stepped into the Batplane together. Jason, astonished, remarked, "This is truly beyond my expectations. When I was around, the Batplane was nothing like this." Bruce remained silent for a moment before responding. Child, I hope you can accept the realities that you are about to witness. Jason smiled slightly, replying, once you learn of my experiences, I doubt you will utter such words, Bruce. The pain I have endured is sufficient to bear all conceivable suffering. Bruce said nothing, focusing on slowing the Batplane's speed. Before them lay a pale grave, inscribed with words of indifference. A noble soul rests here. Jason knelt before the tomb, trembling as he reached out to touch the cold stone. No, Bruce cannot die. Bruce Wayne is impossible to perish. He turned to Alfred and the figure of Bruce standing beside him, exclaiming, right? Look, Bruce is standing right beside you, Alfred. Isn't that so? Bruce isn't dead, is he? Bruce approached him and gently patted his shoulder. You must accept this, Jason. The Bruce Wayne of this world passed away due to cancer 3 years after your death. Jason shrugged off Bruce's hand and exclaimed, that's not funny at all. Bruce, no matter what you say, you are here. Cancer cannot possibly kill you. Bruce embraced Jason's shoulders and replied, what if this is what the Bruce of this world truly desires? Jason broke free from Bruce's embrace, murmuring, there must be a way. Right. Miss Talia. She saved me. She will surely save Bruce. Alfred appeared before Jason and delivered a sharp slap. Jason fell silent. Bruce held Jason close, saying, respect his thoughts, my child. Jason swallowed hard, then broke into tears, sobbing uncontrollably. Bruce gently patted his shoulder and said to Alfred, let him be alone for a moment. We shall prepare a gift for him. After more than 3 hours, Jason slowly walked into the dark Wayne Manor. It was only at that moment he realized why the place had become so lifeless in just a few years. The soul of this home had departed. Suddenly, he noticed the leftover macaroni on the dining table, along with a note. After dinner, come to the Batcave. Jason paused, then sat down slowly, awkwardly eating the meal that resembled those from 6 years ago. He recalled stealing Bruce's tires, receiving a lesson from him, and being sent to Mrs. Fagun's boarding school, where he inadvertently exposed her nefarious dealings, ultimately leading to Bruce adopting him. On his first night at Wayne Manor, Alfred had prepared macaroni for Jason's dinner. A single serving of macaroni was not much, yet Jason savored it for a good half hour. As he approached the entrance to the Batcave, he took a deep breath. All right, just like it used to be. As the melodious music played, the Batcave's elevator opened for Jason. Wow, this place is just as amazing as I remember. Jason exclaimed as he dashed into the Batcave. Alfred shrugged and remarked, I won. Young Master Jason is still like this. Bruce shook his head in resignation, saying, I thought that years of experience would grant this boy a composure and maturity he previously lacked. Alfred feigned surprise, saying, hey, he was only 13 back then. Bruce countered, now he is 19. How many of young Master Jason's birthdays have we missed? Jason seemed to revert to his former self, exclaiming, 5. Today is my 19th birthday. Bruce turned around and revealed a tray behind him, which held 5 remote controls. What is this? All the birthday gifts from your 14th to 19th year have been prepared by me, Bruce remarked. Alfred, with a hint of resignation, responded, indeed, thank you, Master Wayne, for making an 80-year-old like me toil over a second gift. Bruce activated the first remote. This is something I've only just decided to prepare for you. Although the assembly time for these gifts was merely half an hour, believe me, it will not disappoint you. I specifically summoned my collection. Alfred, astonished, exclaimed, wait, you can go back? Bruce countered, when did I ever say I couldn't? A beam of light illuminated the space, revealing a complete set of batarangs, along with accompanying apparatus and a brand new multifunctional utility belt before the 3 of them. These batarangs, and this multifunctional belt, which boasts advanced technology beyond my current one, are the result of my experimentation with new elements, such as nanotechnology, Bruce stated with a shrug. This is the first one that has been tested and is entirely reliable. Jason marveled, wow. Bruce pressed the second remote. There's more. This is your birthday gift for your 15th year. With that, Bruce pressed the remote again. A platform rose slowly from below, unveiling a brand new piece of equipment. Your original vehicle has been damaged, so here is a brand new Batcycle. The frame is constructed from vibranium, a unique metal that, when combined with others, can create countless fascinating configurations. However, using pure vibranium alone fails to harness its special properties. Bruce gently pressed a button, casting light upon the interior. It features 16 commonly used mechanisms. The grappling gun is merely the basic function. Jason, you can later incorporate other features you desire. Thanks to the vibranium, composite steel, copper, and some zinc alloy, this motorcycle can accommodate a maximum of 37 mechanisms, allowing for extensive customization. Then, Bruce pointed to the front of the vehicle. This section employs antimetal, which possesses properties entirely opposite to vibranium. While vibranium absorbs kinetic energy, anti-metal releases terrifying kinetic energy, capable of reshaping all nearby metals. After my modifications, this energy will only be directed forward and with precision. Bruce lamented, unfortunately. The ability to combine the kinetic absorption of vibranium and the kinetic release of anti-metal remains unattainable. He gestured towards the engine. Here, I have enhanced the speed to approximately 4 to 5 times that of the conventional Batcycle. Jason excitedly approached the Batcycle, inspecting it thoroughly. It's simply perfect. This is exactly what I envisioned in my dreams. Suddenly, he caught sight of Alfred, who was stifling a laugh, and Bruce, who stood motionless. He cleared his throat and said, I am quite pleased. He then approached Bruce and inquired, what about the third gift? No sooner had he spoken than another enormous pit was opened before him. This is your 16th birthday present, this year. You've also reached the age to apply for your driver's license. So, this is utterly insane. A sleek Batmobile appeared before the trio. The car's design was inspired by my favorite model, the Lamborghini, which in Spanish, and in English, means bat. A name derived from a bull that fought valiantly in the Middle Ages without succumbing. You are as obstinate as a bewildered bison. Bruce gently tapped his watch and remarked. Similarly, the exterior is coated with vibranium, solely to better protect those within. Besides the 2 front seats, there is a rear section designed specifically to confine captured foes. The wheels are still composed of anti-metal, and to accommodate various terrains, I have prepared 3 adjustable chassis heights for your convenience. Additionally, the interior features a system that absorbs and compresses external air, maintaining the gaseous balance inside the vehicle. In emergency situations, this compressed air can be rapidly expelled and ignited, serving as a temporary boost of fuel. The car, akin to a motorcycle, possesses the capacity to support a plethora of additional features. Aside from the standard functionalities of the Batmobile, the remaining enhancements are for you to install as you see fit. This is truly extravagant. Alfred stammered for a moment before finally exclaiming, I still believe giving a child a battle vehicle armed with weapons of mass destruction is rather inappropriate. Bruce shot him a disapproving glance and turned to Jason, saying, All right, it's time to introduce the next birthday gift. At 17, I had yet to decide what to present, so this time, it is not something tangible. Bruce typed on the keyboard, summoning a display screen with his remote. It was a satellite urgently launched by Wayne Enterprises, now integrated into the Orion Hunter satellite network I designed, capable of scanning the entire Earth in under 30 seconds. Its name is Jason, and it is now yours. In the moment Jason was still processing this information, Bruce personally approached him with a large box and gently opened it, revealing a dark corner within. A bat symbol was vividly emblazoned at the center. Jason was momentarily speechless. Bruce softly stated, This is Batman's suit. Jason exclaimed, I understand. But Bruce interjected, You deserve this suit. In my world, I have repeatedly stated that you are the most insightful child I have ever taught. I have always believed that you can surpass me. If it were the Bruce of this world, he would undoubtedly share this sentiment. Vibranium, nanotechnology, carbon fiber, trust me, it will fit you perfectly. Jason, I will return one day. Upon hearing those final words, Jason finally accepted the extraordinary black suit. I will give it my all. He declared, I believe in you. And what is the last thing? Happy birthday, Jason, Bruce said as he gently embraced him. This is the final birthday gift. Next comes Alfred's segment. Jason grumbled, Hey, attempting to substitute a birthday gift with a mere hug is a despicable breach of etiquette. Yet, judging by the upward curve of Jason's lips, his spirits were not entirely low. Alfred shrugged, stating, Well, compared to my gift, it may seem rather modest in the eyes of you youngsters. It is simply a basic watch, not a Rolex or any renowned brand. Merely a custom piece from an old Swiss shop, but it is the very watch that the late Bruce Wayne wore during his lifetime. He continued, The second item is what the master entrusted to me, the entirety of my shares in Wayne Enterprises, along with the entire wealth of the Wayne family. The third item is somewhat similar to the master's, just an ordinary Lamborghini, quite understated, merely a newer model. Bruce shook his head in disbelief. Old man, at your age. Still comparing these things. Alfred firmly replied, It is not a comparison, but a resemblance. The fourth item is something I discussed with the master years ago, a set of customized suits, predicted based on how Jason would have looked had he still been alive. As the future head of Wayne Enterprises, you must get accustomed to wearing suits, Master Jason. Lastly, Alfred extended his hand, pointing to a portrait in the mansion that was being changed. It depicted Bruce and a young Jason from many years ago. I believe it is time to unveil this. Chapter 31. Jason enters school. Brooklyn Vision Academy. Are you serious? Do I really have to wear this? Bruce, clad in a dark gray double-breasted suit with an imperial collar and enhanced shoulder design, strode alongside Jason, exuding a formidable presence. This outfit had been carefully chosen by Alfred. Meanwhile, Jason donned the birthday gift from Alfred, featuring broad stripes and a pronounced silhouette. Bruce gently patted his shoulder and remarked, "Hey, it's not yet time for you to speak of rules. However, to be candid, the three-button design does seem a tad antiquated. You resemble one of those salesmen from Wall Street." Jason awkwardly adjusted his clothing and replied, "But seriously, does this attire suit you? I've heard there's a certain etiquette regarding buttons. Isn't it contingent upon the occasion?" Bruce cast a glance at him and said nonchalantly, "I adhere to no rules. I am the rule." He directed his gaze toward the African-American youth in the stands and a blonde girl, stating, "As for rules and etiquette, while I do not deny their existence, as I am quite familiar with them, Jason, in this world, it is only the second-rate who feel the need to emphasize such conventions to prove their superiority to the third-rate." Jason snapped his fingers and exclaimed, "And the first-rate create their own rules. How cool." At that moment, the principal approached with a sycophantic demeanor. "Ha ha ha. Who would have thought that the reclusive Mr. Bruce Wayne would wish to visit our school? What would you like to do next?" Bruce turned to the balding man with a classic Mediterranean hairstyle and said, "Well, this young lad beside me, despite being 19, is akin to a student who has repeated a year. I would like him to attend school here for a year before taking the college entrance examinations." The principal's smile widened. "Of course, that is no issue at all. I believe Brooklyn Vision High School would warmly welcome this student. Young man, what is your name?" Jason looked at Bruce with a puzzled expression, reluctantly nudged by Bruce. He muttered, Jason Todd." After dismissing the principal, Bruce explained to Jason, "The two fellows down there, one is a curly-haired, somewhat irritatingly grinning African-American, and the other is a blonde girl. Both possess spider-like abilities. As you mentioned, with your assistance, the potential of this girl is not truly reflected. Thus, you will need a partner." Jason was taken aback. "Me? Aren't you my partner?" Bruce replied matter-of-factly, "You are now Batman, and this predicament is of your own making. Naturally, you must resolve it yourself." Jason, brimming with excitement, asked, "Can I seek help from Nandlebat?" Bruce firmly rejected the idea. "No." Jason's spirits fell as he bowed his head. "Also, remember, we cannot eliminate our adversaries until they have committed heinous acts." "Indeed, quite right. Now go on. Get acquainted with your new classmates. To be honest, I have never been in such a place. Learning here seems like a daunting task." Bruce gave Jason a gentle push toward the two bickering individuals. As Jason ambled within a mere 5 meters of Gwen and Miles, an inexplicable chill coursed through their spines, as if they sensed something profoundly unsettling. They turned simultaneously to behold Jason approaching with an air of indifference. Gathering his courage, Miles extended a hand, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than sorrowful. "Hey," he managed, and Jason glanced at him before nonchalantly extending his own hand, remarking, "It appears this school holds little amusement, save for the two of you, so I thought I'd make an acquaintance." A jolt of apprehension surged through Miles at the phrase little amusement. Jason's face flickered with a hint of mischievousness. "You see, it's about breaking all 8 legs and stuffing them." Just then, Bruce delivered a firm slap to Jason's head. "Apologies, this lad has a rather foul mouth. Jason, kindly greet your new classmates." Gwen raised an eyebrow. "New classmates?" Miles turned to her, exclaiming, "You're a new classmate too." "So am I." He then glanced back at the brooding Jason, forcing a semblance of a smile. "It seems we truly belong to the same ilk." Jason harbored little fondness for those endowed with spider-like abilities, even for the girl who possessed a modicum of beauty. He extended a hand towards Miles, presenting a congenial smile. "Greetings, I am Jason Todd, 19 years of age." With trepidation, Miles shook Jason's hand. "Wow, you're a bit older than me. I'm only 17. Miles raised an eyebrow, realizing this was his first encounter with someone so formidable since being bitten by that spider. "I'm Miles Morales, residing in Brooklyn." Unfazed, Jason subtly increased his grip strength, smiling as he said, "Is that so? My family doesn't live in Brooklyn. We previously resided in Midtown Manhattan before relocating to the suburbs, in a stone house reminiscent of a quaint cottage in the English countryside. I must admit, I prefer it there. It's more hospitable." Miles's expression shifted slightly. Where did this guy come from, and why is he so strong? At that moment, Bruce gently tapped a spot on Jason's arm. "Now, neglecting a young lady is hardly polite. You should greet this lovely young woman." With a rehearsed smile, Bruce introduced himself. "Hello, I am Bruce Wayne, Jason's father." Upon hearing this, Jason released Miles's hand with satisfaction. Gwen extended her left hand towards Bruce, saying, "Hello, I'm Gwen Stacy." The instant Gwen grasped Bruce's hand, a wave of dread enveloped her, her mind buzzing incessantly, as if warning her of the formidable presence before her. Meanwhile, Bruce seized upon the opportunity. Stacy? Jason caught Gwen as she stumbled backward in sheer terror, laughing heartily. It's all because you're so terrifying, Bruce. I had previously mentioned to you that he cast a glance at Bruce, instinctively sealing his lips. Maintain a good rapport with your friends, and drive yourself home after school. Bruce hastily departed. Chapter 32. Burning New York. In the cosmic realm of New York, specifically in the town of Bristol, located in the eastern part of Rhode Island, United States. Adjacent to Massachusetts, lies the renovated Batcave beneath Wayne Manor. A cerulean wormhole materialized, from which Bruce emerged with measured steps. Alfred, what is the situation? He inquired. A voice devoid of emotion responded. Master Wayne, I have compiled the significant events that have transpired in New York City over the past 3 months for your review, excluding reports of missing persons and supernatural phenomena. Understood. The findings are as follows. Since your journey to the parallel world, there have been 10 documented extraordinary incidents. 1. Numerous cases of missing persons, primarily concentrated in the small European nation of Sokovia, where localized warfare has virtually persisted, leading to a continuous disappearance of individuals. 2. In the West, gamma radiation levels have surged to over 100 times the human threshold, resulting in the wilting and death of numerous plants. With a few animal fatalities reported, though no human casualties have been recorded thus far. 3. A humanoid entity, clad in red and blue plaid, identifying itself as the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, has begun to manifest in New York, appearing day and night, often engaging in acts of assistance. 4. In the Arctic, a sacred ice sculpture resembling a true human has been venerated by certain tribes as a deity, though it was toppled just days prior. 5. 3 days ago, extreme weather conditions ensued, with relentless thunderstorms that persisted until 2:36 a.m. yesterday. 6. New York has recorded 61 cases of missing persons, lacking any discernible patterns, suggesting random abductions. 7. The city's sewer system has revealed a significant amount of reptilian skin remnants and exuviae. 8. A small number of lizard people have materialized within New York City. 9. The renowned biologist, Dr. Kurt Connors, has gone missing. 10. A multitude of unknown creatures have appeared in New York, displaying aggressive tendencies, with most victims found drained of blood, raising suspicions of a resurgence of vampires. Bruce sighed, remarking, So, this means there have already been so many occurrences. He glanced back at the profound space of the wormhole. Transmit the 4th data from Database 3 to the Technology Production Department for expedited production, and call Eddie. It's time to get to work. On the rooftop, Georges Dacy anxiously took a drag from his cigarette and said, Have we confirmed the whereabouts of the other party? A young officer, looking disheveled, replied, We just broke down the door when we were intercepted. Georges Dacy's face flushed with anger, his eyes reddening. Those damned pests, he exclaimed, forcefully discarding the cigarette butt. Call the supervisor and inquire what the hell they intend to do. At that moment, his brow furrowed, and he addressed the officer, saying, You should return. I will handle this. A flicker of excitement crossed the young officer's face. Has he returned? George shouted, He is not here. He does not exist. Do you understand? After responding loudly to Stacy's command, the young officer hurried downstairs. Bruce's voice echoed just as the door closed, indicating that the situation was dire, indeed far worse than ordinary. Stacy took a drag from his cigarette and remarked, My team had already taken note of the second disappearance and assault, prompting an immediate response. He then struck the nearby air conditioning unit with his fist, cursing, Those leeches preying upon the citizens. They obstruct my officers and condone the attacks on my men. After assaulting my personnel, those blood-sucking monsters transformed 3 individuals into creatures like themselves, while several others died on the spot. With this, George Stacy exclaimed vehemently, I received word from my uncle that the vampires will revel in Brooklyn, Queens, and Manhattan tonight. I must be cautious and refrain from venturing out. He added, This world harbors not only bloodsuckers, but also monsters that do not resemble vampires. Bruce interjected, Those individuals are indeed vampires. We have encountered them before. Upon hearing this, George Stacy paused in surprise and then said, If that is the case, I instructed my men to carry garlic and a limited supply of silver bullets. But they proved nearly ineffective. Do such vampires truly exist? Bruce pondered for a moment and replied, I suspect that since our actions from years ago, the vampires have optimized their genetics. Consider this, George. Have those creatures appeared during daylight? George Stacy reflected and responded, No. And that is precisely why I had my team equipped with weapons that counter vampires at the first sign of their presence. Bruce continued, In half an hour, Wayne Tech will deliver a batch of cutting-edge weaponry to confront this new breed of vampire. Once the equipment arrives, Ensure your officers are fully clad in the gear provided by Wayne. They must not expose any skin, as it is crucial for their protection. George readily agreed, viewing this as the second piece of good news following Bruce's return amidst the string of troubling developments. He then stepped forward, stating, "You were right. HYDRA indeed persists. I have uncovered some clues, but I dare not investigate further. The evidence I found consists solely of paper materials, and I fear that if it truly is HYDRA, my limited tactics online will undoubtedly be detected." He continued, "Based on my deductions regarding the recent disappearances, approximately 70% are likely the work of HYDRA. We have captured a few, yet their responses are remarkably swift. Any traces we uncover are quickly eradicated. However, within their reach, we have scarcely gained any advantage." Bruce exclaimed with admiration, "Well done, George. As of now, how many officers can still ensure combat readiness?" George Stacy pondered for a moment before responding, "All officers, barring the injured, can be considered as viable forces, yet I am uncertain how many can continue to fight. We have been thwarted numerous times. Even if we capture those monsters, they reappear the next day, brimming with arrogance. Many officers have." Just as George was about to disclose the status of their personnel to Bruce, an uproar of cheers erupted from downstairs. Bruce smiled faintly and said, "Now do you see, George? The morale is intact. Illuminate the bat signal, George. New York City has languished in darkness for too long, and we must provide the people with a glimmer of hope." Chapter 33. Mobilization for war in the pitch-black night. Countless vampires lurked in the shadowy corners, sharpening their fangs and thirsting for blood. They coldly awaited midnight's arrival, having left behind a human, now drained of nearly all his blood. According to higher authorities, they would not be held accountable by the human world if they roamed the streets after midnight. Suddenly, a feral cat let out a chilling scream, bursting into a cloud of blood mist, devoured by a young man clad in a white suit. The young man, with pale skin and a robust physique, bore a purplish complexion. Observing the restless vampires behind him, he gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and declared loudly, 17 years. Young vampires. We have lain dormant for 17 years. Those old-timers. They shroud this place in secrecy. They are afraid. Their age has diminished their courage. Yet they expect us, the impetuous youth, to cower like mice in such a confined space. Tell me, can we acquiesce to this?" The throng of vampires below waved their arms and shouted in unison, "Absolutely not." The white-suited young vampire raised his arms and proclaimed, "Indeed, absolutely not. Do they think we will be intimidated by some non-existent entity like those ancient ones? Unthinkable. We are the new generation of vampires. We have overcome the lethal silver that terrifies the old. Our genetic lineage surpasses theirs. We refuse to satiate our hunger with the stale blood of the past, for we shall never submit to feeble humanity. We shall never yield." At that moment, the chimes of the clock tower resonated, signaling that midnight had arrived. "Midnight is upon us. Vampires, revel in your frenzy." Countless vampires surged forth, assaulting every late-night wanderer on the streets, like demons emerging from the abyss extending their tendrils. They swiftly seized a returning service industry technician, sinking their fangs into his neck. Though not the most delectable of fresh blood, for vampires starved of vitality, it was a rare delicacy. "Ha! This is mine. There is an abundance of food here. Do not fight. Let us share a meal. Save me. Save me. Ah! There is a monster. Spare me. I have children." In an instant, the anguished cries of the latecomers, the horrified shrieks upon discovering the vampires, and the desperate pleas for mercy from those attacked filled the air, mingling with the mocking laughter of the vampires as they toyed with their feeble human prey, showcasing the allure of their eternal youth. Some among them were once human, transformed into vampires by the very curse that now defined them. Where did these fiends emerge from? Peter Parker ensnared one of the lunging vampires with his web, placing the rescued woman in a relatively safe spot, when suddenly a jolt coursed through his mind. "Oh no, Aunt May." He immediately leaped from the building, using his web to propel himself towards the location where Aunt May worked. In a certain part of Midtown Manhattan, 6 men stood back to back, wielding iron rods. Damn it, where did these creatures come from? Why are there so many? They felt as rigid as iron, their hands numb from gripping their weapons. "Look, my steel pipe is already bent." One man, clad in a black leather jacket, scrutinized the scene for a moment before stating, "These creatures bear a striking resemblance to the vampires described online. 4 fangs, pallid complexion." Another man retorted, "Yes, thank you. I've already seen them feeding on a person. No need to analyze their dental attributes further. Damn it, is everyone off tonight? I warned you. Stay indoors. Things have been quite unstable lately." But no one heeded my advice. "All right, thank you. I will certainly listen next time. We need to devise a plan to escape. We should make our way to the police plaza in Lower Manhattan, which means navigating around 16 city blocks. Damn it, charge ahead. Don't worry, I know a shortcut. We'll be there in no time. Let us go. This scene unfolded as one of many human resistance efforts in Brooklyn, Queens, and Manhattan. Although many were paralyzed by the sudden onslaught of vampires, there remained a faction aware of the grim fate that awaited those who did not resist. Thus, for the sake of their survival, they instinctively banded together, uniting as one under the singular name, humanity. At that moment, a beam of light burst forth from the rooftop of the headquarters at One Police Plaza in Lower Manhattan, piercing the thick clouds above and etching a symbol in the sky, a black bat, surveying all from above. Some of the older individuals recognized its significance, while the younger ones remained oblivious to its meaning. From this moment forth, that radiant light held a newfound significance in their hearts. Hope. Bruce nodded at George, and one individual dashed away on a bat motorcycle. George recalled Bruce's words. I know many do not believe this, and I am aware that quite a few inherently do. But now, listen carefully, all of you. Bring forth the crosses left to you by your grandparents, or for the Muslims, produce your Fatima hands. Subsequently, George poured some water into a cup and briefly submerged the cross his grandmother had bequeathed him. He placed it inside, then filled an empty water bottle. When you have exhausted all your ammunition, this will be your life-saving holy water, do you understand? This time, our adversaries are vampires. Unlike ordinary vampires, they fear not garlic. And silver is far too costly for us to afford, do you comprehend? George inhaled softly and continued, boys, protect yourselves. He then donned a protective suit recently delivered by Wayne Enterprises and grasped a specially designed shield. Let us proceed. Felton, Harlan, you each have 30 minutes to assemble your teams. Felton, secure Brooklyn. Harlan, lock down Queens. I shall take Manhattan, sealing all external entry and exit points. Do you understand? Understood. Move out. Chapter 34. The Vampire Messiah. A vampire hurriedly approached the robust, white-skinned young vampire and said, Messiah, my crows have observed that the humans have begun to retaliate, with their leaders already initiating lockdowns in Brooklyn, Queens, and Manhattan. The vampire known as the Messiah crossed his arms over his chest, his muscular upper body betraying no bulkiness as he calmly replied. It is impossible for all humans to be as feeble as those spineless creatures, Friedrich. The human race is complex and divided. Although you have walked this world for 370 years, studying humanity is no simple undertaking. I understand, Friedrich acknowledged. The Messiah intertwined his fingers before him, adopting a commanding stance as he gazed down upon the frenzied gathering of vampires. Behold, Friedrich, this is the nature of vampires. A mere drop of blood can drive them into such madness. He closed his eyes momentarily, reflecting, those 12 ancient ones have loomed over us for far too long, to the extent that our kin have forgotten the essence of freedom. Once, we were the sole dominators of this world. Now, we live like rats in the sewers. How tragic. Friedrich bowed slightly. I have heard that there was a nobleman who shared your aspirations, but the outcome was. The Messiah interrupted with a derisive laugh. Such fools are hardly worthy to be compared with me, the Messiah Apelia. His ambition resembled that of a gluttonous and selfish queen ant, desiring to harness the power of all vampires solely for himself, aspiring to become the king of vampires. He rose to his feet, exuding an uncanny charm that enveloped his entire being. His already handsome visage became even more captivating. My dream is to elevate the vampire race, surpassing the glories of the past, reclaiming dominance in this world, and transforming this repugnant realm back into a paradise for vampires. With this thought, he declared, dispatch that group of ordinary wastrels to the borders of the quarantined areas of Manhattan, Brooklyn, and Queens to engage with those humans. After all, they are of little worth. Friedrich queried in confusion, but won't this still deplete our own strength? My aim is to involve the entire vampire clan in this war against humanity, to incite conflict. Only by inflicting pain upon the vampire race will those 12 ancient ones take action. At that moment, a delighted smile blossomed on the face of the Messiah. Ha 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 ha. Step back. Prior to the commencement, the officers, led by the team leaders appointed by George Daisy, brandished shields and donned uniforms. They wielded ultraviolet weapons, developed by Bruce, specifically designed for vampires. These weapons bore a resemblance to lightsabers, yet were significantly different. It was a carbon fiber rod enveloped in a high-intensity ultraviolet generator. The instant it was activated, a high-intensity ultraviolet light membrane would envelop the entire carbon fiber rod. For humans, being struck by it would result in blunt force trauma and varying degrees of ultraviolet burns. However, When the target is a vampire, contact could be fatal, and proximity could lead to severe injury. The officers struck their shields with the rods. Step back. Step back. Just then, a vampire attempted to break through the formation, only to be mercilessly reduced to ash by the officers wielding ultraviolet rods. This is Felton. The equipment provided by Wayne Enterprises is functioning remarkably well, incinerating vampires upon contact. Excellent. We can commence our counterattack. Bruce pondered. Over the course of several months, the reports of missing persons had surfaced, and vampires were typically concealed by those who yearn for longevity, indicating that the recent disappearances were unrelated to vampires. Furthermore, Dr. Kurt Connors, an expert in the genetic studies of reptiles, had also vanished. Coincidentally, at the same time in New York, lizard people had emerged, along with substantial quantities of reptilian skin and tissue found in the sewers. According to George intelligence, could the mastermind behind this be the same Viper lady from the previous HYDRA incident? Suddenly, a scream caught Bruce's attention. A lizard-like creature emerged from the sewer, swiftly crawling before several individuals. It seized one of them, poised to bite. Bruce launched an electric batarang, simultaneously drawing a grappling gun to latch onto a sign behind the creature. With a swift motion, he executed a spinning kick that sent the lizard man, struck by the electric batarang, hurtling away. In rapid succession, he incapacitated the 2.5-meter beast. A drop of blood, gently wiped from the corner of its mouth, was examined for any unusual viruses, as well as signs of genetic collapse within its system. Bruce discerned that its genes had been forcibly rewritten, obscuring the lizard's original essence, thus unleashing uncontrollable biological instincts. Generally, such violent genetic alterations could lead to catastrophic consequences, including the potential collapse of the genetic chain. Hence, Bruce's concerns. He detected remnants of genetic modification agents in its system, their mechanism of action involving inhalation through the nasal cavity, entering the lungs, and being absorbed into the bloodstream via pulmonary capillaries, subsequently disseminating throughout the body. He contemplated whether to conduct a reverse analysis to decompose the antidote. Upon completion of the analysis, he would immediately commence production, ensuring that the entire batch was integrated into New York City's underground drinking water system. By pressurizing the pipes to the point of rupture, he aimed to disperse the inhalable antidote throughout the city. Bruce calmly stated that, given the efficiency of Wayne Enterprises, any number of ruptured pipes could be swiftly addressed by temporarily halting other projects for a day to focus on repairs. Simultaneously, Wayne Enterprises would supply the city with drinking water for the entire day, effortlessly resolving this minor issue while enhancing the reputation of a conscientious capitalist. Glancing at the time and assessing the current circumstances, Bruce resolved to first deal with the audacious young vampires. He sought a genetically enhanced vampire as a specimen for analysis. However, the vampires lurking nearby were merely ordinary. None were of the new generation. Then, an idea struck him. Chapter 35. Bruce's strategy. With this thought in mind, Bruce immediately decided to take action. He extended the operational screen from his arm and dialed a number. It's me. I want that vampire lord's heart. Hey, do you want to see if I resemble the black folks my grandfather used to keep when he was a farmer? My grandfather had no interest in them. Just send the heart to my address. You know where I am. Bruce coldly remarked, this thing could attract an evolved vampire. By obtaining this vampire, I can deduce the serum needed to cure the second-generation vampires infected by the first. Meanwhile, I will eliminate all first-generation evolved vampires. You best not hinder my progress. 17 years ago, I could have wielded that broken steel sword from England to the Vatican to retrieve holy water, allowing the sword in the stone to drink deeply from the blood of the archbishop. After cleansing it with the holy water, I could have single-handedly ventured into Romania, beheading the vampire prince and retrieving his heart to bring back to New York. At this point, Bruce paused momentarily. Now, can you imagine whether your agents, while safeguarding you, possess the valor of those enigmatic vampires? After over a decade of research, you have yet to produce any tangible results. It is high time for the rightful owner to reclaim what is theirs. I do not trust you to keep it safe, and within 30 minutes. I expect to see it before me. Otherwise, I shall personally visit your Trident Tower. Do you hear me? I will forcefully utilize the model of the sword in your office against you and your superiors in the International Security Council. Hey, mind your words. You are an orphan, nonetheless. Damn it. My personnel have been ordered by the members of the International Security Council to remain inactive, and nearly everyone is confined to the base. Thus, it will take some time before we can deploy. 50 minutes. I grant you a maximum of 40 minutes. That is all I can afford. I require additional time to analyze more about the evolved vampires, using that heart as bait to acquire an evolved sample. Before that, I also need time to send the heart to Wayne Enterprises' laboratory for serum production. Damn it, can't those fools locate the heart? The vampires cannot sense the prince's heart, for it does not belong to them. All right, what can my people do? Within 30 minutes, send a complete set of equipment to Banner. Once I analyze the data in the laboratory, I will send a copy to your team, allowing Banner to study the synchronized data. After sending it to Banner, delete it immediately. You know I can verify. The same applies to his return analysis. I will reward him with 3 million. Then Bruce heard a voice from the other end. Damn it. Is there anyone here with a PhD in genetics and heredity? Unfazed, Bruce replied. If your people had that level of expertise, they wouldn't have spent 18 years researching without yielding anything practical. Send it swiftly. All right, I understand. Suddenly, Bruce heard a statement. My people have been ordered to huddle in the base and cannot engage in battle. We both know the situation. Batman, you are our only hope. Understood, and I. You scoundrel, in 30 minutes, a 30-member, well-trained tactical team will be unable to return to base due to a city combat exercise. And because communications with the Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics Bureau have been blocked, they will be subject to attack and must engage in a passive counteroffensive. This is the maximum assistance I can provide. Enough. Anything more would be a burden. The heart will be delivered to you punctually in 40 minutes. If it does not arrive within that time frame, then there is no need for it to be sent at all. Why? Because I will eliminate those who have been transformed into vampires. Bruce glanced at the time, 0:41. Hurry, Nick. With that, Bruce ended the call. Nick Fury let out a sigh and retrieved an old telephone. He dialed the only number it contained. Frank, I believe you are already aware of the events unfolding tonight. I need you to infiltrate a location and procure an item. Of course, I will ensure that you receive assistance, along with weapons, maps, and support. Everything will be delivered to you. However, time is of the essence. It must reach Wayne Enterprises' 6th laboratory within 40 minutes. Do you understand? The security is formidable, or I would not be seeking your help. Thank you. Afterward, Nick Fury pulled Coulson aside and instructed, go find Clint and Natasha, and gather a batch of equipment to send to this location. He handed Coulson a small note. Go, this is a crucial item for tonight. Understood. Once Coulson departed, Fury shouted, Hill. Yes, sir. Contact Dr. Banner and have him find a location with a computer. Then, let's seal off all military communications and send him the necessary supplies, along with that batch of Wayne Enterprises instruments. Can it arrive within 30 minutes? Yes. Then hurry and have him send us the analysis results immediately after completion. Understood. Nick Fury sighed, muttering, damn it, the easiest task lately has been seeking out Tony Stark in the Middle East. And those who have never even used a computer can still disrupt my vision. Move quickly, everyone. We must act decisively. Bruce spoke to George Stacy, saying, make sure it gets done. He had just briefed Stacy on his conversation with S.H.I.E.L.D. George Stacy, observing the relentless onslaught of vampires attempting to breach their defenses, resignedly replied, I will do my best. He then ended the call and activated his highest-level police communicator, simultaneously granting access permissions to all personnel. All officers, listen closely. I know this is challenging, but I have just received intel that the vampires we are witnessing are all former ordinary citizens turned into vampires. This means, someone interjected. It means that if we truly take action to kill them, those citizens will be doomed, correct? George Stacy paused for a moment before confirming, indeed. However, I have received word that research is already underway for a vampire serum. We have a chance to save these infected citizens. Another voice inquired, how long does it take to produce the serum? George did not conceal the truth. Frankly, I too am unaware of the duration required for the serum's production. However, when the results of the serum manufacturing are revealed, we must defend ourselves with all our might, correct? Indeed. A deathly silence ensued. 30 seconds later, the sheriff stated, I can accept an hour and a half. An hour and 12 minutes. 90 minutes. It is all the same. Stacy's gaze fell upon the throng of vampires ahead. Together with you, in an hour and a half, we shall launch a full-scale assault. Received. Chapter 36. The Night in New York, Part 1. Just as Bruce was preparing to head to the front lines in Brooklyn, Queens, and Manhattan for support, a resounding explosion echoed through the air. The important evidence storage facility had detonated. A chill swept over Bruce's countenance. Their target was that very heart. Bruce pressed a button, summoning the Batmobile. A sleek, formidable black vehicle, akin to a phantom, swiftly dispatched a vampire hanging behind it, coming into Bruce's line of sight. Bruce leapt high, and as the Batmobile approached his position, it veered directly, the top opening to reveal the cockpit. At the moment the Batmobile completed its drift and turn, Bruce entered it. George, was the decommissioned evidence storage building just destroyed? Is there anything left inside? What? No, it's empty now. 3 years ago, Bruce Wayne donated a new building, and that place has since been abandoned, almost entirely vacant, though there are still remnants, such as the remnants of Jonathan Crane's scarecrow toxin. Although the quantity is insufficient to cause any adverse effects, yet it can be analyzed for detailed data, a neurotoxin developed by a university professor, and a few other miscellaneous items. I was planning to head your way, but it seems I must find those audacious individuals now. I implore you, leave this to us. We can hold for an hour and a half. Thank you, George. 6 minutes had elapsed since Bruce dialed Nick Fury. In front of an unassuming factory, Clint Barton, armed with a bow and arrow, turned to look in the direction of the explosion. Where did the explosion occur? A figure clad in a bulletproof vest emblazoned with a skull, wielding a 5.56mm semi-automatic rifle, with a 9mm Browning pistol and a tactical knife at his waist, surveyed the chaos unfolding that evening. Regrettably, having promised Fury to retrieve that item, he mused, otherwise, I would ensure those rascals pay dearly. Is this the place? The slender and alluring Natasha glanced at the address in her hand, then set it ablaze, declaring, yes. Frank shot her a sidelong glance. Next time, burn such things earlier. It draws too much attention here. Natasha rolled her eyes and drew her pistol from her waist, inquiring, what is your operational plan, Punisher? Frank glanced at the architectural blueprints in his hands and replied, Robin Hood takes the high ground while we mount a ground assault, storming the premises. Clint, perplexed, remarked, the defenses here are formidable. Are you certain you wish to proceed with the assault? Head to the rooftop and await my signal. Clint shrugged at Natasha before launching an arrow equipped with a wire into the lab's upper floor, successfully hitting his mark. Frank folded the blueprints and chambered a round in his automatic rifle, retrieving a remote-controlled drone to which he affixed a grenade. Turning to Natasha, he asked, are you proficient with remote-controlled drones? In that moment, a dart tipped with a tranquilizer soared through the air, striking the guard station directly in front of the rooftop entrance, severing his throat. 2 guards collapsed, mere centimeters away from descending the stairs. As the guards behind them turned to investigate, they too were felled by the dart. Bruce's Batmobile approached from the distance, disabling its targeting systems and shifting into silent mode as he smoothly arrived at the entrance. Simultaneously, the Batmobile's electronic signal disruptor extinguished all streetlights, shrouding Bruce and his vehicle in darkness. As the Batmobile opened, Bruce emerged. 4 guards occupied the corners of the rooftop, having seized the high ground with an efficiency that belied the clumsiness of those merely aspiring to make a significant impact. A seemingly innocuous iron ball silently rolled through the gaping breach into the abandoned evidence storage building, releasing signals invisible to the naked eye. In an instant, all lights extinguished. A shadow slipped into the evidence storage building from outside, leaving many only time to glimpse a flash of cold light before they succumbed to unconsciousness. Who goes there? What is that? Get away! Followed by sporadic gunfire, before an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Those on the second floor felt a sense of dread. With their comrades so close in peril, were they not next? Hey, what transpired? Suddenly, a dark figure burst from the stairwell, delivering a punch that rendered one guard unconscious, collapsing him to the ground, where he convulsed briefly before falling still. Archer, is that you? What the hell is happening with the lights? Did we accidentally sever the circuit while demolishing the building? What has happened to the men on the first floor? Where is the leader? On the top floor. I found the flashlight. A figure clutched a dark object in his hand, exclaiming loudly before illuminating the scene with a flashlight. Wait, but it was too late. A beam of light suddenly pierced the dimness of the second floor. It was he who had found the flashlight and switched it on, yet before he could utter a word, the flashlight was flung from his grasp, replaced by a blood-curdling scream. Almost instantly, he was struck down by a blade across his neck, rendering him unconscious. Amid the chaotic flurry initiated by the flashlight's flight, another individual caught a glimpse of the dire fate that befell his companions, all of whom lay incapacitated, frothing at the mouth. The first to find the flashlight contorted grotesquely, his limbs twisted at unnatural angles, clearly beyond salvation. He cried out, "It's him, the one the leader is searching for." A searing pain coursed through him, akin to being crushed beneath a truck, as the metallic taste of blood flooded his mouth. In an instant, he realized his tongue was free to move. He wished to speak, but a cold gauntlet pressed against his lips, and he succumbed to darkness. Damn it, I can't aim properly. You hit me. Can't you stop firing recklessly? Sporadic gunfire erupted, followed by faint cries of agony, which soon faded into silence. The second floor had been cleared. At this moment, the time reads 0:53:09. Leave of absence request. I apologize. I need to take a day off due to personal matters. Chapter 37, Night in New York, Part 2. In a mere 3 minutes, Bruce had systematically cleared the 4 floors behind him. Just as he prepared to breach the last floor, a chilling wind swept through, a blade slicing the air. Bruce sensed the impending attack the instant the blade approached and quickly ducked to evade the strike, only to be met by a powerful kick aimed at him. Raising his arm, he deflected the blade with the edge of his forearm and swiftly pivoted, landing a punch against the attacking leg. As Bruce steadied himself, his assailant had retreated several meters away. Your reflexes are the fastest I have ever encountered. Likewise, you must have undergone some form of human enhancement, correct? I believed I was the last of my kind still alive, aside from Captain America and the Red Skull. The opponent twirled his weapon as he spoke. Bruce lifted his gaze, observing the red and blue mask adorning his adversary's face. I am Slade Joseph Wilson. However, you may simply refer to me by my code name, Deathstroke. The moment you laid eyes on me, your death knell began to toll. I care not for your code name, Slade. The less you know, the more it affirms the confines of your world. Naturally, your ability to command vampires merely reinforces my perspective. The man hefted a long blade upon his shoulder and casually remarked, "Damn it, your foul mouth resembles that of my wretched half-brother Wade. Guess what? That scoundrel succumbed to cancer. Of course, while you may not have cancer, it's rather similar. Death is death." With that, he brandished his long knife and lunged at Bruce. Bruce swiftly raised the blade on his arm to parry the strike, delivering 3 rapid punches towards his opponent's chest, all of which were deftly evaded or blocked. They then quickly separated. Gazing into Slade's eyes, the tension in the air was palpable as their gazes locked for a fleeting moment. In a mere 3 seconds, Bruce hurled a bat-shaped projectile, only for Slade to slice it in 2. Instantly, Bruce followed the trajectory of the bat-shaped device, arriving before Slade and launching a punch, which Slade narrowly dodged by turning his head. Bruce then seized Slade's left hand, delivering a powerful blow that sent Slade crashing against the wall, creating a gaping hole that led into an empty office. Just as Bruce prepared to pursue, Slade hurled a massive desk at him. Bruce swiftly sidestepped, only to find Slade lurking behind the desk. Slade reached out with a claw-like hand towards Bruce, who instinctively tilted his head aside, narrowly avoiding a scratch on his helmet. Initiating with a knee strike, Bruce closed in, and the two engaged in a fierce altercation, marked by the clashing of bodies, the intersection of weapons, and the assault of fists and feet. As the battle raged on, the 7th floor of the evidence storage building suffered substantial destruction, reduced to rubble. Amidst the debris, Bruce cast another bat-shaped projectile to ensnare Slade, having heard George's voice crackling through his communicator. "Hey, Batman, where are you? It's getting dire here. The vampires keep coming. We can only hold out for another 10 minutes. That's sufficient," Slade retorted, cleaving through Bruce's bat-shaped device with his knife, a sinister grin spreading across his face. "You know, I've long suspected that heart of yours wasn't here. With your arrival, my plan has come to fruition." He withdrew the long knife that had remained embedded in his back. "Those so-called vampires couldn't afford my services. I wouldn't accept their employment unless they offered 6 times the price. But alas, they informed me of your presence here. Batman, the man who vanished 17 years ago, single-handedly took down the entire underground Kingpin of New York, Falcone, and infiltrated the headquarters of the Six to steal the legendary blade known as the Steel Slayer. You even ventured to the Vatican, slapping the faces of those hypocritical missionaries, and ultimately stormed into Romania, the stronghold of the vampires. Some claimed you were dead, yet your survival speaks volumes." With a powerful flourish, Slade brandished an exquisitely designed long sword. "I find myself pondering why the internal rulers of the vampires have been replaced by yet another cadre of ancient beings, with all power now resting in the hands of a youth. It seems clear now that you must have eliminated their prince. Even 17 years ago, there were those who referred to you as the pinnacle of humanity, yet I believe this position is not one that cannot be filled by another. This is precisely why I have come here. Does this seem familiar? The sword in the stone, which I have claimed for myself." In a flash, he swung it towards Bruce, who narrowly evaded the strike. However, soon a familiar scent enveloped Bruce's face. This is something you would recognize well. Gradually, the Slade before him transformed into a visage of terror, with the slender sword in the stone morphing into a hefty cleaver. The Scarecrow's fear toxin is indeed a remarkable substance. It has swiftly clouded your senses. He delivered a crushing blow to Bruce's face, sending him sprawling to the ground. "After all these years, have you still not grown accustomed to this?" Then came a flurry of kicks raining down upon Bruce. "Or perhaps, have you simply aged? Are you too feeble now?" Slade's strength was formidable, and the filter Bruce had worn was ripped away during their earlier conflict, leaving him vulnerable. A series of blows to his head caused blood to pour from his forehead, nostrils, and lips. Today, the throne of humanity shall change hands, and that hand shall be mine. With that declaration, he swung his sword at Bruce. In that instant, Bruce seized the sword in the stone. Throughout my years of battle, you are not the first to attempt such a move. He then landed a punch against Slade's calf, swiftly following up with a devastating strike from his arm blade. Slade staggered backward, creating distance between them. Bruce propped himself against the wall, stating, "I have faced foes far greater than you, ones more brutal and savage. They were merciless and violent, showing no restraint in their bloody methods, and yet they all fell before me." With a roar, Slade charged at Bruce. Brandishing the sword in the stone, Bruce blocked the blade with his fist and then struck with force. Behold, the arm blade shattered the sword in the stone. Guess what? He grasped a shard of the sword and pressed it against Slade, driving it into his right eye. Bruce looked at Slade and coldly declared, "And I remain here." Chapter 38, The Night in New York, Part 3. Bruce delivered a kick to Slade's back and then slowly exited the evidence storage building. Taking a slight breath, under the influence of the fear toxin in the dark, Bruce perceived everything around him as wavering and uncertain. The ornamental trees lining the road suddenly appeared twisted and grotesque, their forms horrifying. The car parked by the roadside flickered ominously, its surface engulfed in terrifying flames that seemed to emanate from the very depths of hell. A mere glance in its direction felt as though it would consume Bruce whole. He gently shook his head, pondering the effect of the toxic fear gas that had impaired his movements. He was in desperate need of assistance. Just then, a sharp sound pierced the air, and a figure clad in red and blue appeared before him, bearing a webbed mask. "Hey, we've met before." Bruce struggled to discern the stranger's features, but the figure resembled a colossal arachnid creature. Tentatively, he inquired, "Spider-Man?" "Indeed. It's splendid that you recognize me. I'm at a loss as to what has transpired." A horde of biting monsters suddenly emerged on the streets. "Do you know what they are?" Bruce shook his head once more. "I don't have the time to answer all your questions, but I require your aid. I've been severely poisoned." "Oh no, that's dreadful. Do you need me to fetch an antidote?" "Enough distractions. Those attackers are vampires. I need you to reach Midtown Manhattan within 20 minutes, where someone will meet you. They will provide you with the heart of a vampire lord. Take that heart to the Wayne Enterprises laboratory. But your toxin, I will handle it. It's up to you to save the lives of so many innocent civilians tonight." Upon hearing Bruce's words, Peter understood the gravity of the task at hand. "Understood, sir. But how do I prove my identity? And when I deliver the heart to Wayne Enterprises, how will they not attack me?" Bruce suppressed the urge to hurl a batarang at the enormous spider creature and instead gently placed a batarang into Peter's hand. "Take this and give it to someone named Marco Fox at the facility. The rest is in your hands, Spider-Man. I swear I will reach there within the allotted time." "That's up to you, Spider-Man." With that, Bruce turned and entered the Batmobile. He immediately accessed the initial data on the fear toxin and began synthesizing the antidote. The synthesis time was 1 minute and 37 seconds. The vehicle had activated its autopilot mode and would hasten to the laboratory. Bruce rubbed his eyes and shifted his gaze to the street outside, where a few clergy members had begun to emerge. It appeared to be a congregation of foolish individuals, heedless of the church's decrees. They clutched Bibles or crosses, valiantly confronting the vampires they could manage. Though the fear toxin distorted their appearances in Bruce's eyes, the aura they exuded still provided a sense of reassurance. He pressed the launch button, and a concentrated solution of garlic essence was ejected, and an ultraviolet grenade. Numerous vampires were reduced to ashes under Bruce's recent assault. The Messiah remained steadfast in his position, as calm as ever. Suddenly, his aide Friedrich approached. "Master, the task of the death knell has failed." The Messiah did not exhibit disappointment or anger, though I harbor no affection for those old-timers. It must be acknowledged that the individual who breached our territory 17 years ago and severed the head and heart of the elder certainly cannot be deemed worthless. Reflecting on this, he added, "He cannot be a mere triviality. If a modified soldier could easily vanquish him, he would not have survived to this day. My objective, aside from obtaining that heart, is to personally eliminate this creature known as Batman." He clenched his fist. "The trajectory of events in this world unfolds in such a manner that no matter how powerful I become, there will always be individuals who compel me to bow to their ideals and lineage. Even if they submit to my formidable strength, they will covertly defy my commands. In this instance, I reclaimed the Duke's heart, personally avenging the disgrace of the vampire clan and transforming the human realm into our pasture. I could rightfully ascend to the position of Duke." A cup of crimson blood was drawn into his being. "I shall make those old relics kneel and lick my feet." Upon reaching this point, he remarked, "The death knell was merely a test, even though it did not succeed. It provided us with authentic information, The Duke's heart is not in their possession, which explains the suppression of the newly transformed vampires. He paused. Release all the newly transformed vampires. They must receive a vivid lesson. No sooner had he spoken than a faint explosion reverberated. What sound is that? In an instant, the water pipes across Queens, Manhattan, and Brooklyn erupted. What is happening? Exclaimed a police officer within the cordon. Water. It's water. All the underground water pipes in New York City have burst. I've received reports that only those in Queens, Manhattan, and Brooklyn have exploded. Suddenly, someone spotted something and shouted, "What is going on? Wait, look at that group of vampires. They appear to be behaving strangely. They are beginning to perish." What is happening? George Daisy was momentarily taken aback before promptly activating the communicator. Batman, did you see that? I had 3,700 crosses placed at the central water storage point of New York City's underground waterway, employing 10 priests, 6 bishops, and a cardinal from the Vatican, who are now singing the gospel at the underground water storage site. At this point, Bruce hesitated briefly. Well, never mind. It's not important. At the New York City Underground Water Storage Center, 10 priests, 6 bishops, and the cardinal from the Vatican held the Bible in their hands. Surrounded the point of transfer, they murmured incantations. Supreme Lord of Heaven, Saint Michael, the exalted leader of celestial armies, please grant us your protection in this war. To resist the malevolent leaders and tyrants, to oppose the dark forces of the world, and to confront the vile acts of the heavenly demons. Beside them stood a full choir. Hallelujah. A priest paused slightly, inquiring, Bishop Harlow, is this truly the right course of action? After all, it contravenes the wishes of certain individuals above. The bishop's face was etched with fury. We are the divine messengers sent to bless humanity. May the holy bishop be bestowed with the fullness of sacred ordination. How can we stand idly by while vampires threaten the mortal realm? He adjusted the checks in his pocket, wary of creasing them. Chapter 39. The Night in New York, Part 4. Frank exhaled a plume of smoke. I was perplexed. He discarded the cigarette, but to the ground, crushing it underfoot. I had long warned Nick Fury against placing excessive faith in the loyalty of his subordinates. An organization that touts world salvation as its mission will soon be supplanted, losing sight of its original purpose. He lit another cigarette. The outcome was painfully evident. Before him lay a scene of dismembered corpses, faces marred with blood. He had not heeded my advice, and now, I found myself relieved to have come here tonight. For the sights before me were among the most repugnant I had ever witnessed. I informed Fury that this would be the last time I offered my assistance. With that, Frank turned and rode off on his motorcycle, leaving Natasha, who clutched a metal case, and Clint, armed with a bow and arrow. The two shrugged and swiftly messaged Fury, then drove to the agreed location. Upon their arrival, a figure clad in a red and blue web-patterned suit appeared above them. Hey, greetings. I am Spider-Man. Sent here on Mr. Batman's behest to retrieve that item. Natasha, ever vigilant, questioned, what item? Peter scratched his head and replied, it's a heart. Wait. You're not trying to trick me, are you? Suddenly, realization dawned on him. Natasha raised the case. The item you seek is right here. Take it. Peter shot out a web, adhering it to the case, and said, thank you. With that, he swung away towards Wayne Enterprises' laboratory. In a moment of distraction, Peter glanced down to find that a few vampires, having escaped the perimeter, were gradually converging. Damn it. Could this heart be connected to these vampires? Just then, a bat swooped onto his web and bit through the taut strand. What? In the instant the silk thread snapped. Peter realized the urgency of the situation and swiftly prepared to launch another thread to sustain his movement. Suddenly, a swarm of crimson bats erupted forth, assaulting him. What on earth is this? With a forceful flick of his wrist, he landed firmly on the ground. At the center of the battlefield, vampires encircled him, leaving a space in the middle. Greetings, sir. Surrender what you possess, or I shall not hold back, one of them declared. Peter's expression turned grave. Judging by the appearance of the bats, it seemed that these were no ordinary vampires. After observing the performance of the majority of vampires tonight, it was evident that aside from their extraordinary physical abilities, they were not vastly different from regular humans. Suddenly, one vampire seized the opportunity to pounce on him. Peter's spider sense tingled, instantly activating his reflexes. He leaped powerfully, delivering a kick to the back of the assailant, sending him crashing into the vampire who had spoken. The vampire of apparent hire standing displayed a flicker of anger as he exclaimed, damn it, refusing a toast only to incur a penalty. Attack. No sooner had he spoken than a throng of vampires engaged Peter in combat. As Peter struggled, he landed a kick to the face of one vampire below while using his remaining hand to grasp another vampire, narrowly avoiding their gaping fangs. He flipped and adhered to the wall, swiftly maneuvering to evade the crimson projectiles. Although uncertain of their nature, he understood that being struck would spell his doom. A blood projectile silently hurtled towards Peter, and by the time he noticed, it was within mere centimeters of his face. Peter thought to himself, this is it. Just then, a long sword swung fiercely, cleaving through the vampires, obstructing Peter and intercepting the impending blood missile. Are you all right? A voice thick with an Edinburgh accent inquired. Peter opened his eyes to find a golden-haired man before him. He appeared to be of similar age, clad in a thin layer of leather armor, emanating a faint white glow from behind. His expression was resolute, his gaze steely. Peter stammered, I am fine. By the way, the heart. The man paused, asking the heart, what is happening? Peter recounted the information Bruce had conveyed to him. The man's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he replied, in that case, we cannot delay. You must go. I will handle things here. Take this. He presented Peter with an amulet-like object. With this, you will gain the ability to fly. And most vampires will not dare to meet your gaze. You must deliver the heart to Wayne immediately. Peter nodded, a surge of understanding coursing through him as he grasped the amulet's purpose, and he ascended into the air without hesitation. He flew to the Wayne laboratory base in Bruce's detailed address. The man turned to the gathering of vampires before him and declared, rodents of the underground. Pointing his long sword, I, Brian Braddock, have completely discerned your true identities. Therefore, I shall eradicate you all. As he spoke, a faint golden light emanated from his sword. Prepare to meet your demise. The dazzling golden radiance erupted, illuminating the entire street. Bruce clenched his fist, feeling the rapidly dissipating effects of the fear toxin. He turned and boarded the Batmobile. Just then, a message popped up on his device. I just received a call from someone claiming to be Spider-Man, who brought your bat-shaped projectile to the laboratory, requesting to study this heart and send the results to the specified address. After the documentation is complete, the heart must be delivered to a certain location, correct? Bruce promptly dialed a number. Apologies, Marco, but I need your assistance at this late hour. This heart is the key to resolving tonight's predicament. I was affected by the fear toxin 10 minutes ago and couldn't reach out to you. Marco Fox replied, all right, I'll need 3 minutes for analysis. As for the rest, Bruce interjected, leave that to him. Given his abilities, he should be able to identify the similar factors within. The heart must be fitted into the launcher and sent to me. Understood. Take care, Bruce. Bruce ended the communication, uncertain of how to respond to the son of his old friend, Marco Fox, the promising young scientist and son of Lex Fox. Chapter 40. Night in New York. V. Bruce gazed at the deep, dark sky and exhaled softly. Let us bring this farce to an end within the hour. He activated the Batmobile, plunging into the profound darkness without hesitation. The flames shooting from the rear of the Batmobile ignited a fragment of the shadows, resembling an arrow piercing through the night, vanishing into the abyss. In the vampire's stronghold, the Messiah suddenly opened his eyes, murmuring, now I can feel it. The heart from the Duke is pulsating. Friedrich slightly opened his eyes and inquired, should we send someone to retrieve it? The Messiah abruptly rose, abandoning his poised demeanor, and crushed the wine glass filled with blood in his hand. No, this time I shall set forth personally. Those fools may think they can seize victory at the crucial moment, but they will inevitably be overturned by the enemy. Having spoken, he closed his eyes and continued, I can feel it. The Duke's heart is drawing me. Indeed, it is eager to become a part of my glorious vampire lineage. It is yearning to join me. Messiah Ophelia. With that, the Messiah vanished in a peculiar flash. Transformed into countless crimson bats, they soared away from the stronghold, surrounded by hundreds of high-ranking vampires. With a fierce swing, Brian Braddock drove his long sword into the ground. It seemed that these vampires had no means to restore their normal state before that fellow's Batman-concocted serum was unveiled. Yet, if this continued, I might very well perish here. He gazed sorrowfully at the vampires reduced to ashes due to his excessive force. Were these not likely the fledglings turned from humans? To annihilate them all was a notion my heart simply could not bear. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the air, drawing Brian Braddock's attention. He dashed forward with incredible speed. With a swift strike, a vampire was sent flying. A human woman stood behind, clutching her neck, evidently having narrowly escaped being bitten by the vampire. Brian Braddock could clearly see that this creature was also a vampire transformed from an ordinary human. It twitched slightly, then spoke. You've been obstructing my brothers from their dinner. Haven to you? Brian Braddock bellowed in anger. You were once human, weren't you? How can you so easily turn against your own kind? The vampire sneered, replying, once human, but now I am a superior being. The human body has its limits. Just a slight touch from me could shatter bones, such a fragile form, with a fleeting lifespan. Why don't you enlighten me on the virtues of humanity? As he spoke, he bared his fangs and lunged at Brian Braddock. You mere human. Prepare your neck for my feast, and do not fantasize about rising up to become the ruler of this world. Brian Braddock's eyes blazed with fury at the vampire's words. With a decisive strike, he cleaved the creature in two, and under the influence of the magical energy on his blade, the vampire was reduced to ashes. He then turned, pointing his long sword at the gathering of vampires before him. I advise you to reconsider your intentions before attempting to attack me. Otherwise, I shall not hold back. A man with brown skin, clad in a black robe, stepped forward. Foolish creature, he remarked, wielding a dagger that shimmered with a faint black light. My master, Messiah Ophelia, once stated, humans are perpetually oblivious to their own insignificance, reveling in their meager achievements, unaware that greater dangers loom ahead. I find this sentiment utterly true. He regarded the longsword-wielding Brian Braddock and continued, Your strength is indeed rare among humans, yet that does not grant you the right to stand before me, Davis Cassie, and utter such bold proclamations. In that moment, a scarlet bat lunged from the side, sinking its fangs into Brian Braddock's neck. In a moment of sudden assault, Brian found himself momentarily stunned. After forcefully slaying the bat with a swift slap, he half knelt on the ground, his body involuntarily beginning to convulse. Was this a neurotoxin? No, it was something more profound. With a hint of understanding, Davis clasped his hands together, stating, Indeed, my master possesses a clear comprehension of you. You invariably entangle yourselves in trivial concerns. However, I can now address your inquiry. To use your human vernacular, my bat was a creation of my master, genetically engineered by me, and the toxin it produces is specifically targeted at the genetic level. In other words, you were just reveling in your humanity, were you not? Alas, you are now a vampire, and a base one at that. Suddenly, Brian, who had been before Davis, rose to his feet, an indescribable aura emanating from him. You just claimed I am a vampire, correct? He said, gripping his sword tightly. Davis furrowed his brow, realizing that the situation was more complex than anticipated. Yet, his foolish minions remained oblivious. One of them taunted, Can't you comprehend? A lowly vampire? Hurry and kneel before your superior. In an instant, Brian appeared before the insolent vampire, severing his head with a single stroke. He then seized the heart, crushing it with force. In that fleeting moment, yet another vampire was reduced to ashes. What was that you just said? Davis's expression shifted, as he sensed no alteration in the being before him. Yet, the crimson bat had indeed absorbed blood and had bitten him. Although Davis contemplated Brian's condition, his body remained unaffected, and he thrust his hands forward, charging at Brian. Meanwhile, Brian wielded his sword with unparalleled prowess, first repelling Davis's hands before launching into a frenzy against the vampires. Davis's expression shifted. This fool never anticipated I had a contingency plan, did he? Davis extended his hand, extracting a pool of crimson blood from the crimson bat Brian had initially slain. Slowly, it flowed into Davis's mouth. You've fallen for my trick, foolish swordsman, Davis shouted. My ability allows me to completely analyze all the blood within your body after extracting your blood, which then serves as a conduit to siphon every drop of blood from you. Suddenly, Brian plunged his sword into the ground with great force. Divine lightning erupted from the tip, obliterating all surrounding vampires. Fool, he declared, pulling the sword free and locking his gaze onto the last remaining vampire, Davis Cassie. My body, transformed by Merlin and brought to the legendary Lake Avalon, now flows with magical energy akin to that of the sun, thanks to his teachings. As a vampire, how foolish of you to dare to absorb my blood. With that, he cleaved the rigid Davis in two with a single stroke of his sword. Die, you despicable vampire. Chapter 41. The Night in New York, Part 6. Sheriff Stacy sent a message to Bruce. Thank heavens, this reinforcement arrived at the most opportune moment. We were merely 30 centimeters away. I was about to have my men unleash holy water grenades. Did you summon them? Bruce replied, It matters not who called them. We cannot disclose their existence afterward, remember? George responded, I understand. It's confidential, right? How is the progress on that serum? Can it be produced? My lads can no longer afford to wait. Bruce inhaled deeply, George, you, but was abruptly interrupted by a tremendous roar from the other end. Sheriff, a piercing crackle of electricity ended the call. George. Bruce was left in confusion, sensing that something critical had transpired based on the cacophony of sounds. From the intelligence previously received, the situation seemed dire in Manhattan. Bruce sped through the streets of New York in the Batmobile. The roar indicated that the enemy, primarily composed of vampires, posed a significant threat. Yet, the appearance of a few lizard men was enough to raise his vigilance. Given the widespread dispersal of the antidote, Even lizard men would not be a concern. These antidotes were merely byproducts derived from the blood of the substandard lizard men. What if the ancestral lizard men launched an attack? Nevertheless, Bruce refrained from jumping to conclusions. As he approached the defensive perimeter of the Manhattan police, only 50 meters away, he flung open the Batmobile door and leaped out, landing perfectly amidst the chaotic ranks of officers. "Where's your sheriff?" What transpired? A senior officer stepped forward. A horde of grotesque creatures, covered in emerald scales, burst forth from the sewers, throwing our formation into disarray. Several vampires have already escaped. His expression was grim. Despite witnessing the true identity of Batman, he felt no joy. Why? Because, in front of so many witnesses, with all their elite present, their chief had been captured so easily. Damn, just because he prefers to be called sheriff does not mean he is merely a sheriff. Moreover, the breach of their defensive wall was a disgrace. He pointed towards several naked figures. "Look, these are the individuals transformed into those monsters after emerging from the underground." He glanced up at the hazy, mist-laden city. Is there anything within this vapor that could harm them? Bruce seized one of the creatures, lifting its eyelid to reveal the remnants of its vertical pupil. Indeed, it was a descendant of the lizard people. It appeared that the captors of George were none other than these reptilian beings. But why? Bruce had no time for contemplation and immediately began to mobilize the satellites to track down George Stacy's whereabouts. As fate would have it, when the lizard people fled to a certain location, they happened to pass by the apartment of Sheriff Stacy. Gwen witnessed her father ensnared by a green dinosaur clad in a white lab coat, scaling to the top floor before leaping from the building towards Midtown Manhattan. Judging by the direction, it seemed their destination was the Osborne Tower. Without hesitation, she retrieved her phone and dialed a number. The line connected almost instantly. "Gwen, don't go outside tonight." Peter's voice rang out. Gwen exclaimed, "Peter, my dad has been taken." She kicked a vampire that had approached her away, then swung her arms, shooting webbing to anchor herself to the rooftop, pulling herself off the ground. "Wait, what did you just say?" Peter swung through the air towards the place where he had encountered Brian Braddock. "Your father has been taken?" he asked, perplexed. "With vampires roaming the streets, what purpose would there be in capturing your father?" Yet he was no fool. After a moment of thought, he added, "It must be related to your father's efforts to defend against the vampires tonight. Leave it to me. You stay safe at home." Without waiting for Gwen's response, he propelled himself upwards, kicking aside a vampire that obstructed his path, and reached Brian Braddock. "Hey, your talisman." Peter returned the charm Brian had previously given him. Brian paused, then absorbed the talisman into his being. "I thought you might keep it for yourself." Peter turned to the dwindling number of vampires and remarked, "I do not wish to possess what belongs to others. It is not mine. However, I do require your assistance." With a swift motion, Brian dispatched the remaining vampires. "Speak." "My girlfriend's father, the chief, George Stacy, was just taken by a green dinosaur in a white lab coat. He should currently be at Osborne Tower. Can you help me?" "At your service," Brian replied, extending a hand. "Take hold of my hand. We shall go immediately." As Brian grasped Peter's hand, he shot forth like an arrow, racing towards Osborne Tower. Meanwhile, a man clad in white gradually appeared outside the laboratory where the heart resided. The closer one drew, the more palpable the unsettling allure became. As the most formidable of the younger generation of vampires, Messiah harbored discontent towards the frightened remnants of the Romanian mice that Bruce had systematically decimated. Thus, this time, having seized the opportunity for genetic modification of the younger generation of vampires, he was eager to embark on a journey to cleanse the disgrace of his kind. At this moment, the heart lay before him, tantalizingly close. Suddenly, a voice bellowed, "Who goes there? Step back. This is private property, and if you advance any further, we shall open fire." The Messiah scoffed. "Inferior beings always presume that such vacuous threats can instill fear in us." Before the guards from the Wayne Group's laboratory could fire their weapons, the Messiah had already taken action. "What is this? They are not human. A vampire. Turn on the ultraviolet lights. Where is the holy water?" Did no one mention the need for holy water beforehand? Blood coalesced around him, transforming into a barrage of blood spikes that pierced through all the guards. They gradually shriveled, ultimately becoming a pile of ash, drifting into the embrace of nature. The Messiah stepped forward with a confident and graceful stride, his white garments billowing as he entered the laboratory. Chapter 42, Night in New York, Part 7. The Messiah drained the last drop of blood from the ground. "Ah, you are the strongest human I have encountered. But you would do well to reveal the whereabouts of that heart immediately, or my subsequent methods shall not be so gentle," he said softly to Marco, who lay on the ground. Marco's complexion was ashen, his legs severed at the knees, with no blood flowing from the wounds. A trickle of blood lingered at the corner of his mouth. Cough, cough. Can you guess why I have yet to divulge that information? Marco rasped. I do not know. Is it your foolishness? No. It is the pride inherited from our human ancestors, a pride that resides deep within the soul, beyond the comprehension of a rat like you. Wallowing in the sewers, his pallor belied the terrifying light in his eyes. Cough, cough. It is the strength that comes from human dignity. Rat. With those final words, his head fell limply, striking the ground with a resounding thud. No sooner had he spoken than a message appeared on the screen. The extraction was complete. The Messiah suddenly heard the sound of flames erupting. Looking up, a box soared outward. The material of the box was unknown, but given the circumstances within the laboratory, it undoubtedly contained the heart of the Duke. Curse those humans. The Messiah's face darkened as he gazed at the lifeless form of Marco Fox. Reason urged him to pursue the heart immediately, for an opportunity to retrieve it still existed. Emotion, however, compelled him to rend this wretch into pieces to assuage his bitter hatred. Ultimately, reason triumphed over emotion. The Messiah transformed into a scarlet bat and surged toward the rapidly departing box. Buzz. Bruce's Batmobile surged forth like a streak of obsidian lightning, crushing several vampires as it raced towards the Osborn Tower. Satellite signals began to triangulate. Location, Midtown Manhattan. Epicenter, Osborn Tower. Radius, 30 kilometers. Target, a colossal humanoid creature exhibiting traits of a reptilian nature. Target characteristics locked. Suitable target detected. Trajectory prediction initiated. The movement path was established and mapped. Bruce clearly observed a distinct tracking diagram appear on the Batmobile's upper viewport. Gotcha. At the pinnacle of Osborn Tower, a woman clad in a green gown gazed at the heavily armed man beside her, adorned with a red hood, and Slade Wilson, who bore an eye patch. She gently remarked, "You truly are willing to pay a hefty price, sacrificing one of your own eyes." Slade, unfazed by the enchantress's words, replied, "You might as well give it a try. Ophelia, Batman's prowess is undoubtedly beyond your imagination. Losing an eye is merely a punishment for my own negligence and failure." Contemplating this, Ophelia inquired with curiosity, "Will he really come?" The fully armed man, shrouded in layers of protection, assured her, "Rest easy. We have abducted Georges Stacy. There is no way he would stand idly by while Georges meets his demise. You certainly know him well," the red-hooded figure scoffed, remaining silent thereafter. Slade gently traced the scar left by Bruce, stating, "This time, I am uncertain how he will survive." Upon hearing Slade's words, the red-hooded man scoffed. Countless individuals have uttered similar words in the past, and the end result is that he remains here. Slade suddenly erupted in anger. "You had better retract that statement before I lose my temper." The alluring Ophelia softly patted their arms, saying, "Gentlemen, the grand gift we have prepared for Batman has arrived." No sooner had she spoken than a massive cage was unveiled by HYDRA operatives. A colossal figure emerged from within. "Behold, the one who has previously bested Batman. The one who shattered Batman's spine." The red-hooded figure scoffed once more. "Bane, is this your crutch?" Slade had long been irked by the pessimism of this individual. "What insight do you possess? After spending 3 months orchestrating a plan for Batman to confront all those he has previously vanquished in a single night, and deliberately choosing a day when Batman was gravely ill to ambush him, only then did you manage to barely defeat him. Is this your reliance? Surrender while you still can." Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted. The group immediately leaned forward, as the lizard man was about to leap over the final building. Preparing to scale Osborn Industries, a high-caliber shell struck him directly. Due to Bruce's astute calculations regarding the power of the cannonball, and in an effort to ensure Georges' survival while being taken away, the lizard used his own body to shield Georges effectively. However, at the moment the cannonball struck, the lizard's tail was severed, and Georges was violently thrown against a nearby wall, momentarily losing consciousness. Bruce leapt from the Batmobile, quickly arriving at the lizard's side, delivering a powerful kick that sent the creature sprawling. "Let me assess your genetic level compared to those creations of yours. How superior are you?" The lizard rose, gazing at the fallen Georges, then turned his attention to Bruce, standing before him. With a derisive laugh, he declared, "This form of mine represents the perfect evolutionary path for humanity, flawless, endowed with unparalleled intellect, and an indomitable will to strike decisively." Bruce slowly advanced, positioning himself protectively in front of Georges. "I conducted some inquiries. I suspect you are the missing scientist, correct?" Kurt Connors, once a gifted military surgeon, was recruited during the Vietnam War and sent to the front lines to perform surgeries on the wounded. When your camp was attacked, you suffered an irreparable injury to your right hand in a massive explosion. To save your life, You chose amputation and were sent back to the United States to recuperate. From that point on, you devoted yourself to experiments at the university, forsaking your lifelong surgical career to fervently study the regenerative systems of reptiles and various aspects of reptilian biology. Bruce paused. So, losing a hand has rendered you not only unhinged, but has also led you to abandon your humanity? The lizard let out a cold huff and lunged at Bruce, only to be deftly evaded. Bruce seized the opportunity, grasping the lizard's right arm and executing a powerful shoulder throw, slamming him to the ground before delivering a forceful elbow strike to the lizard's side. With a flurry of punches, he unleashed a surge of 3,000 volts from his fists, culminating in a devastating blow to the head that rendered Dr. Kurt Connors entirely unconscious. Chapter 43. The Night in New York, Part 8. At the moment Bruce felled the lizard with a punch, he sensed something amiss. Raising his gaze, he saw Bane leap powerfully from the helicopter above. Following closely were the Red Hood, Slade, and an apparently delicate yet alluring woman named Ophelia. With a series of muffled thuds, they collectively surrounded Bruce. Bruce surveyed the gathering and remarked, "Is this your version of the Avengers? Each of you has been bested by me, either directly or indirectly. Assembling you all will require some effort. How delightful." Bane looked at Bruce and said, "It appears your demeanor has undergone a significant transformation. The former you was not so overtly formidable." Bruce stepped forward, facing Bane, and looked up at him. "Time invariably alters many individuals, Bane, much like your former self, cruel, ferocious, yet never submissive to others. What has transpired now? Have you found a master and are you eager to engage me, your erstwhile adversary, in battle once more?" Bane let out a disdainful grunt and launched a punch without hesitation. Would Bruce permit him to strike unopposed? The answer was a resounding no. Bruce swiftly extended a hand, seizing Bane's fist, and then rapidly ensnared his body around Bane's neck, mounting him. Simultaneously, the blade on his arm unfurled, severing the vital gas lines that sustained Bane. With his left hand gripping Bane's head, his right hand delivered a powerful blow to Bane's neck, and with sheer force, he drove himself downwards. Bane was rendered incapable of rising again. This thunderous spectacle left all onlookers in shock. Lady Ophelia, the Hydra's mistress, was particularly taken aback. Previously at Arkham, she believed she had gauged Bruce's prowess to a significant extent. Yet, she was astonished to witness Bane, who she considered a formidable opponent. Unable to withstand even a single round against Batman, she immediately commanded, "Gentlemen, what are you waiting for?" Slade unsheathed his long knife, retorting, "Don't command me." He charged directly at Bruce. 3 successive slashes were effortlessly evaded by Bruce. At the same time, Bruce pressed down on Slade's long knife, sending sparks flying as it slid toward Slade's face. A swift elbow strike followed, then a punch landed squarely on Slade's visage. He then delivered a kick to the wound on Slade's calf. His cape billowed behind him, shielding against the bullets fired by the Red Hood from behind. Raising his hand, Bruce found the grappling gun in his grasp. A cable ensnared the Red Hood's neck, and Bruce yanked it forcefully. Discarding the grappling gun, he struck downwards with his forearm at the Red Hood's neck. The Red Hood spun around, crossing his legs tightly, ensnaring Bruce's arms, and shouted to Slade on the ground. Quickly, Slade immediately performed a roll, retrieving his long knife from the ground, and swung it fiercely at Bruce, targeting the Red Hood. Bruce, left with no choice, had to pull the Red Hood away, evading Slade's tempestuous assault together. At that moment, a waft of green powder drifted towards Bruce. Unfazed, he stomped down hard, triggering a pre-designed metallic explosion that transformed all metal within a 3-meter radius back into liquid form, including the armor of the Red Hood. With great force, Bruce hurled him away to a distance. "We shall converse later," he exclaimed, then kicked powerfully, striking Slade in the chest, and swiftly dashed to Ophelia's side, seizing that wicked woman. "What now? Do you believe that summoning a cadre of my defeated subordinates will lead to my downfall?" "Little did you know," Ophelia smiled faintly. "Do you think I am the mastermind of tonight's events? Not you, you nine-headed." A sudden agony surged through Bruce's waist as a dagger embedded itself within. With a swift punch, he rendered Ophelia unconscious, and then he swung his fist backward with force. Yet, he struck nothing but air, and once more, his gas mask was dislodged from his face. "It is I." Bruce intended to retaliate, but he felt an involuntary weakness overcome him. The dagger was poisoned. Bruce knelt weakly, striving to lift his head. Jason delivered a kick to Bruce's face, propelling him backward. "It seems you have fared well these past years. I had thought that after Thomas Elliot and Carmine Falcone cast Alfred and that Ukrainian woman from the helicopter to their deaths beneath the bat signal, you would have lost all zest for life. Yet here you are, resurfacing." Jason donned a tactical vest, though the metallic components had all been liquefied by Bruce's anti-metal measures. He sifted through the remnants of metallic liquid clinging to him. A new trick, is it? Behold, this treacherous New York I prepared for you. You truly cannot relinquish the mantle of Batman, can you? He launched several more attacks, striking Bruce mercilessly. You have grown old, Bruce. With a forceful throw, he sent Bruce flying, then seized his hand, capturing the weakened man and delivering a powerful blow to Bruce's abdomen. You are no longer the invincible Batman of yore. He then hoisted Bruce into the air, grasping his shoulder, snatching away Bruce's grappling gun and firing a shot towards the rooftop of Osborn Tower, subsequently dragging them both to the terrace. He forcefully pinned Bruce beneath him, then swatted Bruce's helmet away. Look, Bruce. He gripped Bruce's hair. You have sacrificed so much, Alfred. That Ukrainian woman me. He compelled Bruce to witness the devastation. Ultimately, the New York you cherished has become this grotesque nightmare. How does it feel? This place is about to transform into a vampire-esque paradise. Tell me, what was the purpose of your actions? Bruce opened his eyes, surveying the inferno that engulfed New York alongside the maniacal laughter of vampires. He closed his eyes again. You are mistaken. Jason paused, taken aback. I have never loved New York. This city has never held my affection. Jason shouted defiantly. You are lying. At the age of 20, I believed that all my endeavors were aimed at making my father proud. However, I later realized that my actions were driven by a need for atonement. The power of the Falcone family stemmed from my father, who, leveraging the influence of the Wayne family, safeguarded their nefarious dealings, drug trafficking and human smuggling, allowing their business to flourish and gradually permeate all of America. It was this malevolent enterprise that propelled the Wayne family to become one of the most formidable in the nation. Hence, every action I undertook was in pursuit of redemption. Now, when you inquire why I persist in this endeavor despite the heavy toll it has exacted, I respond. Bruce struggled to his feet, toppling Jason down the staircase. He then secured Jason's feet with a grappling hook, hoisting him back up, suspended upside down. Their eyes locked. Bruce murmured, "Because I am Batman." Chapter 44. A fragment of the past in 1966, a decade prior to the renowned Bruce Wayne's emergence as New York's most eligible bachelor and diamond magnate. A luxurious estate on the outskirts of New York housed its new owner, Thomas Wayne, who anxiously raked his fingers through his hair with a sigh. I never anticipated our family's financial chain would deteriorate to this extent. Beside him, the elderly butler, Alfred Pennyworth, remarked, Master Thomas, during Mr. Patrick's stewardship of Wayne Enterprises. The Great Depression dealt a severe blow to the Wayne family. Thomas Wayne sighed deeply, lamenting, my father drowned, leaving me with this immense burden. Suddenly, a maid quietly whispered something in Alfred's ear. Alfred responded softly, Sir, Mr. Falcone is here to see you. Thomas, taken aback, asked Mario, what brings him here? Please, show him in. 3 minutes later, Mario Falcone, adorned with a top hat, entered the parlor under Alfred's guidance. He playfully removed his hat, and then replaced it, cheerfully exclaiming, Good morning, Mr. Wayne. He handed his hat to Alfred, chuckling. Ha. Congratulations, Thomas. Thomas, suppressing his worries, replied, Now is not the time for such pleasantries. You know that, Mario. It seemed Mario had only just realized the gravity of the situation, saying, Oh, right, my apologies. I forgot about your father's passing. He never did care for me, but I have good news to share. Thomas, puzzled, asked, What is it? Mario Falcone boisterously declared, My father has passed as well. Now, I am the head of the Falcone family. Thomas struggled to comprehend why Mario was so elated. Why do you understand? Mario inquired. You are not involved in our line of work, hence you may not comprehend. I have never been the favored one since my childhood. My mother was a skilled worker under the hand of a lowly thug in our family, and my father only came into the picture after succumbing to drunkenness. He retrieved his pipe, ignited it, and placed it between his lips. Then, seated before Thomas, he exhaled a thick cloud of smoke. I grew up amidst assassination attempts. During the first attempt on my life, my mother shielded me from the most lethal blow. Following that, I was fostered at my grandfather's rural abode. I am profoundly grateful to that grandfather, who incessantly disparaged me as a bastard, for even on the day a rifle was pointed at his head, he never divulged my whereabouts to those who sought my demise. As he spoke, he flicked the ash from his pipe, and, with a serene countenance, continued, I personally dispatched the beast that sought to kill both me and my grandfather, marking merely the 16th assassination attempt I have endured in my life. Of course, it was only then that I learned my drunken father had ordered this act to cleanse the shame he felt for me. Thomas was taken aback and replied, My friend, I am deeply sorry. Mario waved a hand dismissively and said, It is of no consequence. After that incident, my grandfather struck me, as was customary. A nostalgic hue graced his face as he recounted. He told me that staining one's hands with blood is the most foolish act in this world. He perceived the anger and hatred swirling in my eyes. Hatred renders you conspicuous in the eyes of your enemies. If you desire vengeance, you must relinquish your so-called dignity and approach your adversary, for it is often the most inconspicuous among the crowd who can accomplish what seems impossible. My grandfather imparted this wisdom, urging me to make a choice. He then sent me back to the city. Finally, yesterday, after engaging in countless nefarious deeds, on the anniversary of my grandfather's passing, without any effort on my part, his second son, my ineffectual brother, enraged by my provocations, ended up eliminating that old man. Subsequently, after ordering his imprisonment, I effortlessly seized control of the entire family. Now, my friend, Mario gently remarked, I know we have weathered the storm together. I shall always remember your support during those challenging days. This kindness I must repay. I have a scheme, but it requires your assistance. Although you are not my only option, remember I am a man who values gratitude. In the name of your family, as a guarantee, we can introduce those immigrants who have come here to the landowners in the colonies, allowing them to lease the land there, and in return, we can effortlessly collect substantial brokerage fees. Thomas furrowed his brow. Mario, after extinguishing his cigarette, remarked, we merely serve as intermediaries. The ensuing matters are the landlord's concern. He continued, I am aware that your family is currently facing a financial crisis. Yet we can introduce those landlords to your family's conglomerate, utilizing your products. He assured Thomas, your grandfather, Mr. Kenneth, possessed a vision that transcended the ages. I assure you, Thomas, once this tumultuous period has passed, the industrial enterprise your family began under your grandfather's stewardship will undoubtedly flourish in the new century. Upon hearing Mario Falcone's words, Thomas responded, Mario, we have been steadfast companions since childhood. I place my trust in you, and I hope you will honor that trust. Mario waved his hand gently and replied, trust me, Thomas, I will provide you with an offer you cannot refuse. Thomas lit his cigarette, declining Mario's pipe, stating, the pipe has become obsolete. After all, cigarettes have existed for nearly a century. Beneath my family's estate lies a vast, concealed cavern capable of harboring a substantial number of illegal immigrants. Mario smiled and said, then our profits have increased. May our collaboration be fruitful, Thomas. Thomas Wayne inhaled deeply, then expressed, I merely hope that the descendants of the Wayne and Falcone families shall not hold our actions in contempt for eternity. Mario took a puff of his smoke, replying, such is this damned life. Perhaps in the future, we will engage in even more outrageous and soul-selling endeavors. Yet, we are left with no choice. Our descendants will only reside in the towering edifices erected by our sins. Chapter 45, The Night of New York, Part 9. As Bruce was about to leave after suspending Jason upside down and securing him, a fireball streaked across the sky. Bruce paused in confusion. Soon, the Wayne Group's satellite established a signal. Was this the heart of that grand entity? The heart fell into Bruce's grasp, the metallic components dislodging to reveal a box crafted from specialized materials. The display screen indicated that the heart, faintly shimmering in shades of violet, pulsed with a weak energy. Why deliver it at this moment? Bruce pondered, attempting to contact Marco Fox, only to be met with the grim scene in the laboratory. His expression stiffened, and he became rigid. Jason, with a grin, spoke. Do you see it? The great Bruce Wayne, the illustrious Batman. Your existence only ensures that those around you suffer. Bruce retaliated with a punch, rendering him unconscious. Suddenly turning, he gazed at a crimson bat soaring from the heavens. Is it you? He murmured. In an instant, the bat descended, transforming amidst a cloud of blood into a young man clad in a white suit. Observe your attire. You must be that individual, the one who, over a decade ago, bravely ventured into Romania and severed the head of the Archduke, extracting that heart like a true Batman. Bruce cast aside the heart and approached the Messiah with measured steps, inquiring, it seems the vampires still remember who I am. I had thought you had forgotten me. The Messiah gently replied, to speak candidly, in our realm, you are the remedy that keeps the little vampires awake during the day. Bruce delicately removed 2 silver bat-shaped shurikens. I had assumed you no longer behaved like rodents. Logically, you should have abandoned the habit of prowling at night. Yet, it appears that a rat remains a rat, even with wings. Having spoken, Bruce resolutely hurled the silver shurikens. The Messiah unfurled his wings, and, with a powerful flap, the shurikens resonated against his wings before being sent flying. He opened his mouth and let out a roar, lunging at Bruce. Bruce seized his mouth, intending to exert force. But a wave of weakness surged through his waist, draining him of half his strength. Curse that toxin, it has yet to be fully dispelled. The Messiah, sensing the change, remarked, "So you have only just been injured?" Bruce gritted his teeth and struck the Messiah on the head with a punch. "That will suffice." The Messiah absorbed Bruce's blow, smiling at him. "I wonder if you feel it. Each punch you throw only makes me feel even weaker. Is that punch laced with poison?" he said with a hint of regret. "It seems truly unfortunate. I had hoped that the cycle of history would find its conclusion in our battle, Batman. The entanglements of fate and combat. I believe this was the end for us both, as my resurrection was a response to your emergence. Yet, it appears that fate indeed favors my kind, the vampires." As he spoke, he opened his mouth wide, transforming into a cloud of blood mist. Upon witnessing this familiar maneuver, Bruce was momentarily taken aback. "You are the vampire Archduke? You should be dead." The Messiah's roar echoed from all directions. "Do you think you can kill me? Your sword severed my head, and holy water cleansed my body, while you, believing you had triumphed, unwittingly granted me the means to survive. I entrusted my remaining strength to a stone, hidden in a secret place. When an adventurous young human comes into contact with that stone, he becomes utterly infected and transformed into a vampire. A vampire imbued with my bloodline will naturally attain great honor among our kind, and the alteration of his memories will lead him to believe he is a born vampire. Now, that heart is stirred by the vampire Archduke. Messiah, my name." Bruce's countenance darkened as he spoke. "How dare you proclaim yourself as Jesus? I, the Messiah Apelia, shall restore the blood glory for the entire vampire clan." At the utterance of these words, the box shattered completely, and the heart began to float slowly under his influence. Bruce charged forward, delivering a powerful strike with his hand. Suddenly, an insurmountable force surged forth. "Too late, Bruce Wayne. You have always lagged behind. Today, the heart of the vampire Lord Messiah Apelia shall be absorbed and fused into my very being." He integrated the heart into his body. Gazing at Bruce with a maniacal laugh, "Bruce Wayne, the next step involves eliminating you, allowing your blood to nourish my advancement, or perhaps infecting you, turning you into an ally of my grand endeavor. What a difficult choice." With a forceful kick, he shattered the railing of the Osborn Corporation, sharpening it to a lethal point. "Indeed, ridding myself of you would alleviate my resentment. Otherwise, granting you the gift of immortality would feel akin to discovering one's meal has succumbed to illness, reeking of decay. Die, Bruce Wayne." What? Just as he prepared to hurl the makeshift javelin, his body shuddered violently, and the weapon clattered to the ground. This sensation, Bruce rose from the ground. "This is why I called you foolish for so recklessly claiming that heart as your own. Is it any wonder it is you?" The Messiah exclaimed in shock. "Did you tamper with that heart?" Bruce glanced at him. "What led you to believe I would not interfere with that heart? With a concentration far exceeding that of a mere human, I injected a potent fear toxin, steeped for 3 days in garlic essence. Moreover, the box possesses the properties of mithril, not merely to deter theft, but it is a container of blessings. This heart, it is no longer solely the domain of vampires." The Messiah gritted his teeth. "With your current capabilities, you cannot kill me. I have become immune to the harm of mithril and garlic. When I withstand this toxin, it will be the day of your demise, Bruce Wayne." Chapter 46, Night in New York, and Bruce, slightly weary, gazed at the vampire lord, Messiah Apelia. Although the moment was not yet ripe, I believed he was right. It was time, even though I still had unfinished business. He seized the vampire lord, swallowing the last remaining cross in his hand. Though difficult to swallow, Bruce managed to consume the cross. He grasped the vampire lord firmly. "Even in your current state, exposure to sunlight would still lead to your demise, would it not?" I swallowed the cross into my abdomen, and my blood would consequently exert a restraining effect upon you all, coupled with the spirit of self-sacrifice. My blood should render you immobile for approximately 6 hours. The officers of New York must have already received the dispatched vampire antidote. The Messiah sensed an ominous turn of events. "Wait, Bruce Wayne, what do you intend to do? If you desire death, do not drag me down with you. For heaven's sake, do not approach me." He writhed in terror, influenced by the venom of fear, as the visage of Bruce gradually morphed into something grotesque and terrifying. "No, do not come any closer. How about this? I offer you an opportunity to ascend to my level as a vampire. The power of immortality. Your lineage could endure for eternity, could it not? Curse it, your suicidal thoughts stem from the toxins within you, do they not? Once transformed into a vampire, those toxins would be effortlessly eliminated. Consider it, Bruce." Bruce seized his hair and glanced back at the unconscious Jason. With a resolute step, he leaped forward, plunging directly downwards with the Messiah. "Damn it! Activate the glider, Bruce Wayne." A A trickle of blood graced the corner of Bruce's mouth as he declared, at this juncture, "Do not harbor any delusions, you madman." Just as Bruce was about to meet the ground, a strand of web descended from above, ensnaring his calf. Instinctively, Bruce grasped the web. To his surprise, the Messiah crashed to the ground, while he lingered momentarily in midair. Thus, when Bruce severed the web, he fell heavily to the earth, sustaining grave injuries, but not fatally. Bruce beheld a luminous youth, radiant in white, clutching another boy as they descended before him. "You are." The blond boy pointed at Peter Parker. "This fellow claims you are not a villain, so he ensnared your leg with webbing. And this one is?" He turned his gaze towards the writhing, yet still living, Messiah on the ground. Bruce rolled over and rose, surveying the rooftop and his current state. "This one is the Messiah Apelia, the reincarnation of the Vampire Duke. A rebirth? Who knows? In any case, tonight, he is the leader among vampires." He pressed a button, and the Batmobile gradually approached his side. Bruce located a syringe filled with an antidote capable of neutralizing approximately 87% of the toxins used by the Assassin's Guild. He injected it into his own body and then leaned against the Batmobile, sitting on the ground. He smeared a considerable portion of his own blood onto the Messiah Apelia. He exhaled softly. "It seems tonight is drawing to a close." Suddenly, he shouted, "George." Sheriff Stacy approached slowly, clutching his chest. "How are you, old man? Still breathing?" He spoke in the familiar tone of the seasoned yin-yang master that Bruce knew all too well. Weary, Bruce replied, "Not yet, but I suspect it 1 TB long." "Did you receive the serum?" "Rest assured, 3 minutes ago, the serum was delivered to the front lines. My team has administered it to everyone. And it's also loaded into the firearms. All vampires infected have reverted to their human forms, and all original vampires have been eradicated." He produced a cigarette from his pocket and offered it to Bruce, who accepted it, lit it for George, and then for himself. The night had drawn to a close. The two leaned against the Batmobile as dawn broke unusually early, with the sun appearing at 4:53. With the assistance of the mysterious magic acquired by the Irishman Brian Braddock, the vampire Lord Messiah Apelia was subdued at the very moment the sun first graced the horizon. Bruce and his companions harnessed the magic to concentrate all sunlight, exposing Messiah Apelia to a radiant sun he had never encountered. With a mournful wail, he transformed into a wisp of smoke and a heap of ashes. Bruce collected the ashes, which were launched into the sun the following day alongside Wayne Enterprises' new satellite. 3 days after the incident, Dr. Curtis Scott Connors was cured of his lizard transformation by Bruce using the serum. After interrogation, he confessed to his crimes, stating he was coerced by Osborn and an unknown organization, HYDRA, to conduct experiments on himself. However, due to his transformation, his personality was entirely warped by the serum. He is currently confined in Arkham Asylum undergoing treatment and is subject to compulsory medical measures. Madam Viper, Ophelia Sarkis of HYDRA, has fled. Based on the provided image by an informant, a manhunt has been initiated, though the likelihood of her capture remains low. The mercenary Slade Wilson, known as Deathstroke, adamantly denies his crimes, yet the evidence is irrefutable. He is presently incarcerated in Iron Heights Prison. Jason Todd, the Red Hood, has escaped and his whereabouts are unknown. Bane, having gone too long without the toxin necessary for sustaining his life, has passed away despite efforts to revive him. The following day, the current director, George Stacy, publicly acknowledged the existence of vampires. "After a grueling 4-hour battle the previous night, I can confidently declare that we have achieved a decisive victory. Some may inquire about the true identity of our enemies from last night. This morning, I received warnings advising me to refrain from speaking out. Yet now, I must reveal to you, our adversaries were indeed vampires. In our world, the existence of vampires is indisputable. We inhabit a complex and ever-changing realm, much of which remains beyond our comprehension. Thus, we remain unaware of their true nature. However, I, George Stacy, on behalf of all police officers, wish to convey to those lurking in the dark corners of the world, should you dare to challenge our order, you are welcome to try. We are right here." Chapter 47. The counterattack of Kingpin. Just out of the hospital, Tony Stark gazed at the news and remarked, "Who is this character? Why have I never heard of them before?" The mysterious silhouette captivated him, igniting a longing within him to act heroically. Beside him, Pepper Potts noted, "According to the records, the mention of this Batman dates back 17 years, and it has remained off your radar." Tony acknowledged this with a sense of self-awareness. "Well, I was once so engrossed in the humanities." "Indeed, the humanities. Perhaps we should discuss you instead." True to form, Tony quickly diverted the conversation to his own interests. It said that while one may change their circumstances, their nature remains steadfast. even though he yearned to sever ties with his former self. Decades of ingrained habits are not easily shaken. Bruce cast aside the specialized dumbbells, glancing at the dim screen displaying spatial parameters. Drawing a deep breath, he pressed the button and stepped once more into the activated wormhole. For the last time, 5 Spider-Men coordinated their efforts alongside a newly minted second-generation Batman as they arrived at Kingpin's latest experimental site. Remember, this mission is straightforward. Align with me. Destroy that individual time-space collider, and then, following Bruce's documentation, we can construct a brand new time converter to return everyone to their respective universes. Jason, adorned in his signature Batman attire, addressed the nearby Spider-Man. All right, to be honest, how did you know the location of Kingpin's experiment this time? Gwen looked at this Batman, who was a few years her senior. After a moment of silence, Jason replied, because I stole the research data from Kingpin and gave it to him. What? Jason blushed, an uncommon sight for him. I've already destroyed one of Kingpin's labs. The previous influence of the waters of Lazarus affected me. Peter Parker teleported beside Jason, wrapping an arm around his neck. All right, first question, what are the waters of Lazarus? Jason explained, it's a special substance that typically manifests as spring water, with the power to resurrect the deceased. What? The 5 Spider-Men exclaimed in unison, their disbelief palpable. Jason hesitated and inquired, why have you never encountered the Assassin's Alliance? Yet at that moment, the 5 others were utterly absorbed in their astonishment regarding the news of the resurrection spring. It was evident that the one who initiated the attack was Kingpin. This revelation had clearly unsettled him, for the loss of his son and wife was the very impetus behind all his actions. Suddenly, Jason sensed a significant tremor beneath the ground, a sensation shared by the other Spider-Men, prompting them all to leap into action. A dark suit of armor erupted from the very spot Jason had occupied moments before. You should have told me sooner. Kingpin's voice reverberated from within. My partner, our previous collaborations were so intimate, yet you have concealed this from me for so long. Jason regarded Kingpin and replied, even if I divulged its location, you would not know how to acquire it. Abandon your quest, Kingpin. Kingpin clenched his fists and retorted. You underestimate the resolve of a father, a husband. He bellowed, I will resurrect them, even at the cost of my own life. Jason smirked and said, if you truly act on that, believe me, Ra's al Ghul will not hesitate to obliterate all of New York with missiles. Gwen shot a webbing projectile at Kingpin's helmet and remarked to Jason, you must be joking. Jason deftly dodged Kingpin's punch and countered with a batarang, striking the joint of Kingpin's armored leg. I wish I were joking, Jason said while evading and attacking. Historically, Batman had single-handedly repelled the entire Assassin's Alliance multiple times. Of course, after his training with them had concluded. Peter Parker, astonished, exclaimed, are you saying that guy was trained by the Assassin's Alliance? Jason absorbed Kingpin's strike with the vibranium components on his arm, then leaped to deliver a blow to Kingpin's nape. Pretty much, he said. Peter B. Parker nearly fractured Kingpin's armor with a punch. What a terrifying organization. Suddenly, Shadow Spider-Man Peter Parker asked, by the way, what fighting techniques does that guy actually possess? From what I can discern, there's Muay Thai, boxing, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Krav Maga, Sambo, Systema, French kickboxing, and Bateau. That's quite a repertoire. Jason maneuvered to face Kingpin, blocking his attacks. You should rather ask how many fighting techniques humans can master. Peter Parker sheepishly replied, you aren't going to tell me that he knows them all, are you? Jason coughed lightly before stating, Batman is proficient in all 127 martial arts known to the world, aside from the Muay Thai, boxing, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Israeli combat, Krav Maga, Sambo, Systema, and French kickboxing mentioned earlier by Shadow Peter. He also masters Bartitsu, wrestling, freestyle fighting, fencing, Filipino stick fighting, Taekwondo, Karate, Kyokushin Karate, Judo, Aikido, Sumo, Ninjutsu, Kendo, Sanda, Bankasala, Capoeira, Wing Chun, Jeet Kune Do, Tai Chi, Shaolin Kung Fu, and all schools of Chinese martial arts, along with several other styles whose names I can scarcely recall. He pondered for a moment and added, however, during my lifetime, he often employed a blend of Muay Thai, boxing, Taekwondo, Judo, Ninjutsu, and Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, occasionally incorporating some of his own devised tricks. Suddenly, a thunderous noise erupted. Kingpin struck Peter B. Parker with a powerful blow, his fist radiating a kaleidoscope of colors. You insufferable little spiders, do you truly think you can toy with me? He glared at Jason. You betrayed me. I still remember your face when you first approached me. Jason swiftly closed the distance and inquired, are you referring to the moment I took down all your bodyguards and pointed a gun at you? Kingpin unleashed a barrage of punches, the colored energy forming a force field that surged towards Jason. Jason's eyes widened. Damn it, This force field is impenetrable.